early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
Hello everybody, welcome to round number 6 of the Tata Steel Master 2017. Peter told me I should speak quicker. In the intro, I'm Jan Gustafsson. I'm being joined by Count Olaf, thinly disguised as Peter Svidler. Peter, which game are you looking forward to today?
It's always the Magnus game, and in particular today, I think, because they don't have that many decisive games that I can immediately remember. But they do respect each other a great deal, and I'm talking about the Aronian Carlsen game in particular. They have a long-standing relationship, and obviously they played a ton of games against each other.
12 wins for Magnus, 6 wins for Levon. I'm not meaning to be dirty here. I'm learning Norwegian, and the word for 6 in Norwegian is sex. It's very irritating. Anyway, 6 wins for Levon Aronian. Magnus has spoken that Levon is one of the few guys he feels can outplay him. And I have a feeling, which is not backed up by research as usual, that Levon has gotten good positions quite a bit in the past, but often he went on to bungle those later against Magnus. He has, however, defeated him in Norway Chess 2016, even though Magnus won the tournament. So, a bit of bloodshed there.
Yeah, and also a very healthy dose of mutual respect. And in very high-profile tournaments, I feel they often play extremely solidly against each other. Like I remember a number of candidates. I mean, I think, well, Magnus only played really one candidates tournament in London, but there it was quite obvious that they did not feel they needed to take too many risks against each other. Instead, I think concentrating on slaughtering the rest of the field, or at least attempting to. So yeah, will be an interesting matchup, but not the only one today. Today, I think, is a reasonably promising round.
I agree. I was just talking in the chat about today being a good, not only a good hair day for both of us, but also a good matchup day, pairing-wise, because we also have Anish Giri against not only his streak, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the stars of 2016. They almost have the same rating now, which 2014 was not. Maybe 2015, it didn't look like that.
No, it didn't. It didn't look particularly plausible, that theory. But yeah, we keep on saying that Jan had an exceptional 2016, but that's because it's true. And Anish, yeah, continues frustrating himself, I think, more than anybody else, because he does get excellent positions, and he actually aims for fighting games. I think pushing himself to play as sharp as possible. And the last two games in particular, I think, will be a source of great irritation to him. He was mathematically winning at 2 points in his game against Andreikin, and was, I think winning is a strong word, but he was most certainly much better out of the opening yesterday against Wei in the game we featured in our recap videos. Very interesting game despite ending in a draw. We chose that over a number of decisive games yesterday.
That sentence pretty much sums up most of Anish's recent efforts. We'll see if today he can change that result. Nepo, I keep calling Nepo Jan, however, he's dangerous if you don't catch him in the opening, which I think from what I hear is getting harder and harder.
I have a feeling Jan, I get all these results mixed up, but wasn't it Jan who actually stopped Anish's incredible start in the Tal Memorial?
I believe he beat him there, right?
That's what I thought, but I always confuse these things. We can probably ask chat and they will confirm or deny that.
Chat knows stuff. Also, their head-to-head score is 1 draw and 1 loss for Anish, which at least gives us a 50% chance. So that's correct.
Yeah, so that was a recent tournament in which Anish started by winning 3 out of his first 4 games, including 2 victories with black, 1 against myself and 1 against Boris Gelfand. And yeah, he has been. He looked like he might run away with the event, but the event was eventually won by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
There's a fair question. Maybe we can get into it later. How is it decided who gets 6 or 7 whites? I don't know the answer. Normally it's Blitz tournament in recent events.
No, I think
in this
they
one
they just had
don't
drawing
do
of
it.
lots. Yeah.
Anyway,
also-
the tournament leader, Wesley So, 4 out of 5. He just doesn't stop winning games.
Yeah, and he is very, very efficient. And in this tournament, it also, I mean, he obviously very rarely loses and very rarely even looks to be in trouble. But in this tournament, he's also been winning more than he was drawing. That is not a very beautiful sentence. So
More than his fair share?
Yeah, no, I will abort it midway. But yeah, an interesting game for him today as well, because I don't think Adiban knows how to play solidly with white or black. He just goes for the throat regardless. And
Did so very well yesterday where he beat Sergei Kayakin with black, so he's dangerous.
yeah, and apparently he said in a post-game interview that was his first ever French defense with black, and that makes it doubly and trebly and quadruply impressive. Yeah, because for to choose Kayakin as the first player to play the French against is already a very gutsy choice. Let's call it like that. And he managed to out-prepare him and outplay him and just
Out-calculate him.
yeah, destroyed him in every facet of the game.
Kayakin pointed out that he did not enjoy being out of Vik and Zay, that he prefers the home games in Vik.
Yeah, apparently he has. I mean, this tradition of having away games during Vik is not very old, but apparently he already has a bit of a record of not doing well on away days. And yeah, these things, chess players do tend to be somewhat superstitious, and if you start developing this kind of a record, it weighs on your mind. And if the opening doesn't go your way, you start thinking, yeah, one of those days once again. And many things were surprising about that game, but maybe the most surprising was how quickly and how seemingly without putting up a fight he lost a poor position there. Because if there is something he is exceptional at, is when he finds himself in an unfavorable situation, he defends his poor positions fantastically well. And yesterday he just, a number of decisions was very difficult to explain.
Today, Mr. Kayakin is playing his former countryman Pavel Elyanov. Bit of history there, we talked about it on the train in the World Cup. Pavel was eliminated after a fantastic run in the semifinals by Sergei Kayakin. Of course, they both used to play for the Ukrainian team before Sergei switched to represent the Russian Federation. So another very interesting matchup.
Yeah, but great potential there. They have there have been a number of decisive games between them, and Yeah, Baku must. I mean, no one, no one I think can compete with the amount of mental scars I got of my encounter with Sergei in Baku. But Pavel was also one game away from securing his spot in the candidates, and I'm sure he remembers.
He seems like a guy who remembers stuff. Like, he
Yeah.
looks like he reads books and then remembers what's in there, and
Yeah.
it's not fair to the rest of us. We also have Hare Krishna versus Radek Wojtaszek. Two of the guys, on the verge of breaking into the super elite. Not quite there. Hare, a small step closer as ratings indicate. 15 points higher than Radek. Radek, superb theoretician. Hare, superb practical player. Is that a fair distinction with the usual
Well, if
disclaimers?
you have to make a distinction, that will be the distinction. And I really would like to do some research into what Radek has done to the cartoon maker there. I mean, that really is incredibly unfair.
Sorry, Radek. We will voice our complaints to Mr. Guadalupe, who provides us with all these cartoons, and ask him to try harder. Because that's not what Radek looks like. Hare, on the other hand,
Harry's, that is
his
a
chin might be a little overpronounced, but you can recognize him.
yeah, no, that is a very good Harry portrait. But yeah, Radek, you get the impression he killed somebody's cat to deserve a portrait like that.
Last but not least at all, we have, I was gonna say, the battle of the two premier junior players in the world, but then I checked and I found out that Richard Rapport apparently is no longer a junior. Who would have thought? They grow up so fast. Still, two of the more exciting talents in the chess world out there. Rapport, always swingy, was 2.750 like a couple months ago, now he's back to 2.7. Wei Yi's rating has not grown the way some of us impatient millennials have expected it to grow.
It actually has gone backwards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The first game I played against him, I think he was rated around 27.35, and that's a bit surprising because generally with these kids it has a very, very consistent upward trajectory. But I think we all are fairly certain that he will get back to 27.50 plus at some point. Even in this tournament, which has not really been such a great tournament for him, we have seen him do very, very nice things. His game yesterday, he managed to hold the position, which was not at all. Whoa, okay.
We have big news, so I'm sorry for
I will stop.
interboarding.
I will stop once again mid-sentence because that's more of a Bunter Blitz regular occurrence because people always demand I play the King's Gambit against all comers, and I occasionally oblige and lose horribly.
I've had many a rant about what a horrible opening the King's Gambit is, because you're pawn down on move 2, and you're weakening your king.
Yeah.
It kind of shows that Adibanya, as you mentioned, has not really decided to play super solid against Wesley, so arguably, no, it's not even arguable, being worse with white after 2 moves.
Yeah.
But he's playing the move that I've always found tougher to handle than knight f3, bishop c4.
It's mainly because you don't really look at it all that much. Against knight of 3, all of us 1e5 players have had to study this at one point or the other. I don't know if you played, if that was like a fixture in your 20s, but for me certainly, I played I think 4 games with black against Alexei Fyodorov, a Belarusian player who is no longer really very active, but he was very much a fixture in the tournaments I played in when I was growing up and in the Russian clubs, and I also played him in team events because he was always a fixture on the Belarusian team in those years. And he played exclusively the King's Gambit pretty much. Occasionally when he wasn't feeling well, he would play the Gioco Piano, but that was really when he thought, I'm completely ill today. So you had to prepare for this regularly, and he played knight of 3. So against knight of 3 you have some idea, but bishop c4 is rare.
Also against knight f3, d5, ed, knight f6 is well established to be fine. Some games by Mr. Rapport, another King's Gambit aficionado here. g5 always fine too. And bishop c4, old established theory is sort of saying you're supposed to go for knight c3.
It's c6, I think.
Knight f6, knight c3, c6, knight f3, d5. And you're equal but not necessarily better. There's some other tries here, like d4 and so on. But computers are saying that you give this check, which in my days we learned this is bad because white goes king f1, knight f3. wins a lot of time. Computers are kind of laughing in your face and are saying, okay, minus 0.60. Now please show me what you want out of life. I'm a pawn up, I will develop pieces. So I'm very curious if Wesley, who's very much a child of the computer era, is gonna play one of these lines that at least my computers endorse here, or if he's gonna go with established theory, which is knight f6, knight c3, and either c6 or bishop b4. Both these moves are kind of established.
Yeah. No, the line you've shown with queen h4, queen h6, I was not really aware this is the modern take on it. And
I'm not sure this has been played, but I do know that the computer gives this stuff.
okay, yeah, I would just sort of autopilot knight of 66 here and start thinking from there, because that's what we were told to do in this position. Exactly.
We'll see what Wesley does, and yeah, people are happy that Adiban has played the King's Gambit, which you don't see much at the highest level, because it's a horrible opening. But that's also, yeah, kudos to Adiban. He's completely fearless.
Yeah, he doesn't really care all that much.
Speaking of completely fearless, Anish Giri in his game against Nepomniachtchi is facing the Najdorf, where he's a big specialist himself, and he's decided to meet it with 6g3.
Yeah, that's not an obvious choice, but it's a line which always has been
Lurking.
yeah, it's never gone completely out of fashion, and also one feels that it never has been convincingly shown exactly what equalizes here. You have a feeling black shouldn't be much worse, but on the other hand, I don't think there was enough research done on this for people to just blitz out a line which everybody knows is immediately equal.
And also, I feel it got more popular because h3 was all the rage for
Sure.
the last 2 years, and these positions are very, very similar to some of the positions you get out of g3, some direct
Yeah,
transpositions even.
Yeah, there is clearly there are a lot of parallels here, but of course the inclusion of h3, h5 allows both sides to have plans which are not available in the classical G3.
Sure, but even here, like, okay, I'm not sure, I'll probably bungle it. But
I think you're supposed to go
b7,
a4.
let's say.
No, already here I think there's an important fork, because yeah, this will be a direct transposition, and h5 has become at some point very, very playable in every single Sicilian, because when I was growing up, people used to just allow white to go h3, g4, knight g3,
Sure.
and you almost never see this happen these days. Black just goes h5 almost on autopilot in all of these positions. And yeah, what is interesting is that Anish has played a number of very interesting games on the black side of this. I mean, in the h3 line, he has been playing e5, e5, h5, and he has shown some very, very interesting move orders in reply to what white has been doing there consistently. So perhaps he will be trying to triangulate Jan towards those positions later in the game. Jan is also very much an h3 player himself, so they both will know a great deal about these types of positions.
We'll return to this one. Lots of interesting openings, and we should not ignore the arguably game of the day, where Magnus Carlsen once again plays the a6 Slav, which he's played against Wesley. So in round number, what was it, 1, 2? Early. Maybe 2. After a6, Levon, well, slightly different, because Levon went for 4e3, not knight f3, a6. Ah, no, sorry, I'm very confused. How was the game against Wesley? Was it this move order?
Possibly, yeah, 93.
I
think maybe it was this move order. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
Well, today we get the same position, but via different move order.
Yeah.
I would have to look it up. I'm not 100% sure. But this is the same position where Wesley chose knight to e5, and Levon chose the move bishop e2.
Yeah.
Which famously Magnus played himself against Hikaru Nakamura. And after h6, Magnus went bishop d3. But Levon plays a more established line, the move queen b3.
Yeah.
The point of h6 is that you are avoiding e6, knight h4.
Yeah, you want to trade the bishop on f5. If you want to trade it for anything, it will be the bishop on d3 and not the knight on f3. Does look like a waste of tempo for now, but the position, I guess, Black is trying to prove that the position is quiet enough that he can actually play h6 in here and still survive.
I would have to look it up. I have a feeling all of this was played between those two very players in the past.
Where?
Can't remember that. Knight to e5. It's also a typical move, stopping knight c6, e6, bishop d2, bishop e7. All of this, I believe, has been played. Castles, castles, rook fc1.
Yeah, and you get a somewhat typical Slav position where structurally black is perfectly fine, and his bishop on e7 arguably is slightly healthier even than the bishop on d2, but he does have more active pieces, and the knight on b8 is still somewhat stuck. And knight of d7 is the first thing you consider, right?
Well, it's all been played many times. Knight fd7 takes, and you recapture either with the queen or with the knight. I think, once again, I would have to look it up, but
Queen knight
there's
a4,
something
even this? Okay.
that has been played between Levon and Magnus. I'm not sure about the move order.
I would just go knight a4 here without thinking, but that just sort of illustrates how little I understand about these lines. And because of knight a4, I would have taken with the knight here.
Well, both moves are popular. We'll see how this develops. Magnus taking his first time out here after rook fc1. Levon clearly not surprised by the opening choice since it has already been played against Wesley. Therefore, Levon's blitzing out his moves here. Another curious little opening choice is played by Dmitry Andreikin against Luke van Vele.
Now this is the Fedosseev. Well, it's obviously not the Fedosseev. Magnus Carlsen started playing it, I think.
Magnus likes, I think in Blitz he plays this sometimes, right?
Yeah.
a6 first.
This is Fedosseev has done it in like 4 games in the Russian Super Final last year, including against myself, and I did something incredibly stupid against it, and it was even maybe slightly worse by move 15. That is not required here, obviously. And when he played it against me, I was the first one he played it against. I felt incredibly sad about my opening choices because I thought, okay, this is like a once in a tournament opportunity to get something out of the opening with white, and I bungled it. And then he played it an additional 3 times, being completely untroubled in every single one of those games. And I thought, okay, this makes me feel slightly better about life. It's not a completely ridiculous opening.
No. If white goes g3, is the point b5, or do you want to go d5 and transpose to some catalog?
I think he wants b5, b3, bishop b7. That would be my feeling. Although, I'm not sure, because that also transposes to some reasonably well-known positions. But white already has a pawn on d4, which makes playing c7, c5 a lot harder. And black generally wants to play c5 there to support the pawn on b5 with queen b6, maybe later in the game. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure.
Look at knight c3, d5, and cd5, which is the obvious way to meet this. You're arguing a6 is not such an important move in these structures. Black is arguing knight f3 is also not that great in all your lines. Bishop g5. They've started doing this, intending very quick knight b7, then sometimes chasing this bishop with h6, g5, knight h5, sometimes playing c5.
Sure. No, that actually is, I think, heavily influenced by what Fedosseev has been doing, because I think they used to just play c6 here and pretend that in case of eventual minority attack on the queen side, a6 is not such a poor move. But this very concrete idea of going bishop b6, knight b7, and then playing some kind of a weird Ragozin / something mix is very, very topical.
One question, of course, how do you meet queen b3 here? My hunch is knight c6.
Yeah, probably knight c6, and taking will be very awkward because of knight a5 even. I was going to suggest a much inferior move. Yeah. e3, knight bd7 is already on the board, and I think there was a number of games in Novosibirsk, maybe actually more than one, which went queen c2, h6. I think it was queen c2. h6, knight bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, bishop b5, knight g7. And in one of those, white actually played bishop g3, knight h5, bishop b5, which wasn't maybe the most adventurous of choices. But looks like white should be better here, but recent practice shows that it's really not that easy to prove anything here, somewhat surprisingly.
People have been going to greater and greater length to get rid of this bishop. Not only in this line, but in many of these queen's gambit lines, like h6, g5, knight h5 is completely fair game 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't. So we'll see how this one goes. But there is method to the madness. Andreikin, he likes these half-theoretical lines where there's some point to it, but still he can sort of play his own stuff and not
Yeah.
have mainstream discussions.
Despite all those reasonably high-profile games, this is still very, very fresh, and I don't think people have come to grips with it necessarily with White. So he's hoping Luki will not be entirely booked up here, and yeah, then you could very easily get a very playable fighting position with Black.
Wesley So played another reaction which we forgot to mention, but that has also been well established and I think played in this position, the immediate d5. Saying after ed, what is your bishop doing on c4? I'll go knight f6, transposing to stuff. So bishop takes d5 is normal, knight to f6. Tackles these two, knight c3 is the only logical move.
Yeah.
And I think you want to take here, but I'm not 100% sure. I've seen this recommended somewhere recently, but I didn't look.
I think there's also bishop b4 in this position. Yeah, I also have a feeling I've seen this very recently for some reason, and it's supposed to be fine for Black, which is not surprising because it would be very difficult for me to believe that the King's Gambit should give White advantage in almost any line, frankly.
Of course.
But yeah, on the other hand, when you give up your G pawn this early, I think there's great scope for mass simplification, and Black probably is trying to equalize here. You're no longer really trying to refute the opening.
I'm not sure.
Equalize maybe is strong, but you're less likely to refute the opening compared to the lines where you just hang on.
Well, this is sort
Yeah.
of the... Might be bad, but it's...
Yeah, sort of. This is a lot less. Well, yeah, I'm not going to say this is a lot less critical. All of the d5 lines where Black immediately returns the pawn for tempi are also very, very critical. But as White, you feel you're one tempo away here from being completely fine and maybe much better.
So after bishop b4, what do you do? Knight ge2 sort of comes to mind?
I think you're still supposed to go knight f3 because here there's bishop g4, which could be awkward. And I was also looking at something maybe like I wanted to include f3 somewhere, so knight f3 would be, I think, more logical. And then you get some kind of a position where e4 probably gets traded for f4, and yeah, maybe just c6 here. But then you kind of like White.
Yeah, if I get
Because
the
you,
bishops,
you get the bishops and you get space, they're open files, and you're better developed. So that's not ideal. And Wesley also is thinking now. He more or less blitzed out d5, knight f6, and he is now considering. This is d6. Yeah, all of these things look far from clear for Black. Yeah.
No, I thought I would have to look it up. I just have seen it maybe in some book or some article. Like,
Knight g5,
I've seen
knight g5
something
on
about
the
this.
board.
Yeah, knight takes, knight takes.
What do you do here?
I don't know. Maybe give it a check.
Bishop d6 played. I assume White just goes knight f3. Yeah, blitzed out.
Am I worried about this?
Well,
Not that Adiban is ever worried about anything. Just curious.
no, I'm not really worried about this. You know, I'm not as fearless as Adiban is, but I'm not necessarily worried about this now.
Maybe it can be great.
Castle's d4, and both players continue blitzing.
Looks like this is well known to both these guys. Wesley is extremely well prepared. And you often don't see all of this work below the surface because no one ever plays the King's Gambit, frankly, against guys like that. But good luck catching Wesley or Anish Giri or who else comes to mind? Vladimir Kramnik, Radek Wojtaszek, Vishy Anand. Any of these guys out in a sideline. Like, normally it just doesn't happen.
And this makes some sense because after rook e8, I think I can actually play 4e5 here as White. And there are no jumps for this d6 bishop which look particularly attractive. And I want to go knight d5 f4 simply on. I mean, if he plays c6, I'll just pick this pawn up, and I have a very healthy structure in the center. Castles is my next move. So you have to start.
So maybe you don't go rook 8.
Yeah, probably, but it's interesting that Wesley is so confident about this.
No pun intended, I'm guessing.
No pun intended. No. I keep on stepping into them, but
I was not aware of how often I say so before Wesley so appeared on the scene, because you do it a lot. Well, I do it a lot. Rook 8 is sort of the obvious move.
Yeah, that's what you start by trying to make work. But I don't really see what to play after Rook E85.
The only sensible square for this bishop would be here. So that
Yeah.
takes.
Well, you can maybe make an argument for compensation after C5, but like C3 even, but also castles CD4 and then some move. Like E6 here, for instance. Here, I mean, I take. I was kind of hoping knight G5 would be something, but it's not. Rook F6, I think, is sufficient. Maybe. But if you go back to knight F4, C5, I can also play G5 maybe here.
Yeah, I was wondering about this.
Castles. Just castles, Rook E5, Queen D3, or some of like, or H3 actually. Why am I playing Queen D3?
This looks nice for white.
Yeah, it's not a lot better, but it will be quite pleasant for white.
For a King's Gambit, this is excellent.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It will be interesting to see what Wesley decides to do here.
And Pramod NVS reinforces my sentiment and points out, you say so many times.
That's
Maybe-
actually nicely done,
Is that a
Pramod.
pun by Pramod?
I think that's very
That'd
nicely.
be a first. No, I have a new resolution. I'm going to stop being mean to Pramod. For today, not forever. But Pramod, today I'll be nice. Because I've been way too mean to him over the years. And he's been around since day one. When was day one? I don't even know. Anyway, we haven't covered a bunch of games at all yet. And
Whoa.
Rapport,
I was
in some ways disappoints, in some ways doesn't
Yeah,
disappoint.
it's. I was about to say when we were doing the preview and then moves started coming in and we kind of stopped. I was about to say the good thing about the Rapport Wei game is that Rapport makes so many moves on move one that we're unlikely to see a Petrov, and then he goes and plays the Petrov.
Because he has this knight c4 idea up
Yeah.
his sleeve.
No, but knight c4 is a well-known move. But what he's doing afterwards is really.
Even this is well known, but normally people go d3, knight f6, whatever, knight c3 or bishop g5, and then argue that your knight is better on c4 than on f3, even though it's not. But knight e3 is sort of
Yeah, I haven't.
saying, I hope you blunder knight d5 next move, which is a bit offensive.
I don't really know why this is so great for white, to be honest. Like
Don't look great
c6
at
or
all.
knight
Yeah,
f6
very.
or frankly any move. No, I would. Bishop e6 is a move to maybe try and develop the bit. No, then queen b5. This is no queen b5 check c6. Can I play bishop e6 here?
No. Pramod is moved by my gesture of not being mean to him today. Don't make me regret it, Pramod. Why not?
Yeah, because I'd like to develop the b8 knight to c6. I think it's a better square than d7, and then because my other move was c6. Knight c3, I take, I play knight c6, and I ask you why is your knight on e3 and not the bishop?
I'm sure Richie has like plans.
Knight c6,
Well, I don't have plans. I'm saying I'm sure he has.
d5.
Yeah, whatever. What do you want? Castle queenside?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually, yeah. But then I guess Richie is just happy because he got some kind of a weird position, which he might be worse, but who cares?
I'm sure if he's worse. Maybe.
No, yeah, I think white is actually completely fine. Like castles, knight c3, or the immediate knight c3 even.
Doesn't look like.
Yeah, looks like a perfectly playable position for white. BC maybe is more in Richard's style, but I like DC followed by rook d1. No, it's all these variations. You still need to pay attention to what you're doing with black, which is.
Yeah, no, there's some method to what Richard is doing, and he works on openings more than people think, I believe.
Yeah, I think with all the guys having repertoires like Richard's, if you can say. I mean, there aren't too many of those guys, but
Isn't it just Yubava and him?
well, Morozevich to a degree.
No, Morozevich is much more mainstream. Morozevich plays computer recommendations all the time. He's just trying to find his own way, but he's not in their league.
Yeah, maybe not anymore, but
I don't think he ever was. Like, all the openings he played were based on research and sound principles. Well,
Yeah.
Richard's openings are often based on, let's find the most chaotic stuff I can get away with.
yeah, I think I probably should agree with that. Okay, so if bishop e6 didn't work out as
What about this? I'm
yeah,
scared.
this is always a move, but you kind of feel weird immediately retreating without having, without white chasing you away. But
Just to point it out once, we have to stop this. Even though I can't calculate if we're winning material here, but we probably are.
There is not in this position, but there is a famous story about Vishy Anand's early years, which goes, and there's a very nice backstory to this, which will require 5 minutes of our viewers' time, so maybe it's better for a slightly different moment in the broadcast. But I recently discovered that there are chess players out there who don't actually even know what a chess informant is. And I suspect there will be people like that in chat. Maybe a majority of people in chat will not really be aware of what informant is, and then the story doesn't really make much sense.
I'm old. I got chess informant 50 for my 15th birthday, I believe.
Okay, let's. I mean, we could return.
Anyway, this is a game. Christiansen. Was it Christiansen?
Yeah, the original game was, I think, Christiansen Miles, which I think Miles, which got published in Informants. Apart from games which were sent in by strong players with annotations, there was also this thing called RR, which was just like editor's note, and the game would just be published there without any annotations, just as a side note for you to know that the game existed. And
RR did not stand for Richard Rapport.
No, did not stand for Richard Rapport. And after Knight C3, it gave this game between Larry Christensen and, once again, I believe, the late great Tony Miles, in which Black played Knight C3, Bishop F5, Knight E4, Queen Bishop B4, and the game was agreed drawn after not very many moves. And they probably did not really pay so much attention to what they were doing over the board. I think they were friends, and the game wasn't very hotly contested. And in this position, Queen E2 just wins a piece. And Vishy repeated this against Zapata, I think,
Maybe it was Zapata the second game,
Yeah. Vishy, because he had seen the RR in the notes and assumed that, two strong grandmasters will not play some random moves because they don't care which moves are being made on the board. And he repeated this, and after Queen E2 he just resigned because you cannot keep material.
Zapata probably said har har.
Yeah, har har is a very appropriate reaction to Bishop F5 in this position.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen again. We'll have, I don't know. Wei Yi's out of book. Wei Yi's also well prepared, but probably the price you pay, so you're not better. Let's conclude our tour. Some guys we have not looked at all yet. Some chats we have not looked at all yet. Like Lawrence Trent, I am saying, is that some kind of undercover agent for the FSB? What's the FSB? I know MI6.
FSB is my country's premier spy service.
See, I'm not aware of anything. Hare Krishna is probably aware of Ruy Lopez theory. Slightly surprised to see Radek play E4, E5. I know he's doing that a bit, but it's not as regular a guest in his games as the Najdorf is.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice because I'm trying to remember what Harry is doing against the Najdorf. Why would Radek decide not to play the Najdorf against Harry? Because I honestly, I'm struggling to remember anything I've seen.
Harry strikes me as a Bishop B5 check guy, maybe.
Yeah, that is very possible. But anyway, they did go for E4, E5, and
mainstream stuff. But after B5, Bishop B3 castles, the so-called Marshall, which I know a thing or two about.
Yeah, Harry went for
A3.
Yeah, a weird anti-Marshall setup.
A3, it's a move. Nigel played this against me. It's supposed to be so slow that here you can even get away with improving your bishop.
I think I played Bishop C5 in this position against Magnus in a Vike tournament, and I was slightly worse, but I eventually won that game. That was a long, long time ago.
I think your name drop beats my name drop. No offense, Mr. Short. Anyway, Bishop C5 is a move here, but of course you can also play D6, but then White can argue, okay, why is my A3 less useful than
I think
A3
Nigel was connecting with playing C3 in this position, whereas Harry goes H3. Those are the two options, really, because you don't want to be allowing Bishop G4.
This is an old line. Normally you reach it via C3, D6, A3, where I thought Bishop E6 was supposed to be the move in my days.
Yeah. Plenty of options, obviously, for Black, because A3 is a lot less useful than H3 in these types of positions. But yeah, Harry goes for a slightly different idea. He goes H3, and here Radek decides to play the normal stuff, not really concern himself with the intricacies of.
This looks like a very inoffensive version for white, because normally the point of all these slow lines is you only do this once a bishop has arrived on b7. This makes a big difference. d3, d6, a3. Now this is normal stuff, because this bishop really wants to be on e6.
Yeah,
later.
and the way Harry is playing it, Black is incredibly happy with his bishop steal on
It's
c8.
sort of too tempy up to compared to
This is this is a really weird approach, because knight c3, knight c6. To my eyes, Black just gets a fantastic version of anti-martial slash 6d3 lines, because white will eventually have to play d3, transposing to those positions. But with the bishop never having gone to b7, Black
having spent
a
lot of the World Championship match looking at these positions, I can confirm that this is a very good version. I believe what happened is Harry was surprised by e4, e5, thought, okay, I'll surprise Radek in return. I believe Radek in the past also has not been a castles player, but more of a d6, knight a5 guy maybe in his limited outings. d6, bishop b7. I should know such stuff by now.
Maybe I haven't seen too many games by Radek in classical Spanish with Black.
All right. Anyway, what Harry is playing is not very dangerous for Black.
No.
Of course, White is not worse necessarily, but Black has a fantastic version.
Necessarily, I think, wasn't required there. White hasn't done anything nearly horrible enough here to be worse. But I don't think you pose problems like this. And bishop e6 chosen by Wei Yi against Richard, to which Richard replies by the immediate knight c3, not starting with g3. I like g3, but I think it might still follow later. This way he also fights against d6, d5, at least for the time being. He could get a very interesting playable position, actually.
Passion Grandmaster is pointing out the same line in the King's Gambit that I mentioned, that Stockfish after bishop c4 gives queen h4 check, followed by d6. Good luck convincing him otherwise. But Wesley apparently is thinking after 8d4. Has not
that is the surprising bit,
blitzed out a move.
If you make all of these moves fast and start thinking after d4, something is not quite right.
I think I jinxed him by giving this speech that all these guys know everything about every sideline. So
maybe he just expected castles automatically, and then he can play. I mean, the knight can be chased away from d5, and you don't lose the f4 pawn straight away, or at least you're not threatened with the pawn on f4 dropping straight away, and you have a lot more creative freedom.
Mr. Svidler on Increments is asking, does Trent come back to commentate later on the week? Yeah, but the bad news for you is he's not going to replace me, but Peter, because Peter is going to Gibraltar. So from Sunday on, it will be Lawrence and me.
I'm still here today and tomorrow, and then I'm gone. Poof.
Wow, that was very Sherlock Holmesy.
Come on.
Effect.
There was a Kaiser Soze reference, but okay.
Fair enough. So are you referring to yourself as Kaiser Soze?
Yeah, I realize I probably shouldn't have done that.
Just curious.
That's a bit ridiculous.
The biggest trick the devil ever pulled on us was making us believe he doesn't exist. This is the Aronian Carlsen game I was talking about. The two options here, knight takes or queen takes on the board, and Levon played your move, knight to a4. Very logical, opting for these squares.
Knight c6, queen b6. And now Magnus, but Magnus is playing so fast that I think it's very safe to assume that this is still very much his preparation, because rook fe8 followed by queen c8 would not be my initial reaction. I would probably attempt to start with bishop d8, but I guess then even knight c5 might be unpleasant. And you get stuck. You get stuck with this rook on a7, and you might regret your life choices later. So he does rook fa8 first, knight c5, queen c8, and left plays a3, continuing to play reasonably fast. So it's very possible that they are still both in very much in their preparation. Absolutely.
We'll see how this goes so far. Comparing notes.
Yeah.
Anish versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Every time I say Nippon Nishi, it makes me think of Oren Ishii from the movie Kill Bill, because RZA did a song called Ode to Oren Ishii. And I want to dedicate this song to Oren Ishii, half Chinese, half Japanese. So I always think Jan Nippon Nishi is half Chinese, half Japanese. It's a little personal story.
We are very touched.
It was very touching.
Yeah, he is not though, but
No, he's Russian. Is he only half Russian? Is he half Russian, half Japanese? It could still work. Probably not.
yeah, probably not. But probably best not to get too involved in the ethnical discussions early in the day.
That wasn't my intention. My intention was to point out that Oranishi rhymes with Nipponishi, because it's not pronounced Nipponishi, as we in the West believe. But it's Nipponishi, right?
Yeah.
Like Oranishi. Half Chinese.
This is
half
where the story
Japanese.
this is where the story doesn't check out for me, but like
Nipponishi and Oranishi, there's nothing there? Ishi?
yeah, okay, I'll give you that. You seem to be very intent on making this work, and who am I to take this away from you?
I don't know. I'm willing to have an open conversation about it. If you're saying there is no resemblance between Nipponishi and Oranishi, I will accept your
But there's a
judgment.
and the inflection is on a different syllable there.
What?
Okay. My apologies.
Don't use weird words when we're discussing Oranishi. I haven't even seen that movie, Inflection. It's the one with the skyscrapers turning and stuff, right?
I've no idea.
No, that's Inception. Nothing works today. Anyway, boring position, Najdorf, blah blah, d5 weak, bishop dumb. What do I know?
I think when
Go H6,
Magnus
knight
played
six,
when Magnus played, I think Magnus played g3 against Giri himself in the Qatar Open, right?
I'm not sure if that was g3. Was this kind of structure? Maybe
Yeah,
it was
and Anish after the game said, trust Magnus to play the most non-Najdorfy thing against the Najdorf. And now he's sort of doing it himself. Things change.
Explain. What does Black want to play this, or is Black concerned about this?
That's what I was trying to decide, if I can maybe even waste the tempo on h6, but that feels very artificial. It's an important tempo potentially. I think I go rook c8, because one thing I don't want to allow is knight d5 followed by queen takes d5 if I take it with the bishop. So I want to put some pressure on the c2 pawn to make you force you to take with the pawn on d5 if you play knight d5. So let's start with rook c8.
Whenever I say something not 100% chessy, people are now saying, we got some radio yarn, it seems. Nah, that was very radio yarnish. Rook c8? Why rook c8?
I just gave a speech on why rook c8.
Ah, see, I was very concerned with the radio yarn thing.
Knight d5, bishop d5, I don't want you to take with the queen, is the reasoning. I want you to take with the pawn, and then I'm reasonably happy I will play bishop g5 and claim I might be slightly better. So that would be one move here. Knight f6, bishop g5, rook c8 is also, I think, possible, because these days they aren't very afraid of this trade, because they bring the rook out to c5 and they claim you will never actually settle a piece on d5, be it a minor piece or a heavy piece.
Giri played a similar structure against Kayakin earlier in this tournament, right?
But there White had two knights, and he could try and maneuver the second one to try and occupy the d5 square, and even that failed. And in this position, yeah, if you give White unlimited time, he will take on f6, play queen e2, double the rooks on the d file, get the knight settled on d5, and then he will be maybe even significantly better. But in real life, Black goes rook c5, maybe queen c7, and this never actually comes to pass, so to speak. Yeah.
All right, roughly equal stuff. Wesley has decided on rook e8, e5, f6.
Very, very curious
Drastic
choice.
measures.
Yeah, very,
c6, knight f4.
Yeah, very curious choice, because it seems like you are now kind of begging to equalize. Like castles you will have to take.
It looks fishy, doesn't it?
It looks horrible. looks horrible. Might still be enough for some kind of equality with very precise play. Like castles, I take. What do you take with?
Oh no, let's try this
Yeah,
first.
I wanted to take on d1, go bishop g4, followed by knight d7, and claim I am just in time. But here I probably lose a piece after h3, which is kind of regrettable. Bishop f5, g4, I seem to have to resign. This loses the other piece. Yeah, no, if he has to play c6, f6, something has gone badly wrong in the opening. This much we can say, I think, with almost absolute certainty.
There's other moves here, like knight d3.
Yeah, maybe he really felt like he had no choice, but this is not something you do happily. Yeah, knight d3 is also very much.
Oh, this is very bad news for me. No, every time I give a rant about the King's Indian, people will say, but look, remember the game Adiban Wesley, so White was winning against after 10 moves. How do you get a winning position after 10 moves? King's Indian is great. These will be tough times ahead. And I won't even be able to argue, because it's true. You're not getting a winning position in the Berlin against Wesley after 10 moves.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is winning, it's exaggerating, but it's better than what you get
Also,
in the Berlin.
you called it King's Indian 3 times in a row, confusing me greatly.
King's
But
Gambit, King's Indian, and they're both horrible openings.
yeah, 93. The more I think about it, the more I like the move. But you kind of want to play castles because it's the most tempo move in the position, and if it works, you will just be much better. We could also try to take with a pawn, where black doesn't win it back immediately, but he does get play bishop c5 check, followed by I guess takes bishop g4.
Yeah, this felt less.
Yeah, this somehow is
challenging
not appealing because knight d7, the pawn on e5 will be.
Keep it, but it doesn't look like.
Even here you obviously get some pressure, but yeah, bishop. I thought bishop g4, but then after rook e1, once again, even here you haven't equalized. Knight c5, bishop somewhere, yeah. No, bishop b3. No, bishop b3 you can take on f3 and on e5. Yeah, so let's say I go bishop f4 instead.
No, you're probably a favorite to hold something.
Yeah, no, but this does feel like you will make a draw with black. So yeah, I would prefer to take with the knight on e5, structurally wise. Yeah. There's also bishop e5, d, queen b6 check, and rook takes e5. But there it does feel like you could very easily blunder mate with black.
Yeah, things have not gone according to plan for Wesley, and
No.
it seems like maybe he had seen the same thing I had seen. I can't even remember where. That's some vague recollection of this move being recommended here, but it did not.
I don't think it was in connection with
Occupy.
this. And also, if you want to play c6, you could have and probably should have played c6 on move 7. Like if you include c6 here, and
At least this is not
yeah,
happening.
at least it's not gonna fall immediately. Although you are still probably not enjoying yourself greatly because, you know, for a king's gambit, this and now now I'm infected with the horrible contagion of calling this opening King's Indian. Yeah, this looks nice.
So future people, do this.
Yeah.
Pawn up. Keep the pawn. Queen h6, bishop e6. Go g5 if you have to. Just hang on to it for dear life. Because this is what happens if you do this modern stuff. Returning pawns, quick development. Trouble. And yeah, Adiban. Is he gonna defeat Kayakin and Wesley So back to back? Not the easiest guys to beat.
And I think this position is not horrible enough yet to be absolutely certain of White winning it. But yeah, he would not have gotten anything like this had he tried competing with Wesley's knowledge in mainstream theory.
We'll see how this works.
Yeah, let's wait for him to make a decision. There's a number of moves he can choose here over the most obvious one, which is castles. Even bishop e3 is maybe not entirely pointless. Knight d3 is a move. Even queen e2, I'm struggling to convince myself is any good. Okay, moving on. I guess there's plenty of things we haven't really touched yet.
We haven't touched this at all. The Elyanov Kayakin Battle Royale. And slightly surprisingly, at least for me, Pavel plays e4. He does this sometimes, I believe, but not regularly. And he thinks Sergei Karyakin's weakest spot is the Berlin, which Sergei must have looked at a little bit before the World Championship match.
Yeah, you assume so, but Pavel is also a Berlin player himself, and I guess he found some setups where he thought he can put some pressure on Sergei's opening.
All of this has been played and discussed a bazillion times. Bishop c6, c3, or castle, the three main moves here. Pavel goes for the structure choice. Bishop takes c6, dc, queen e2, knight d7, because now the pawn is actually hanging.
Yeah, queen e2 is maybe not the most popular of moves in this position, but he's connecting it with a somewhat fresh plan, because normally the knight goes via g2 to either c4 or maybe in some positions to f1, and also to b3 occasionally. But he goes for knight c3, which looks okay, and then knight g1, which is not something I've seen before.
This is the new idea. Why is this so great? I don't get it.
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, you do get it to e3, which is a decent square, but you could have gotten it there.
Put it here. And
yeah,
then
yeah. It's not immediately obvious why it's better to do it this way than the sort of universally accepted way. And after knight f8, he also made a move which is somewhat confusing. But I assume the idea is to play knight h4 at some point. Otherwise, I just don't see why this move has been made.
it's defending against knight e6.
Yeah, but why not wait for knight e6 before playing g3? Why not start with bishop g2?
Then I can jump. Yeah, I hear you. I don't understand any of this.
I mean, if he goes,
Even if I play this, what do you want?
well, I mean, why are we not playing knight e6?
Oh yeah, that's that.
But maybe he wants to go knight f5. Maybe that is the reasoning.
Okay. I thought c3, but
No, but c3 is just the you just don't want to make that move at all.
Okay.
Maybe this is the idea, but
This is, to me, it's very odd because I respect Pavel greatly as a theoretician. And clearly, he thought about this. It's just too hard for me to understand.
yeah, all these positions are, you know, on the one hand very very similar to each other, but on the other there are these minor differences you could try and exploit. But I actually did look at them a little bit in my life, and it's very difficult to understand, even if you spend a couple of hours working on all, just to understand where pieces belong and which structures you should be aiming for. One thing they've been doing recently in these types of positions is just playing g4 reasonably early on and giving black this option of taking on e3 and picking up that pawn on g4 in exchange for an open file, and black giving up on his bishop pair. So there's plenty of ideas here which are well, maybe not with knight on f8, but in general this idea definitely exists. And yeah, there's a ton of ideas there that you need to get acquainted with to start getting a feel for what the sides are aiming for. And yeah, Pavel is doing something which at the first glance looks a bit weird, but I'm sure he has a good reason as a player who plays this
One thing
with both colors.
often in these types of position, black manages to put his knight on g6 and his bishop on e6, which I think is considered to be a good setup because ideally black would like both his knight pieces on e6, but that's not legal. So Pavel, at least against this setup, now he can go
Sure.
h4, so this doesn't make sense.
Sure, knight g6 is no longer really a move you can consider with a pawn already on g.
I'm saying he's trying to force black to put the knight on e6 and then he can argue, but now the bishop didn't get exchanged, didn't get developed, and in this structure it's not so easy.
Another
to
thing that
get it out.
he actually allowed here is the move bishop h3, which might not be completely pointless. It doesn't do anything at the moment, but I want to follow it up with knight e6 and have this kind of a setup, and it might be useful later.
This bishop also doesn't
I
have
guess you
much
just
flexibility.
castle queenside and say nothing bad has happened to me. But here, once again, there is some consideration for knight g4, knight d4, e d4.
Yeah, sure.
And then just start pushing. Sergei, on the other hand, after some thought, played just simply knight e6. And now we will find out if Pavel wants to go knight f5 or c3. Because if you wanted to go bishop d2, you probably would have played bishop d2 on the previous move. If he goes bishop d2 here, you know, the best explanation I can find for that is that was a very clever time-winning device. Because Sergei probably had the response ready for bishop d2, and g3 confused him and maybe stole 10 minutes from his clock.
Maybe.
These things are also useful, but I expect something something else, frankly.
Very subtle stuff. Richard Rapport against Wei Yi, also subtle stuff, but sort of less trodden path. Knight c3, Wei Yi decided not to help
Yeah.
white structure.
Yeah, those positions I actually quite liked for white.
Goes knight f6 back. When Richard has to show how he wants to arrange his pieces. g3 is a d5.
Yeah, I think d5, bishop g2, c6 is a bit annoying. And I'm wondering if Richard wants to play f4 here. But once again, I have a feeling I'm struggling from this.
You're rapporting.
Yeah, this rapport bias where I'm looking for moves which I would never consider myself in this position, but I'm trying to guess what Richard might do. b3, bishop b2 is.
Richard moves.
Yeah. No, f4 is just not good because after knight c6 you cannot even go f5 because of knight g4. Queen d3, knight takes f5, and the pin on the e file. Well, not the pin, but there will be a discovered check.
When you're playing, do you ever ask yourself what would Rapport do?
No. g4. Is g4 a move?
That's also very rapporty. We've talked about his.
That actually might not
Liking
be
for
completely ridiculous because d5 g5 is an immediate justification for it, and we're trying to fight for space on the king side. Yeah, we once again this lengthened fianchetto is something he's been doing. Here, on the other hand, you have to consider knight takes g4. That could be that could be a valid reason for not doing that. But knight d5, yeah, some knight d5. Yeah, I don't know which one. Well, this could work tactically.
Works, right?
Well, there's knight takes e3, followed by knight e7, knight c2, king g1, knight a1. Really weird position, but white probably wins. Knight d5 looks very strong. Queen b5, b7 is probably also not that bad, but knight g5 just looks very strong. Yeah. So not. That's probably not as alarming as my suggestion of f4, which just made no sense.
So from the Richardian moves, g4 is currently the favorite. There's also d4.
d4, yeah, d4,
is never
d5.
better.
Yeah, d4, d5, c6. Black is. I mean, the knight on e3 has to be justified somehow. It's not a very nice square for it if you don't get anything.
No, he's gonna play g4.
Yeah, g4 is a very serious possibility considering who is leading the white forces in that game.
1 second. g4. What about this?
Take, this is the same position. Takes 95 kind of wins, right?
Ah, it's
Yeah.
exactement the same trick, and these two are hanging. So yeah, we expect g4, and Pavel has blitzed out knight f5. You were
Yeah,
right
that
again.
was the expected outcome because I think bishop d2 just made no sense. You could have done it earlier. Adiban settled on knight d3, so he is trying to not give up on the e5 pawn so easily. And
Hold the fort.
It's a very understandable decision. It's an important central extra pawn. Why would you return it if you don't win by returning it?
These will be tough times.
Yeah, in the game between Luke and Dmitry Andreikin, we get a position with which I guess both of them are reasonably happy. But once again, like 15 to 20 years ago, I would just think white is winning here.
Yeah.
F4, F5 mate would be my thought process. It wouldn't be even a particularly eloquent, long thought I would be thinking here. I would just think, the king is on e8. It's not really getting away.
Do you think eloquent thoughts?
Probably not. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. But these days, you've been trained to think that most positions can be defended somehow. And even this does not look as outlandish as some of the other things we've seen. Like maybe he wants to go f6 somewhere, or this. This is an excellent suggestion because it stops f5 for now, and then you can maybe castle long.
h5 also already saying. I'm not that scared. I'm gonna
Well,
bother you before
yeah.
you bother me.
Sure, and that's why I was in particular interested in suggesting f4, because if you allow black to play g4 next move, you will probably not have an opportunity to play f4 anymore in this game. Queen b3 is a move, but black maybe just can just play rook b8, and you haven't created enough threats, yeah, and then g4 will come. Well, I think you start by playing a 4 here in your head and trying to calculate what happens there, because it's just so natural. That's what your entire previous play was based on, pretty much. You have this knight on e5, you want to support it by the f pawn and start breaking things apart on the king side.
You're programmed to play f4.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense on so many levels. I was wondering if maybe f6 is a reply, but it just looks...
Ooh.
No, yeah, but even bishop g6 check followed by, I don't know, knight d3 or knight d3, I guess.
Is this a threat? I'd like to...
Yeah, or queen b3. Yeah. No, this looks horrible. Yeah, I retract my previous statement.
We'll see what Luki goes for. He has not gone for, well, or maybe Andrejkin hasn't allowed him to, but it's also not Luke's nature to play very, very safe today and get a draw to stop the bleeding, frankly.
Well,
like if you want that, you can repeat moves even after here.
Yeah, I think black kind of needs to play knight h5 here, so Luke already declined a soft draw offer. But yeah, Luke doesn't take those. He is very, very well known for not really caring about his tournament situation or generally how he's been playing in an event. He just plays every game independently.
You got another move right. Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Rook c8 has been played.
Well, it's a very natural thing. I mean, it wasn't doing very much on b8, and on c8 there is an explanation for it being good there, even sort of an immediate tactical explanation. And rook e1 immediately played by Anish. Well, and it's a useful improvement move, and maybe sometimes it might go to e2 and d2 later in the game to improve the control white has over the d file and the d5 square. So, because currently it's not doing very much on the e file, but
at some point in the distant future.
Yeah, the bishop on g2. So, like it sounds a bit weird, but the biggest problem white faces very often in the g3, 5, 9 is what to actually do with this bishop. You develop it there and it has no prospects there. And yeah, you want to put it to some use. Rook e1 and Jan goes h6 quite fast because he feels that now that he dealt with the idea of knight d5, bishop d5, queen d5, it is useful for him to have a knight on f6 which cannot be traded off by the bishop on c1. All sensible.
Just generally this you're never worried about, right? Even
No,
with h6.
No,
because,
h6 is okay. Also f5, e4, bishop f6 is a very decent plan in these positions. And here white is locked in, so to speak, into this structure with the bishop on g2, which you can play bishop f1, a5, bishop b5, but even there it's not doing very much. So yeah, I think black is quite comfortable if white does this.
Speaking of quite comfortable, we might quietly... I was wondering, are we getting a move repetition here? I was keeping half an eye on this.
No, I don't think
Knight
we
c5, queen c8, a3, bishop d6, g3, bishop c7, queen b3. But no, the move repetition would be this.
Yeah, I don't think after
very
bishop d6
unforced.
you are... Yeah, I don't think you are forced to play. No. And also Magnus already has not played with bishop d6 and has played queen e8, which is a move... Yeah, this I understand. Knight b7 rook b8 probably works for black. And also you want to start bringing those rooks out from there. Here just rook b7, rook b2 in the end. I don't know which one. I would probably take the other one. I think the other one is stronger. And then your bishops on the second are very, very awkward. I guess you're still fine after rook d1, but you never go for this with white. No, it's an understandable move, and I mean optically it looks like white is better, but it's not that easy to activate the remaining pieces either. It does feel like this is the absolute best setup white can achieve here. Rook c3, knight a5 is not very attractive. At the very least, black will probably have some kind of repetition there. Also, I'm wondering if black wants to play e5, but I guess not.
Hinting, but g3 was sort of prophylaxis against that.
I guess not, because it actually does activate some of white's pieces, and d5 is still hanging. And
what's black's next move?
rook somewhere, yeah, but I'm not sure where. The fact that he hasn't played rook b8 here kind of indicates he wants to put it on a different square, but which square that is remains remains to be seen.
Yeah, it's weird. White's position looks much nicer, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
White doesn't have any bad minor pieces. So
No.
if these rooks ever land on normal squares, whatever, d8, b8, then black is 100% fine.
Yeah, and I think maybe an even bigger issue is that I'm seriously struggling with naming the next move White will make.
Queen d1.
Yeah, but then you've you've moved one of your good pieces to a somewhat less active square, and there's a lot less pressure on the queen side.
Sure. Yeah, I just couldn't find a plan, so at least you could advance those.
Yeah, but maybe here, yeah, you want to play before a4.
For e5.
Yeah, it makes e5 a lot more attractive. Although even here, d5 followed by bishop c3 might be fine for White. Yeah, queen d1. It looks ridiculous, but I'm actually in support of it because
I wasn't joking.
I know, but no, queen 8. I actually would prefer queen d1 to queen a2, because it really is very, very difficult to do something constructive that doesn't look like a retreat.
We'll see how Levon handles it. What else will we see? Oh, this is a bitter disappointment.
Yeah, I don't.
Upward, having the option to play g4, and perfectly good reason, because d5. There was g5 in the other line. Well, it's not here. Goes for hg3. I think he's just a contrarian. When we expect him to zig, he zags.
Yeah, and d5, bishop g2, c6. I guess he goes d4, and later he might still play f4. Now I have higher hopes for the eventual f4 later. Because black still has some coordination issues to solve here. Like if you play knight bd7, but the bishop on f8 is still a bit stuck. And if you want to develop it to g7, if you play g6, f4, f5 does gain in strength, and also it makes a lot more sense because you suddenly have targets to potentially play against on the king side. It's still a very non-standard, interesting position with 30 pieces on the board. We shouldn't be complaining, but from Richard, you expect a longer move on the g file than just g2, g3.
Yeah, it's a bit of disappointment. Harry has, yeah, we've mentioned this, not gotten anything out of the opening. Now, black can choose if he does all the typical useful moves in form of rook e8, bishop f8, and then he'll look around, maybe g6, maybe not. Or if and when he wants to do something in the center, bishop
I think
e6.
White is waiting for bishop e6 to play knight d5,
Sure.
but you can prepare for it.
You can also choose to do something like this. I don't think you do, because here you've actually improved White's chances, but this is always double-edged.
Yeah.
Or ed4 even, and this is what we've seen.
But
By a very different opening yesterday in, what was it?
No, but
Drake
there-
in Rapport?
My apologies, but there the c pawn was on c7, which meant that White actually managed to round up and collect the pawn on d4, which is why White was better. And here this will not be an option at all. So yeah, this is definitely very, very playable, aiming to just never allow the bishop on a2 to properly rejoin the game.
There's also this other theme which
Yeah.
people that watch the World Championship match will be familiar with, ignoring this guy for one move, so you create this threat and inviting White to take on either e7 or f6. Once again, compared to mainstream theory, black is 2.5. I don't know.
No,
He's a...
no, not in this position. This actually, because I don't think you want to play h6 in this structure, frankly.
Fair enough, yeah. Black, yeah,
No,
White has some useful moves.
Yeah, no, this is maybe the one position we've discussed where I feel like White has gotten out of this ahead. Yeah, queen g4, h4, h5, c3 becomes a plan because of the way the structure is looking these days.
I'm a simple, not just
We
wait
probably
for a double
should-
attack.
we probably should
Like
have
this.
we probably should have taken with the e pawn actually. I don't know why we've taken with the c pawn there because I think like this is the Carlsen's the Karek and Carlsen game 11 structure. But even here it's awkward because both e6 and h6 are hanging once again.
Not the move you want to make.
No, and rather goes rook b8, which is also a useful move in preparation for knight d5 because now you can take and bishop takes d5 will not force you to deal with the pin. Or the knight on c6 will be free to maybe jump to d4, or you can play whatever you want there.
No, the big idea is also to play a5, b4.
Yeah, that also is
Go with this.
a
we've
useful
seen-
thing.
I'm sorry for all the match comparisons, but we have seen... Oh no, sorry. How did it go? I can't remember. anything at all. Which move do people play here?
93.
They do play knight c3. We have seen this in the match, and I think it was something like this.
Yeah, something along those lines. And then Magnus went through b8. And
he
then,
also went for this plan.
Yeah, all of these things exist, and generally compared to the normal lines, yeah, black should be very happy. Once again, mainly because the bishop never went to b7 and had to return. It does have to return in many lines there.
All the standard white plans just feel like way too slow. Like
But here you're not
394.
Yeah, that barely works even in normal positions. With black having made 0 inaccuracies, so to speak, and having all his pieces ideally placed, this will never actually work.
Since I believe the first wave... no, actually we should look at this.
Yeah.
I was gonna say let's look at the challenges, but there's still some...
This confuses me a great deal. Why doesn't f5 win?
Andreikin met f4 with g4, not with my expert suggestion of taking queen h4.
No, this is very nice strategically. I'm just trying to figure out why 4 or 5 just doesn't collect a full point. I guess you play bishop c8, but how is it that you're happy about this?
That can't be the answer. No tricks. Queen g5.
Or maybe queen, no, but queen g5. I think this will not work. I mean, I will take on e4.
Can't make a way.
There are just too many pieces covering the white king. You will pick up some pawns, but you will eventually lose this. I mean, with the king already on somewhere around a8 and having both rooks on, I don't know, g8 and h8, you could maybe consider this, not with the king in the center. Now, this is incredibly confusing. I mean, bishop c8, I can't find how it loses on the spot. Because knight d5, bishop e5 still seemingly picks up a full piece here. And here you go queen h4, I suppose, and you claim that you have a crushing attack on the king side, even though you don't. Like g5 here. Followed by knight takes d5. This confuses me a great deal. Also knight takes d5 immediately.
That's why I'm wondering.
Hg queen takes g4 and yeah, ask.
Am I getting mated here?
Yeah, ask black why is your one check on the h2 square is worth your entire center. No, I honestly don't know what to say, but no, this has to be completely lost for black even.
Well, there must be some win here. 24 worst case scenario.
Can we look at how much time did it take him to play g4 here? It could be we're missing something simple, but I'm honestly I don't see what it is. So. Five bishop d7, knight takes d5. You're seemingly just a central pawn down.
He's playing quickly.
Yeah, but the position... Maybe he just disliked his position in general, and he felt g4 just gives him the best shot of... So it's interesting. It has taken him 18 minutes to play h5 and 11 seconds to play g4. So he settled on this when he was thinking about h5. And f5, bishop c8 are already on the board. Yeah, this is very, very confusing stuff. Why would he ever believe this was any good?
Maybe he feels morally obliged to crush Luke and is willing to take great risks, but that normally, I don't know, it's a risky, very risky policy. Because Luke hasn't done anything wrong, and he is, well, he's rated 2695. This is not...
No, Andreikin has maybe, I mean, not maybe, he's generally of this new generation who doesn't really know Luke, and maybe he does feel that he's playing some kind of an old-timer, you know, part-time chess player.
Also, white Luke and black Luke are two very different animals. White Luke is a very classical d4 player.
Yeah, but this is a serious misapprehension, which, if Luke doesn't have another one of his mediocre days, could get punished quite harshly. And because we were looking at timings, we had a bit of a look at the machine suggestion, and it says queen a4 check is almost winning. And I think it has a very beautiful explanation. because it suggested black already needs to play bishop d7 and give up on the d5 pawn. But after king f8, I think the point is you play knight g6 check. Takes king g8 and simply knight takes d5. And white crashes through.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Knight e6, rook f7 maybe. Although, yeah, I missed rook h6 and maybe this is not that great. Maybe that's not why this is winning for white.
Still looks bad.
It looks bad, but there is at least an extra piece to look forward to.
Yeah. Isn't this or
Well,
c6?
c6, knight c6, I think, is the
C6,
point.
just
Yeah,
take.
it just wins material. Although there's obviously all these speculative things here, like king f8, queen a8, gh, but yeah, you never.
Don't have a single attack.
Yeah, you never really give this mate ever.
D5.
Yeah,
How do you win?
or rook f2 or anything. Yeah. Anyway, the position after bishop c8 is already on the board, and
Yeah, we just take.
yeah, once again we just start collecting.
No, this is a nice move to make, but let's figure out what happens here. I'll just stare at it and wait for you to say the solution.
No, I've been thinking about this for a while, and knight g6 is what I came up with, but that was before you pointed out rook h6, which is okay. So it's a lot less dramatic.
Computer says queen a5 according to chess24.com. Not an obvious move, but probably very strong because you can't go c6.
Yeah, looks crushingly strong because
powerful.
it just. And the thing is, queen takes d5 is it's not just a central pawn. There is actually no useful way to defend the f7 pawn. So queen f6 loses to knight e4, queen e7 loses to f6. You'll probably have to play queen e8. And if, let's say, you play gh3 here, you're really hoping the queen will join the attack by playing queen g5 next move or something, and that will not happen because your f7 pawn is just fatally weak.
Yeah, here you will get mated.
Yeah, you probably are getting mated first. So yeah, but queen a4, queen a5 is really not an easy thing to find at all. It's just not the side of the board you look at. You want to be doing something on the on the king's side. But yeah, I'm not sure how black refutes the very simple h takes g4 here. That looked, very, very strong to my eyes. Just hg4, queen h4, knight d5, and say, show me your worst.
What else can you do? Start with this.
I think maybe hg4, queen h4 is a way to go.
This? Really?
No, hg4 without, queen h4 here.
Yeah, no, that's the main line I was wondering.
Yeah, but after knight d5 we took on g4, and that allows queen takes g4. I was wondering if I can play something like c6 here. It looks weird. And now bishop e5 and hg, hoping for g3 and mate. Because just to show why I'm doing this, if you take on e5 and on g4 without c6, I have queen takes g4 here, which wins on the spot. So I'm driving the knight away from d5 first. Not here, yeah, there. c6 and knight goes somewhere, and now I want to take on e5 and take on g4. But I mean, even this position, like rook f4, you get the feeling the machine will just laugh and say you've ruined your position everywhere, and now I will start collecting and your position will collapse.
You never know with these filthy computers.
True that. Cannot really disagree with that,
I
but
can ask him.
yeah, bishop.
Yeah, it's more or less laughing-ish.
It does seem to laugh-ish at us here.
What does he laugh at here?
Hg c6 is suggested as an improvement.
Nice.
I actually do, yeah, this does make sense. It probably doesn't solve every single problem black has, but I can get behind that move. Now we've managed to open some files on the king's side, but yeah, shouldn't work.
Yeah, Luke has some tempting options here, queen a4 check or hg. Both look good for white, and Drakin, extremely provocative play. Not so much his opening choice, which was, nowadays,
Yeah.
kind of mainstream, but h5, f4, g4 is really asking for it.
Yeah.
I'll ask the computer for a second why this does not work. I'm sure he has a reason. Well, he just says bad, but queen a4 check here. What is better? This actually makes sense, because here we covered d4.
Yeah, it does make sense here.
Okay, gotcha.
Whoa.
I know what you're woeing.
Okay, so Anish will have yet another...
Jan blundered a pawn?
I would assume so, yeah, and the machine suggests the same.
Not that Anish is not used to being pawns up, but
no,
he's
bishop
missed
h3. Bishop h3. You kind of need to check the tactics. Just go rook c7, then bishop e3. You can sort of understand why he went rook c6, because after rook c7, bishop e3, you still cannot really play knight f6.
Positional considerations. But before you allow bishop h6, you take here. Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Hope for the best.
No,
I
I think
h6
may have just been a seriously inaccurate move there, because of bishop h3. Yeah.
This is a cute trick. Let's just explain for a second. After takes queen g4 check, picks up a pawn, and black doesn't really have, maybe king h8 is better, but black doesn't really have any compensation.
I've been in mild contact with Jan during this tournament, and so far he really hasn't been impressed with his own play, and
he won't be impressed with this sequence either.
Yeah.
Is there any? Nah, there's no way out, right? It's just a pawn.
No, I think you can do this, but pretty much every capture on d5. Bishop d2, I guess, is also better for white. Yeah, but you can also just take and take on e7 or bishop d7. No, bishop d7, bishop d5 is a mistake. But this is just an endgame with a couple of extra pawns. No, this is a bit of a disaster for Jan, because
and also you gotta fight the urge to resign and pick yourself up here and make a fight out of it.
Yeah. Well, the game is not entirely over, but it's an incredibly unpleasant situation to find yourself.
This is the computer line where at least there's some bishop d2 around. I'll switch it off because I don't want to read these out.
No, but this probably is the best choice you have. But you're not going to be enjoying this anyway. Bishop f5, bishop d2, and either rook d1 or rook b1 are both sensible moves here. Because black also has weaknesses, and picking up the c pawns for free and rook b1 here. It's actually kind of unlikely you will ever pick the c3 pawn up, because your weakness is actually much more relevant here.
You must suffer. Okay. Actually, it's
going
to be breakthrough.
And once again, knowing Jan, he will just be sitting there on the board, thinking, "What is happening? Why is this my position?" And
Lord, give me the strength. Speaking of which, what is Wesley gonna do here? Computer actually doesn't mind Wesley's position.
Yeah, but here you do get some compensation, because the bishop you develop to, I guess, f5 or g4 will have a very nice. I mean, it's unopposed, and the pawn on e5 will be a constant source of worry. This is why you really wanted to castle, because once you play knight d3, you're no longer really trying to crash black. You're trying to hang on to the e5 pawn. But even the positional compensation after, let's say, something like this.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some theoretical Berlin lines that end with something like this.
Yeah,
equality.
It does look like black gets very decent compensation. Black is never better here, but he is doing reasonably fine.
Draw Gangster Anish says, please just focus on this game, please. I'm guessing he means Anish's game, but we don't know. And people are saying, same old story again. It's a bit too early to say that Anish did not win this position, because the game is still ongoing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go against the grain, and I'm going to say, today is the day. This is such a crushing blow mentally.
Yeah, I think psychologically, simply, you just feel that.
If I miss this, how can I not lose today?
There's all kinds of, and Jan is a very reflexive type of person. He will go into full self deconstruction mode here, at least for a while, and Yeah, it's a lot better to have the kind of psyche which allows you to just ignore what happened and continue from here as if this is the starting position. Yes, it's somewhat disadvantageous for you, but it is what it is. I think Jan will find it a bit harder.
Do you believe in the stereotype of the Russian soul?
Isn't it a bit too early to start a discussion on the existence of that concept in general?
Probably is, yeah. I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I don't like any type of stereotyping. And that was also a very well formulated reply. I'm proud of it. Queen b6 is, because Queen e2 and Bishop e3 is so easy to achieve. I'm wondering why this was necessary.
It's a bit odd.
Yeah, I don't really understand this move
Do you
because
want bishop c5 here?
I would like to put the queen back on d8 and play bishop f5, bishop c7.
Yes.
It feels like you're actually wasting time by doing this. Queen e2 is a useful move and bishop e3 is a very useful move. Yeah, I would very much like to put that piece back. Maybe he wants to go bishop g4, bishop e3, queen a5 check. But you are...
Whoa, here.
No,
Sorry, yeah, that was a
queen
miss.
a5 check, but I mean it just looks horrible. Bishop f3. Sorry, bishop d2, queen b6, and I can castle long now.
Do it.
And yeah, what have you done to your position? Why is white suddenly so well
Why
coordinated?
get these 4 tempi?
Yeah, it's... what is his plan after queen e2?
I don't know. Maybe Wesley was a bit rattled by the way the opening went and felt he needed to do something drastic when he really didn't have to.
Yeah, no, the positional compensation he would have gotten in the other line, I think, was very significant.
Ben Feingold in the chat is pointing out that Geary offered a draw with bishop takes h6. He might have been tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, you have a feeling this is not entirely serious.
This is fake news, ladies and gentlemen. The last time I've seen somebody go bishop takes h6 grabbing a pawn was Sergei Kayakin Magnus Carlsen game number
But that was a bit different.
4,
Yeah.
where it also backfired.
It did backfire, but there was significantly more counterplay available to black in the immediate aftermath of that move.
Ben2600 is also pointing out that Levon always plays bishop f1. Is that true? I'm
not
sure
sure about
if
always.
someone fact-checked that one. It might be fake news again.
Well, but it kind of confirms what we were saying about
No good move.
not a lot of constructive ideas available to white here. On the other hand, I'm still not entirely certain what setup for what black should be aiming for. The knight on c5 is still a very strong piece that needs to be somehow dealt with. Like you play rook c8, I'm still
Take it.
Yeah, he had that option, I think, and
Yeah.
he chose not to, and it would be strange to do it now.
So we say slight initiative
Yeah.
on c5 grounds for Dr. Levon.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Although, yeah, the things we were saying earlier still hold. It's very, very difficult to make any kind of progress here for white. But making moves by either side here is seemingly a difficult proposition.
Word. Anything else that tickles your fancy?
Well, Pavel is making very typical progress in this structure. They both are getting a lot done. Sergei already has the option of playing 94 and improving his structure, and structurally his position will be very healthy. But I guess white takes with a 3 knight and goes g3, g4, and says I have this beautiful knight on f5, and I will eventually somehow open some files on the king side and give mate.
Do this, I might checkmate you.
Yeah.
You might not. You just ignore it. Take bishop d2.
I'm not. Yeah, I think so. Takes fg. I could very easily just play bishop d2 here along castles, yeah, because your extra piece is not keenly felt here, because there's a full queen standing on the c8 a8 squares, doing absolutely nothing.
No, your king is very keenly felt.
No, I think you never touch the g pawn there at all. I think after g4, it's not really that obvious that white will be able to open files on the king side. So you play c5, b5, c4, and you say I have my own initiative on the other side of the board, and show me how you open anything on the king side, like g5, rook e6 maybe. But yeah, eventually something will start happening there, and actually g5, maybe bishop takes f5, queen d5, but yeah, then white plays queen e4, and these are very weird structures that it's not that easy to assess. But white did get a lot of progress on the king side here. At least he managed to establish the knight on f5, and it will be very difficult to chase away now. Even in the current position, I'm not even talking about this one. Once the pawn reaches h5, the knight on f5 is generally secured for the foreseeable future.
Good point. Pavel, yeah, this is a bit out of character for him, isn't it? Not only one e4, but also the kingside attack. But
yeah, he is generally a lot stricter. And one thing I wanted to briefly mention, what do you think about c5, c4 in the current position?
Here?
Yeah.
For black? I don't like it at all because it's hanging, which you might have missed. We can take this.
Knight
You lost the
d4.
pawn. Okay. Still?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm making much
What
sense
you want?
here. I think you can maybe even do exactly the same.
What is exactly
Yeah,
the
g4
same?
and g4 here. You need to kind of bishop takes f5
Address
is a
this
threat.
threat.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I can even do this now that I'm
And after e4,
yeah, that much further I didn't get.
because there I think I get decent counterplay against the e4 pawn. But here I'm not in time to do something on the e file, because you might just play f2, f3 next move, and then it will be very difficult for me to challenge this structure. I mean, it looks interesting, but might not be correct objectively.
Lawrence is back in the chat.
Yeah,
He
Lawrence.
is-
I think there's a lot of lively discussion in chat of the other event, which is occupying people's minds today.
You are talking about Ben Feingold's wedding. Congratulations, if that already happened. I think it happened already. Congratulations to Ben Feingold. Ben Feingold? He's not Bane, he's Ben. Ben Feingold is also in the chat. Lawrence saying, suppose you'll be at the inauguration tonight with your star spangled, and then it looks like our filter banned the word banner because it sounds like ban, so you might as well not allow him to say. What else is happening? He's a sharp player. Lawrence, your game during hit ban to blitz. Oof, it's also confusing. Piney 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If Joker met Peter, what would Joker say? Is that an introduction to like a common joke, like the chicken crossed the road?
I don't know where this is headed, and I'm somewhat apprehensive, frankly.
All right, moving on then. Challengers. In the challengers, there is a lot of challenges for me to find the right games. So who is Sopiko playing today? Bok.
Yeah, she is playing Benji, and we promised not to use the nicknames, but
No, as long as we're jumping around between games, it's fine to do a bit of Benji jumping too.
whoa,
Didn't see that one coming.
no, I am constantly impressed by the
Yeah,
the brilliancy of my co-host.
high art here.
Yeah, and Sopiko, I thought it was some kind of a Sicilian, but it actually was an 92 French. And yeah, the position they have on the board right now, I think they both are, I guess, reasonable.
Knight c6, or you go knight f6 here? I know that.
I think you normally go knight f6, but knight c6 must also be perfectly playable. And
Knight 4 f3?
well, knight takes d4 is a threat.
Well, having said bishop b5, I kind of understand it, but don't you normally... I don't know. I know nothing. I should probably disclaim that, but this
Yeah.
looks normal to me.
I would also maybe consider playing queen g4 in this position, but
Which also...
yeah, it might not be all that wise to concentrate on the opening of this particular game. They have a very playable position out of the opening, which I think will suit Benjamin Bok just fine. No theory anymore. And,
Long-term kingside attack built into the structure. If you ever manage to get these fellas rolling, Benji will be happy.
I think objectively this has to be very balanced, but yeah, lots of pieces.
I take black.
Lots of pieces on the board, and black is generally very comfortable. Very weird structure in the Dabrov-Lamy game. Just upwards of this one. How did they get here?
Oh, d4, f5, e4. There was some Staunton discussion in the chat earlier, and I thought, why would anybody ever discuss this Staunton, which is, I don't know. It's not the best way to meet the Dutch. It's maybe better than g4, but I'm not even sure about that. I believe it's supposed to equalize, so it's not.
Yeah,
as
knight f6,
horrible
bishop
as you
g5,
think.
bishop g5, c6. I think is maybe the.
Knight c6 is the main line.
Yeah, knight 6 is also fine, but.
This is all well established. Queen e2 or queen d4.
Queen
You go
e2,
knight f7 against any move.
Queen e2 has been played. Knight f7 takes. Queen knight takes e4. But I'm a bit curious because if you get what Erwin has gotten today, if this is actually what you're supposed to get, why is Black so happy about this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I meant to say something else. Didn't quite come out. I don't know. I haven't seen this d6 idea.
Maybe you're supposed to play Queen e6 and d5, but
After queen e2, are you supposed to play knight f7? I think you are.
I don't know.
I'll ask. The answer.
No, but that's.
For whatever reason, by the weak computer.
Well, you play d6 here anyway, yeah.
That maybe does not appreciate that this could be dangerous.
Or maybe it just isn't dangerous. But anyway, what they got in the game is Queen e7, d6, and once again, after d6, I would maybe.
This looks nice for white, no?
This looks fantastic for white.
Staunton Gambit.
Yeah, finally refuting the Dutch, and
As if that was needed. f5 on the first move, that's the thing I'm most disappointed about. By classical player like Erwin Lamy, serious theoretician. Playing move f7 to f5, move number one.
Sure, but I think most of that field feels like they need to play very sharply for a win in every game because they are chasing Marcus Rager, who set such a tempo for the field that I think people are.
So do you think for Erwin it's first or nothing? This is a must-win game?
Okay, you got me there, but
No, honest question.
no, I think d4 f5 indicates that maybe not a must-win game, and I don't know how strongly he feels about having to qualify for the Masters, but I do feel that it's a major motivation for a lot of the field. And
Another question here is, don't you bail out, give a bunch of your d-pawns back?
maybe, yeah.
a6?
I don't really understand a lot of these decisions, and I'm not sure h4, h5 was necessarily required. Now you go knight h4. But yeah, the bishop will be on c6, and black will just not trade the light square bishops, keeping the bishop on c6. And I mean, white is still perfectly fine, maybe even slightly preferable, but won't be easy to win this with white.
Nope. I've had enough of these crazy Dutch kids and their crazy openings. Let's go back to the Masters. Some offense meant, especially towards Erwin.
Sure, let's maybe do a brief roundup and then take a slight break now that we are an hour and a half in. Okay.
Finally, a rapport pushes a pawn.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
this
you.
looks like chess again.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. We were getting worried there.
There you go. He probably was mad at himself for not going g4.
Yeah, he realized he missed his opportunity
Please
for
push this.
something like that, and now he is rectifying.
Probably slightly worse, but at least we get a standard rapport position.
I'm not even sure this is so horrible. Yeah, there's all kinds of ideas. The bishop can be developed a bit too later on. Yeah, it's not ridiculous. I'm a bit surprised by this move, though. I don't really understand what this knight is doing on b5. But maybe it still gets traded for something. It's very possible that black just trades it off. This is still the same position in the Ilyanov Karakin game. Adiban did play queen e2, and yeah, now it's bishop f5, bishop e3. I mean, bishop f5 has been played, bishop e3 hasn't yet, but no, I think this is a huge improvement over what black could have gotten, and I like white once again quite a bit.
Loki boys, weighing his next move carefully.
Yeah, no, this is the correct approach here. This is an important decision. You don't want to bungle it. there's a number of options here which look very attractive. I mean, if he finds queen a4, queen a5, he will play it, but it's not that easy to find at all. I mean, it's just starting to analyze queen a4 check is I think the major challenge
queen
here.
a4, I think you can think about, but yeah, then you land on king of a to what have I gained and play this.
Yeah, queen a5 is a hard move to make, and Jan finally caught his breath back, and he did go for the most critical reply, but he is still not going to enjoy this position.
Suffer.
Yeah.
Levon put his queen on c3 once
Oh.
again, hinting at these plans, maybe hinting at knight takes a6.
In some positions, now that the bishops are no longer stuck both on the second file, if you go for some of those positions where you exchange b7 for b2, rook takes b2 will not be such a devastating move to be faced with. Yeah, maybe still some pressure for him. The knight on c5 is incredibly annoying in these structures, you have to say.
Yep. Still would not bet against a draw here, but I do agree. You'd rather be white here.
Yeah, and Luke settled on a move which I
F6.
would
Whoa.
make hesitantly, because you bring some pieces back into the game. Both the immediate knight e6 and maybe even bishop e5, g5, knight e6.
At least you stop queen h4 for good.
Yeah,
so
no,
don't have to
you
worry about that.
understand the reasoning behind the move. Now the kingside counterplay will be a lot slower and perhaps even non-existent. But you also killed off some of your own initiative. But white should still be better here. There's no way white is not better, objectively.
I don't mind it. We will be on a brief break and then we will come back because the break will be over. See you guys then. Thanks for watching. Welcome back, everybody. I'm glad you missed us. After the very long break, we are now talking about... Let's do this again. Hello, everybody. My name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm being joined by Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and I'm thrilled to be here with you, watching round number 6 of the Tata Steel Masters. We're in our top game of the day. There has been a series of significant events between Levin Aronia and Magnus Carlsen. Peter, can you explain to us what has happened?
Well, Lev went for a forcing continuation in this position, which feels like it will not really land him. It shouldn't give him very much, but I guess maybe he was worried about bishop f6 followed by e5 and serious counterplay. Because otherwise you play b4 here and you wait for a move. b4 actually creates a threat of knight takes a6. Black probably has ways to deal with it, like you can play rook c8 supporting the knight on c6 or do something along those lines. But knight takes a6 does feel like a very drastic decision. Takes, black takes on b2 and bishop e1 is on the board right now. And well, rook c8 is a threat and rook takes a6 is a threat. So perhaps Lev feels that he will be better even here. And his previous play was very much aimed at taking the sting out of the black rook appearing on b2. And black probably needs to be quite precise in the position on the board right now. What?
I'm reading the chat and Gamma Player 90 is saying, haha, Giri is so funny and so skinny too. Does he ever eat? I've seen him eat.
The answer is yes. To all of this, we agree with most of this.
Bishop d2. We've predicted this. Not rook eb1 or rook ed1.
Yeah, both of those make sense, and both of those lead to positions where white is better. But I think rook eb1 is just too fanciful. There's nothing wrong with just playing rook d1, bishop c3, bc, and.
I like rook eb1. It might show up in the EB DB, the EB database.
Okay. No idea what you're talking about here. But I get the feeling that if black doesn't take on c3 here, you will end up playing rook g1 later. Because there really isn't a lot in terms of constructive ideas here. Magnus made a move in the other game, and I think that is... that probably was a very important move to make, because those threats I was talking about, in particular rook c8, were very serious. And if white takes on the a6 here with the rook, I'm wondering how black makes a draw here. Maybe just rook b7.
Oh, turning the tables on the back rank business.
And reminding white that both of his bishops are still very much in the crosshairs here. Yeah, feels like black has tremendous compensation here. Should probably be enough for equality. And if you take with the bishop,
je ne sais pas.
But once again, as is very usual for these types of positions, the moment you give up on your one weakness, your pieces become a lot freer to create counterplay. And although, I mean, if white only needs a couple of moves here to progress very far, like a4, a5, and bishop f1, and black sort of is in a ton of trouble. So you need to be fast.
Bram Van Einaten is asking, why all the draw jokes already? Haven't you been around for one of these shows? That's what Giri has to endure whenever he's playing. The good news for him is while he's playing, he normally can't read.
Yeah.
The internet.
That also is we're proceeding under the assumption that he cares what he say about him during this show.
We all do. We're all humans. We all want to be loved.
By everybody?
I want to be loved by everybody, which is probably unobtainable, and that's why I'm always so sad.
That's a workable theory. Yeah.
And I'm also very sad I get 0 takers on my EBDB reference. Because EBDB, which stands for Eskimo Brother Database, is a reference to a show that Magnus Carlsen recommended to me. The best advice he ever gave me was watch The League.
Oh, okay.
And there, the EBDB is a big topic. Even the EBDB BNB, which is the Eskimo Brother Database Bed and Breakfast. But yeah, it doesn't look like anybody but Magnus has watched that show. It's not a big show. It's funny though.
Fair enough. And a very curious choice by Adiban. I don't really understand this.
C3?
Mm-hmm. Why would
What's
you...
not to understand? He's blocking a check.
Sure. I mean, he could very well still be better here, but I don't really... I mean, I like Bishop d2. I thought Bishop d2 was very strong, and I don't really understand why you would... well, create additional... I mean, the knight on d3 might be attacked from various angles now. I guess the justification is if black plays bishop d3, queen d3, and bishop b5, probably something like...
Some checkmates?
Yeah, knight g5 followed by long castles, or maybe the immediate long castles, you know, all of these things.
Queen c4, you still have queen
I still have
d5.
queen d5. Originally I thought queen c4 was just winning, but no, queen d5 is a reply.
This is another nasty. Yeah, this looks nice for white. Switch this up. Still,
Yes,
big trouble for Wesley.
yeah, black still is nowhere near complete equality, although you probably have to switch to some positional means once again, something along the lines of bishop c7, knight d7, and hope that that white doesn't have something immediate on the king side, because if white has to switch to full-time protection mode, trying not to lose the e5 pawn, it will be very good news for black here. I think with the king on g8 so unprotected and the queen now on a5 somewhat far away from action, you are a lot more worried about getting mated than you are about playing some endgame a pawn down.
Speak for yourself. Endgame a pawn down. Horrible prospect. Pavel Ilyanov maybe was worried about being a pawn up and stopped c5, c4 for good with a bit of a drastic measure. It's probably also directed against this future structure after knight d4 takes cd. Still,
Yeah,
not the first move you think of, right?
No, but they do play this in these structures. It's not the first time I've seen this, and yeah, it makes it a lot more palatable for white for you know, in terms of structures after knight d4, cd4, g4.
It's all way too complicated for me. But yeah,
Yeah,
this, of course, you do take the sting out of the long-term King's Indian plan.
Although black has the more immediate options to open up something on the queen side, like g4 we can play, you know, rook b8 or even the immediate b5. And I guess white actually doesn't accept this and plays b3 in reply, because cba6. I don't think you won this with white necessarily. Although, I mean, b3, rook h3, king f1, king g2. It's also not such a promising Volga for black. Or I mean Benko. I'm sorry, I keep on doing this.
We say Volga in Germany too. I believe most people probably say Volga in their native Tonga. There's some of the league discussion now. Later seasons are not the best. I disagree. Only the last season is bad. Pramot, whom I promised to be nice to today, is asking, how is Xander Cage? I just checked. This is a reference to the old Vin Diesel movie Triple X. I believe there's a new Triple X Vin Diesel movie coming.
Yeah, there's a... Yeah, it's called something to do with the multiple X's. Again, I'm not sure exactly what. They keep on finding new ways to call movies X something.
I was disappointed, because if you go to the movies to watch a movie called XXX, you expect something very different than what I got.
Yeah, that is very true.
Anyway, is it supposed to be good? Have you heard about this movie?
It's one of those movies where I go to a theater to watch something and I see a preview for this and I think, yeah, I probably like if I find myself in the vicinity of a theater later in 2017 and it's running, I might waste 2 hours of my life watching it and I will probably even enjoy it. But aiming specifically to go see it is probably not something I would do.
I'm not sure if Vin Diesel still has is still the physical specimen you need to be for such roles. Like whenever I watch one of these Fast and the Furious, and yes, I've seen them all, like he looks tiny compared to The Rock. The Rock is like 6'4" and 280 pounds. Then you have Vin Diesel who's like 5'6", and he's not
5'6"?
really. I don't know. I'm making up stuff. Also, why are we not talking in centimeters? We're both Europeans.
I don't know.
Anyway, Vin Diesel, I don't know. I think he's getting older.
Well, he clearly is getting older, but it's very, very possible to still be, Arnie has still been doing, Arnie is still doing things in his, what it is, probably mid-60s or?
Arnie might be 70 by now.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
Schwarzenegger. Because that's the only Arnold we know. We don't know who the Westworld Arnold is yet.
Born in 47, so he is 70, legit 70 this year.
It doesn't feel like it's gone, but you didn't want to hear this anyway.
Today. I don't think mainstream TV channels are ready for our brand of coverage just yet.
But you know what they have? They have... On TV it's tougher. First of all, they don't do live shows for 6 hours because they know it's gonna go horribly. And ever since Janet Jackson, like they have these 10-second delay things, even on live shows, so you can edit out stuff like that. And I got some almond piece stuck in my throat.
I'm very sorry.
I don't think you are. We'll keep going anyway, because that's how dedicated to the cause we are. How is the game of the day? Because this is the game of the day. Come
Yes.
on, Richie got a Richie position.
So far, this is clearly the game you want to be following. So after before, Black did play. After, okay, go on. You probably want to say something.
No,
After before,
no, I got nothing. What are you talking about?
move 10.
Oh, good.
Just
Humorous play on the move B2 to B4. It's not a bit immature, like B4 spelled B-E-F-O-R-E. Sounds similar to B4 as in B number 4, but it's not the kind of jokes we do on this program.
yeah, I'm sad.
So after B4...
I'm still waiting for you to click on move 10 so that we can start showing some positions.
Ah, okay, I didn't get it. I thought you were just going for the silly B4 joke and not caring about the chess content whatsoever.
So d5 we expected, and b5 was also, the logical follow-up. But we were trying to play knight e7 here, which is a lot more restrained than the move we went for. Knight e4, queen d3, followed by c5. Yeah, this is very drastic, and yeah, this is a very strange construction. There's this knight on d4, which cannot really be challenged by... Well, it can be traded off if white wants, but... Yeah, the knights on c3 and e3 feel a bit silly, yeah, with the knight still on... with a knight on d4 in front of them. And Richard decides not to take on en passant here. Although... You would say this is definitely an option here. bc6, knight takes c6, and we can take on d5, can't we? like knight, whichever I think. Yeah, you take with this one. I have to take with the knight as well. You probably castle long. I guess he didn't like this position, and probably with good reason. Because c4, there's a number of options here. I guess knight b4 is just the simplest.
Not his style to sell out for a measly pawn. And here
Although
it's probably...
knight before queen c3, I actually white once again. White is one move away from being totally winning. So I'm not sure how bad this is. This is very definitely a consideration.
Maybe.
Maybe
I don't like it one bit.
Why?
I can't see. Only trusting my very well developed spider sense. Rook e8 now. Castle.
Rook e8 I will castle. Bishop f5 is a more serious move, but let's say I play queen c3 anyway. Rook e8. Yeah, this probably is a problem. Yeah, because knight e3, bishop b4, or bishop c5, d4 even. Yeah, black gets a lot of play here for only one pawn. No, I don't want to play king f1 with the light square bishop still on the board. I was happy about bishop takes d5, cd5, rook e8, check king f1, because there I would feel reasonably confident I'm not going to get mated. Okay, then it's probably a good thing that Richard did not take, and still doesn't work. Yeah, no. So it's Buzz kills the people who actually fixed the en passant bug.
Buzz Killington. Who's better and why?
I'm not sure. I understand it's a boring answer, but it's the one I'm going with. I probably prefer white, knight e2. Although I might have to sacrifice the b5 pawn.
This looks like another chess 960 position.
Actually, I'm not. Yeah, I probably shouldn't start with knight e2. I probably should start with a4 first. Black already castled. But I guess black also goes h5, h4 and tries to give mate on the other side. So, yeah, it's not.
Well, he is not shy about giving mate either.
No, not at all. Yeah, it could be very, very sharp. Could very easily either devolve or evolve depending on your outlook on how chess games should look into a race. Who gives mate first? Black currently is, I think, ahead somewhat. You can play h4, but you get the feeling that even g5 might be a decent reply to that.
I don't like white's position, because white, once again, my main criticism of Richard's approach to chess is he normally doesn't fight for the center, but often his opponents get it. Well, he's busy pushing his g and b pawns. And this might be oversimplifying things greatly. But I'd be worried.
There's also the issue that it's very, very difficult to actually open any files on the queen side. You would consider playing b6 here if black would give you a promise to take, but black will just play a6 and ignore it. And you're not really achieving very much.
Story of my life. Anders 2400 is being way too kind. He's saying the only problem with commentary by Jan and Peter, he's even spelling your name. I believe is the official spelling, is I may lose my job. I don't get any work done for days.
You should work at night.
No,
you watch this show and then it's 9 p.m. and this is where you, we assume you have a key to the office, so you go to work at like 9 p.m. and you work until morning.
I'm very surprised we have a viewer with a job. Like, our key demographic really is... I'm wondering what I can say here. Is unemployed is the word I was looking for. Anyway, Anders, I'm sorry if we did get you into trouble. And I understand it's not ideal TV time to start at 1:30 because most people are still at work then.
It will be better tomorrow and day after tomorrow because people will have more of an excuse not to do anything productive and to watch us struggle with our coughing fits. And
I've noticed that no one ever watches on the weekend. Like, you would think you would get bigger numbers on the weekend. Nah, it's the Thursdays and Fridays when people are half at work, which undermines my everyone's unemployed theory, but don't really feel like working anymore when people are working. On the weekends you have plans to do, like you take your kids to whatever your kids are doing, like flute lessons or sports events, or you go to church, or you meet friends. Okay, that's unlikely with chess players, but People have actual things to do on the
Yeah,
weekend.
today is a. This is a very, very dark show we are running right now.
Why? Because of the Back in Black message?
No, just I think the general tone today has been a lot darker than the one we generally achieve. But
Really?
yeah,
Are we normally light and cheerful?
I think we generally display a very sunny disposition. Yes.
Whoa. Very sunny disposition. We got B5 right.
Yeah, we did get b5 right, even though it happened to move earlier than we expected. But I still think Pavel just ignores it. You generally just blitz out b3 and says, yeah, next.
Dark Horde is asking, Jan, do you have a job? Touche. I'm doing this because I'm enjoying it, which is true actually. Bass player 17 says, I'm 17, so. No, he's bass player 1441. It's not bass player 17. Anders lives in the Caribbean, so Vike starts at 8:30 a.m. Whoa. First of all, congratulations on living in the Caribbean.
Yeah, you won the lottery there.
Second, I'm sorry for the early starting time. Still, I'm more jealous than sorry. Envious, right? I always mix up envious and jealous.
I think
Because I'm normally both.
Yeah, I think it's envious that you meant there.
I know.
And I want to, I want to further say that Anders gets a chance to watch live cricket, but maybe I shouldn't really. Maybe then
You're having such a good time, and now
Yeah.
you ruined it all by using the C word yet again on this show. It's supposed to be a clean show, and the C word keeps slipping in. Which chess game shall we look at?
This is all of this is very confusing to me. But I guess the tactical justification is that maybe he wants to play knight g4 and just win some material. But I really don't understand why this knight abandoned. Like, what does he want to do against knight g4 here? This is a very strange decision. My apologies. Things just keep happening which I have no explanation for. It seems like he decided to get a worse position for no reason. No? Knight g4, knight g4. I can take with either pawn, frankly. Like, this is the more obvious one, but I think e4 might even be more ambitious here. Knight g5. I want to play queen d6. No, queen d8. I guess. Yeah, because here bishop f4 is an issue. Queen d8. Maybe cb5, but seriously.
Loosey goosey.
Yeah. Even queen d5, e5, bishop g4 is an idea, but you don't need to.
That's cute.
This is not so stupid. Might actually be playable because I have to go to f1 and I can play bishop e2, bishop d3. Now this would be ill-advised. But no, but I think bishop b7 is close to winning instead. No. Well, maybe winning is a bit strong, but I can bishop b7 forces knight f4, and I can play c4 or f5, and some combination of those two moves.
Something's gonna give.
Yeah, why would you allow any of this? It's just, yeah, here you castle and you hope that you somehow survive with white, because I mean, if those bishops break three, knight e3 is an extremely weird decision to my eyes.
DC Trip 13, another guy who is not confirming my theory. He's saying, hey, just got premium membership at work and bored and really want to see some Jan and Peter. Thank you so much, DC Trip. I do believe that you're in for a bitter disappointment within the next 20 minutes. Not that you get fired for watching chess necessarily, but the boredom still being with you after seeing this. What's Luki doing?
Luki is doing very well, I think, but I mean, game is still of course in progress, and Black managed to stabilize, and I don't think White is winning anymore. But you always pick White in a position like this. I mean, if you can take on g4,
Give me that, yeah.
Yeah, and Black has no immediate useful reply, then maybe he is still winning. I guess Queen takes f6 maybe is the plan, hoping this somehow doesn't lose.
Gimme.
Queen g5.
Why? How can this not lose? This looks so lost. Rook f7, bishop e5 you actually get away with, yeah?
I think so. Marcus, yeah, that's what I assumed, but... King is... No, king 7, knight g6. That's an issue.
Bishop
No, king d8, yeah. King d8.
d8.
king d8.
Ah.
It does become very, very messy. And it's kind of a position where if black doesn't lose on the spot, he might have a playable position very easily.
Yeah. Or he might lose.
Fair enough, yeah. But I don't see how white wins, and white does have a number of things hanging. If you have to play queen f3 and I play h takes g4, queen f6 check, I guess. You take, you take on e5, you go king e7, and it's not that horrible anymore. Here maybe
Still
knight
in business.
here maybe knight a4 is winning, or knight e2 followed by something. It's even this position could very easily be very dangerous for black. But
So huge.
yeah, knight g5, rook af1. Yeah, we could still be in a lot of trouble for as black. But on the other hand, after h takes g4, what else would you suggest? If we go back to that position, if you recapture on g4 and I play bishop takes g4, are you just not? I mean, you're pawn down and your position is worse, no?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
I mean, maybe
the options available.
maybe
Is
he wants
this
to do
legal?
something like this, followed by queen c7, or yeah.
I'm not sure which one. Let's say this.
Yeah, maybe this is his point. Gh, queen e5, and hope to play bishop d7, castle queenside, and then you will have
Get that
compensation.
pawn then at least, yeah.
Yeah, that
There is a new hope.
yeah that is a sensible suggestion.
Fabi is not making any sensible suggestions. He's saying, I just googled Rook van Veli and can't believe nobody has ever made that pun. So you wouldn't only expect that Rook van Veli has been used as a pun, because Rook and Luke sound vaguely similar. You would even expect that someone put it into writing, that someone wrote Rook van Veli on the internet, which is normally reserved for important things.
Still, 0 results would surprise me as well.
Really?
Because,
For Rook van Veli? Maybe Fabi. Maybe we can now find Fabi's chat comment. Probably not.
yeah, that's unlikely. I don't think it has been indexed yet.
Rook and Bishop versus Rook endgame.
Yeah, you don't.
Adiban versus Luke van Veli. I don't know. I'm not surprised. It's not that type of show, Fabi.
Yeah, Luki needs to make some precise moves here, because I think with f6 bishop f5, not that those moves were wrong, but I think he gave Andreikin some time to consolidate, and now his position will be nowhere near as easy to break apart.
No, I agree. Sometimes on this field you feel like Luke is looking like a rookie.
Well played. Let's look at the art.
No, you're not really happy. You're just saying that. And where do you want to go? Magnus? Draw.
Oh.
Game over. Let's all go home. This was the only game we cared about today.
Well, not exactly, but sort of, yeah.
Because here there is not a lot left to play with.
Yeah.
I believe I would draw this position from either side against both players. Not sure that's true.
No, I think it is now.
Probably is
I
true.
think it is a safe bet. And after bishop p1, bishop b7 on move 25, the game did continue the way we expected. Rook a6, rook b7, and the rook had to hurry all the way back to c1 to make sure nothing gets lost along the first.
But that cost the a3 pawn, which means we're left with very limited winning potential because of the great mutual respect. Pieces come off and it draws a great game.
Yeah, so a correct game and potentially an important theoretically game in that particular Chebanenko Slav. I can't judge, but maybe
I can judge.
Is it theoretically important then?
I don't know.
You just said you can judge. Judge them.
So I can. I didn't say I was going to.
All right, and in the Giri Nepomniachtchi game, wow, excitement, pawn breaks. They got to the position we were discussing. Rook d1, bishop c3,
Oh,
bc.
he didn't play rook eb1?
No.
All right, takes, rook d8. We've made it here. Even rook ab1, rook c6, f4. We've had it all on the board hours ago.
Yeah, and here, no, f4 we were not suggesting.
I put f4 on the board.
Really?
I
Okay.
Pawn breaks.
And yeah, if e5 has been played since, and Jan is thinking, the material balance has been for the time being restored, but bishop e4 is a very large threat. I guess fg3 you play bishop e4, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
When you're saying Jan is thinking, just to clarify, you always mean Nepomniachtchi in 100% of the cases, because I'm not gonna do anything.
But seriously, FG3, bishop b4, I take on h2 as well. And I play, yeah, I think you can take. I don't think you need to hide. And yeah, I play rook c7, eg, rook d7. Bishop b7, rook b7, c4, I guess. But yeah, maybe this actually is very, very bad for black. Specifically because of c4 with the threat of c5.
I was wondering if it makes any sense to start with a5, but probably not particularly.
c4, and if rook bb8, which I thought for a second might be saving black, then a5 is very, very strong. And yeah, once these pawns get joined, once these pawns get you know, this is completely lost. You have to play b5, c5, rook bc8, but that also isn't very, very attractive. Yeah, here I think the only chance is to play b5. But yeah, I think you lose. I think you lose. Even cbab and rook d5 probably is very strong. And also c5, rook bc8, rook d5. I think will eventually be winning for white. Okay, so problems still very much remain for Jan.
Yep. So, Kiri fans out there, what do you think? Will Anish end this draw curse, which befalls him 2, 3, 4 times a year, and end the streak? I have no idea how long the streak is. I know it's a minimum of 14 games with London and Vike, but we still haven't really established what happened before London.
Yeah, somehow the chat consistently refuses to inform us on this all-important question.
Inform us about stuff, chat. You can normally safely assume we do zero homework, and therefore we don't know stuff. We do know, however, Pramod is asking, and this is Be Nice to Pramod Day, are Jan and Jan pronounced the same way? They are. It's a strange spelling.
In this case, yeah. No, I think...
Because normally Ian would be Ian, but since he's Jan in Russian, this is just lost in translation.
The way it's spelled, it shouldn't be pronounced that way, but we know his name. We know the guy, we know what his name is. That's the basis of our pronunciation here. Let's look at the King's Gambit first.
Bishop c8 has been played.
Yeah, Bishop c8 has been played, and probably is a good idea, because Bishop b4, you can at least take on c3 here, and you maybe don't lose your entire queenside immediately.
Why not? I still want your entire queenside.
Rook c4, maybe?
Oh, you want my entire kingside.
I might still lose. This still looks like a horrible position, even let's say ed6. But such a lot of pawns have disappeared that like rook a4, rook b6, bishop b6. I have some hopes of holding this. Because the c pawn is now on c2 and not c5.
Sometimes.
What?
Sometimes Anish doesn't win better positions.
It has happened before. This would not be an unheard of event. Look, he has taken on g4, and yet bishop e5, queen c7. Of the things we discussed, I like the most in this position.
And I forgot what we did next.
We kind of stared at this position for a while and then gave up because we can't really...
so hard.
Yeah.
You do something? Oh, this looks like self-made even.
Yeah, I mean, queen b6 check, you...
Oh, I have rook f2, but I'm not sure I'm thrilled.
Even... No, that's probably a bit too much. I was about to suggest d4, bishop b6, queen d4, and something like rook d8 followed by hg. But it's just not fast enough, and the queen on c5 will be very awkward. Yeah, hg followed by b6. Black might not be completely lost here, but I don't think this is the correct play.
Wow, Pramod is really pushing it there. I promised to be nice to him today. Is the month of January named after Jan? Is Pramod's question. And the answer is no. I don't know, actually. Probably it is after me. Named after me.
Very possibly. Why wouldn't it be? But, yeah, some confirmation would be nice. You can start working sort of from that thesis upwards. That is your...
But if we're operating under that assumption, it would also mean that the March of October is named after Dr. Octopus.
I think I'm allowed one heavy sigh per show. No, hang on a second. King's Gambit. This position, I start hyperventilating about knight e3, and that's not very healthy for anyone. What's happening here?
Wesley's gonna win the pawn back. They will shake hands. We all go home happily with a draw.
Yeah, but why after c3 and bishop c7? Why isn't white more winning? Because castle short does not feel like it's the most critical move in the position, but I'm struggling to figure out what I want to play here. Like, I was trying to calculate knight c5, but not sure it's that great. And anyway, what did happen was Adiban made the most obvious and the most natural move in the position, castles, and black played queen a6. But if you do that, I'm really wondering about the wisdom of playing c3 earlier, because now the knight on d3 is constantly a source of worry. Rook a d1, knight d7, and yeah, the pawn on e5 is hanging, and yeah, if you play knight d4, I think black might be better after bishop d3 and knight takes e5, or at least somewhat better. I was trying to make knight g5 work, but once again, I don't think there's any mate. Knight g5, bishop d3, rook d3, knight e5, and sadly for white you cannot play queen h5 because queen takes d3 is not only picking up a rook, it's also defending against mate. Nope, does not work. That as well. But so in the current position, after knight d7, maybe you are reduced to trying to protect the e5 pawn somehow. Yeah, but you don't. I mean, bishop d4, even c5 becomes a move. Pushing the bishop back, and then you pick up the e5 pawn with tempi. Maybe you have to play something rook fe1 and just say, okay, we now trade every single piece on the board and let's go home.
No likey.
Yeah, that's kind of sad, because you, as white, you feel like you got an absolutely dream position for the King's Gambit, and
I believe it's literally the best position anybody's ever had playing the King's Gambit, including games from the 19th century.
that probably is not entirely true, but
We haven't talked about this game much, so why start now? Rapport versus Veilly is still weird, and Rapport moved another flank pawn.
yeah. Even something like rook g8 is a move here. I'm wondering if g5, hg5 and something like knight g4 is a move here. But probably not, that probably is a bit too much. And giving up both the g-pawn and the d-pawn. But it does feel like black is a lot faster in his progress towards mating his opponent's king.
How would you go about it?
I think if I play rook g8, you have to play f4. I honestly do.
Rapport's gonna be very happy to blitz out f4. Boom. Next move a4.
Yeah, I mean it's not that easy. It's not that easy to disassemble. But it's
At some point, can we move this horsey so we free our
yeah. That's
pawns?
what I was trying to play.
Looks bad for white, doesn't it?
It does, but if you allow g5, I think you just get like.
I agree with that. But
Maybe you play knight e2 here and you hope you will be in time to create something. Like knight e2, queen e2, g5, but it just looks horrible. Looks like black is so much faster. You really haven't started anything at all on the queen side yet.
And we're being informed that January is named after the Roman god Janus.
That would have been my
Janus?
Janus, yeah. Or Janus. I mean, yeah, I think it's Janus, but yeah.
All right. So he was around before we had month.
Yeah. He had two faces.
I was gonna say,
notably.
isn't he the
Yeah.
two-faced dude? He's not a guy you would normally think deserves having a whole month named after him.
Maybe that was a way to placate him and make sure that his bad face is not turned towards you. Who knows?
Maybe he has 2 months named after him. What else are we missing? Kelvin Amari is worried about you. He's saying, Peter, is this good prep for Jib?
I don't know how to reply to that because it is the prep for Jib. Whether it's good or not, we will find out after Jib. I find it sort of not particularly constructive to doubt its usefulness whilst I'm still going to be doing this. It's one of those questions you don't want to ask yourself for fear of answering it.
Oh, I have lots of questions like that. Galactic says, what, there was a King's Gambit? Yes. There was also Radio Young. Fair enough. God of Beginnings, first month. Chess Chipmunk is working on a compilation of every time Peter said horrible in Chess24 history. I don't think he said horrible every time I've made a horrible joke. So thank you for that.
I'm also wondering if Chess Chipmunk is Dan on Twitter.
I don't think he is. But because Dan normally does like 2-minute videos, not 3-hour videos.
Yeah, that is that is a fair point.
Super Tech says, don't forget all Gustafsson. I am a narcissist, so as long as the jokes include my name, keep them coming. I shouldn't say that. Do the Peters, do you have a month named after you?
Don't think we do now.
Fiddlers.
Can we? And I can't believe I'm going to say that, but can we please look at some chess, maybe?
I'm starting to get the feeling that I'm pushing it today and taking you out of your chessford zone by not doing enough. Sorry.
Okay, so bishop e4, rook c3. We looked at this, but we didn't look at rook takes d6 properly. And rook e8 gf4 is maybe a much improved version of. Are we sure about that? Rook e8 gf4, rook c4, rook a4.
Why don't I win? Give me one of these pawns.
Yeah, because it's
probably this.
It's really very difficult to challenge this e5 f4 pawn center, and eventually I think the king will come to e3, and then the king on g8 will be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, that's pretty horrible. Let's try something more forcing. In the current position, let's try playing rook takes d6 and rook c4 straight away.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening at all.
I know, but I'm waiting for you to sort of reconstruct what I said, because I'm sure it goes in and then it gets filtered out.
Yeah, sometimes
it still is stored somewhere in your head. I'm pretty sure, and I was hoping that maybe
it's like in school where you're not really listening to the teacher, and then they say Jan, and then you panically try to filter out bits and pieces of information.
Yeah, no, I wanted to maybe try and take on d6 on the previous move. And play maybe rook c4, but
because I could remember rook c4, but I had no idea in which position.
I think the bishop just goes back, like bishop d5, rook d4. But actually, even bishop d5, rook d4, c4. Maybe I'm not happy at all.
Why would you ever be happy here? You're completely lost, and you've blundered a pawn in one move.
Hang on a second, bishop b6.
Still lost.
But even here, I wanted to take on d5, and I wanted to claim that this endgame after bishop takes c4 is not completely dead.
I thought you had blundered d7.
No, I haven't, but maybe I'm still lost even here.
Still lost now, even though you didn't blunder.
Yeah, gf, chh, yeah.
It's dead lost.
Yeah, this has to be bad. No, it feels like the position objectively is still very, very difficult for...
Why wouldn't it be? You blundered a pawn in one move against a 2-7... 70 player, even if it's Anish, there has to be some limits of what you can do to the guy.
Sure, I just wasn't entirely convinced that Anish needed to start immediate tactical operations on move 25, but I guess he worked it out.
That's because of all the bullying. Now, whenever he sees some way to complicate the position, he goes for it straight away.
No, I think the reasoning is actually more sound from a chess sense. If you allow bishop c8 here, if you make a passing move of some kind, rook b3 or rook d3, if black plays bishop c8, it's very easy to drift into some kind of a rook endgame in which there will be mass exchanges, like black will collect everything on the queen side, you will collect everything on black's queen side, and you very easily can end up with a 4 against 3, which you may not win.
Probably not.
Well, I mean, this structure is non-standard, so maybe you have more winning chances, or maybe less. It's difficult to judge.
And we are being asked repeatedly, and by repeatedly I mean once, to go back to the rapport game.
Yeah, I was
G5
wondering about that, but I'll be very, very interested to know what he found as a justification. Because of course you want to play G5 in one tempo, and white needs to take. You cannot ignore this. There's no way rapport doesn't take this pawn, and then you need to find mate. And I didn't see any mate. Let's continue sacrificing stuff. Let's go H4, GF, HG. Because white really isn't very well protected on the king side at all. But yeah, I don't see mate after FG3 here. Like bishop D6, knight ED5, we protect the G3 pawn. After rook G8, we have knight E7 check, very importantly.
So how many pieces can we give away?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I honestly am not sure about any of this at all. And I thought black would waste a tempo on rook G8. So
Not Weiyi's style. We've seen this yesterday. He doesn't like to prepare things. He just goes for
sure.
them.
Okay, let's try and make this work then. HG. There is knight H7, but it doesn't feel like this is the direction your pieces should be taking. There is knight G4. But after knight G4, white takes on D5 with a piece. Probably the E3 knight, although the other knight would also be considered. Because here there's... I wanted to say bishop F5, but I'm not that worried about bishop F5. It's confusing. It's a move you obviously consider, but I couldn't make it work. At least not immediately. It's not at all clear to me how you proceed after white accepts the pawn sacrifice, which I'm pretty sure Richard will do, because if you don't take on G5, you're just more or less lost. Allowing GH4 is...
He's got to take.
Yeah. It doesn't... It's a position in which you say to yourself, even if I'm losing here, I have to take, because I am definitely losing if I don't. But yeah, so far I'm struggling to formulate a refutation of this.
What else is there? We can sacrifice.
Yeah, but you're actually improving white's position as well. I take with the knight and the queen. I now have a c3 as an option later, and the queen is positioned very well on e4.
Yeah, this knight survives, covers a lot of useful squares.
No, this will be a very exciting game, but so far I'm very, very uncertain as to what Weiyi is planning after.
Weiyi must have some idea.
Of course he does. No,
G5.
no, this is not.
I have a feeling he wants something brutal here. H3.
Ah, whoa! But bishop takes d5 though.
I was hoping for this.
Yeah, this probably does work out well for black after h2, king f1, bishop h3, knight g2, and maybe even something like bishop f5 might be a move. Bishop takes g2 wins here. No, bishop g2 wins here.
Aye.
But bishop d5 though.
There's nothing.
Well, I mean, this leaves me with the h1 square, so it's a lot easier for white to control the fallout. Bishop d5, knight e d5.
Yep, that kind of matters.
Yeah. It does matter, but it's an easy move, and no, it's still very confusing to me.
The commutator says, computer says b6 is also good for white.
But that's
probably just because the computer likes HG,
yeah.
And he says whatever, even here.
Yeah, the inclusion of the inclusion of b6 AB just doesn't change the computer's evaluation. So b6 is not an important move to consider.
Unless the computer is a big genius and he thinks now is the time to throw in. But after b6, you could still go a6. No,
yeah, b6 a6. I don't think it changes a lot. Yeah, it might change some little bits of position, but no. We'll wait for this to develop, because I think Weiyi will his next move will show his intentions. Once again, we expect Richard. I mean, b6 might be played. These are the only two moves that can be played, because b6 doesn't allow gh4. Everything else allows gh4, and therefore is not allowed. That wasn't a good sentence. And
I liked it.
Harry has gotten something here.
Harry tricked him. He blundered knight c7. And if you think it's not a blunder because we can take, I do not think that Radek was intending to leave white with the 2 bishops and this powerhouse of an unopposed bishop.
No, that is a really, really bad development for black here.
It's just a blunder.
Yeah, you take on b5 here. And bishop b5, bishop d7. I guess maybe he didn't want to allow c4.
Whatever,
And
we
he
can
will
have
be
a discussion about this one.
Yeah. But, I mean, compared to bishop a6, you need to play this. And, I don't know, rook somewhere, bishop b6, and yeah, this bishop on b5 is an ornament. It's a...
Oh, ornament. Is that something with birds?
Yeah. I'm tempted to go on a bit of a Pratchett rant, but I will restrain myself.
Didn't get that, but what is an ornament?
Well, something used to beautify its surroundings.
Oops, sorry, that was a misclick, not an ornament. So bishop a6.
Yeah, and after,
has he just missed this? He must just have missed
I think you never ever do this to your position because he stared at it for a while, and he was actually considering going for this for a while. But mainly, I think he was staring at the board, thinking, "Why is my position suddenly so unpleasant?" Yeah, not the first one in this round to probably be having such thoughts, because that trade really is very much in white's favor. That bishop, when it returns to c4, will be an absolute monster. And Richard does play b6, so yeah.
I don't think it's in his DNA to just accept a pawn sacrifice without throwing it in a pawn himself first.
Sure. Yeah, this is much better for white now, and Sergei Karyakin decided not to make a move which I thought was giving him a huge advantage, and just he's playing a lot slower. He played
a6.
He played a6.
Why would you play a6?
And also in this position, once again, how do you not play 9? You know, this is extremely confusing to me because once again here, it feels to me like knight d4 could very easily just be winning, or close to it anyway. You know, it's just.
Do you get frustrated when people don't make the moves you expected them to make?
A little
Sometimes.
bit, yeah, because it leaves me with this feeling of not understanding something which I thought I understood. And
maybe you did, and he didn't.
No, but when they both consistently allow knight d4 and knight d4 is still not being played, you do get the feeling that it's me that's missing something. And b3 now has been played. All of this is...
it's all very mysterious.
Because now you can maybe even consider going knight d4 and cd4 and try to trap this knight, but there's bishop a5 there maybe. Knight d4, cd4, and bishop a5, but rook c8, I mean, all this. Although here you might actually not like it all that much. Bishop d6, rook c4, rook b8. Yeah, I have to play a3 maybe at some point, and then I will not like it very much. Yeah.
We could just ignore this game because it's too weird.
We could do that for a while, sure. Okay, so is Adiban worse now, or is he still making a draw because after whatever black takes on e5, you have queen f3? But bishop e4. Is knight takes c5 a move here? Probably. Is knight takes c5 a move here? Knight a6. Knight c7. Rook d1.
Beautiful. And we win.
Well, yeah, we win here. I'm not sure we win everywhere after knight c5, but... No, but knight c5, queen takes f1. Okay, that...
Oh, that spoils the great fun we were having.
Yeah, that completely ruins our enjoyment of this beautiful geometrical idea.
We had a question earlier. In school, what did you excel at except for chess?
That wasn't how it was formulated.
I'm paraphrasing.
But I want to answer the question that was asked, which was, were you famous because of anything else apart from chess? And that assumes I was famous because of chess, which is completely incorrect.
I know, but I thought it might be a language issue. That's why I paraphrased it.
No,
to-
I wasn't. I wasn't picked on. Neither was I any kind of a local celebrity. I was mainly ignored in school.
Were you ignored or did you ignore others too?
It was somewhat mutual.
Lone wolf.
Somewhat
Mutual.
mutual. No, I did have some friends. I didn't have zero friends.
But I thought the question was not about your social
No, my school
network, but about your
Acad-
academic accomplishments in school.
No, I finished maybe third in my class. I was, but it. I mean, it.
How many kids? 4?
Yeah.
No, is this third in the class? Is that a thing? We never.
Well, I mean,
Think in
you
these
get
terms. We're not-
you do get marks and you can compare them. So, and also in that system still exists. If you finish with what in common parlance would be straight A's, you get what is known as a gold medal, and that allows you a free choice of universities, and they kind of have to accept you.
But you also get what is known as getting beaten up.
You might, yeah. Although I think the only gold medal in our year was achieved by a girl, and you don't get beaten
No,
up.
girls are allowed to get straight A's.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
different.
And I was. There's also a silver medal, and I was, I think, maybe one B away from getting that. But
Sorry, man.
yeah, that
I didn't mean to open any.
that
open
left
wounds.
that left scars, obviously. Yeah,
I was an excellent pupil.
I'm sure you are. Can we scroll up a little bit? Okay.
Where?
I guess let's look at this.
Here? But
Yeah,
we've
so-
been here before.
Yeah, we've been here. Let's just mention that Jan did go for a line we were looking at, and I think bishop d5 here might be very strong, because it seems to pick up the pawn on b6 in every situation. Maybe rook c2 though. Maybe you take on c2 and you hope to survive this. Rook b6, king g7. Let's say. Maybe I can even include f takes g3, although I'm not sure. Yeah, rook c6 kind of wins here. Yeah?
I don't know.
I think it does. Yeah, the a pawn.
This is a bit of a threat.
The a pawn survives. So let's go back. Sorry, let's go back one ply. Rook b6. Rook d2.
R2D2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why didn't we see rook takes c2? I mean, it feels like Anish maybe. It's
How?
possible not to win this.
Very possible. This looks drawish. How does draw gangster Anish feel about this? I mean, our user on Chess24.
We haven't had any input from him yet, but I'm sure there will be something eventually.
P0M says Jan looks like it needs a few days of vacation.
Who doesn't?
Yeah,
Is there-
I
is
need
there-
many things.
Is there any point in anyone's life where you would say you don't need a few days of vacation?
Maybe on vacation.
Yeah, but apart from those 3 days per year where you are on vacation,
Speak for yourself.
I am.
I don't know. I'm normally meh. To me, this is vacation. Look at beautiful chess games. What's not to like? And this has gotten a lot messier than I thought it would.
Here you definitely feel that black is 2 tempi away from the position becoming completely unclear. If black manages to castle queenside and not lose anything in the process, this will become a huge mess.
Yeah, because the number of pawns all of a sudden is not that important anymore. If black gets this,
Yeah, castle
rook
long,
here,
rook
oh,
to
so-
g8. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it will become very unclear. So white needs to be quite fast here. But I'm not even sure what my piece is. Like, the first move that comes to mind is queen f3, but it also gets in the way a little bit. It also allows queen takes f6. I'm not sure if black wants to spend the tempo on queen takes f6, but if he wants to restore material balance, that option is open to him, for him here. Yeah, I think in as much as that is possible, this justifies Andreikin's choices, because you do feel he probably should have been objectively close to lost somewhere around f5, bishop c8. And now, optically, the position doesn't look horrible at all.
Don't know. It looks like 3 results kind of thing.
Yeah,
Could be
very
a white still there, but it's
Yeah.
a mess. Peter, do you think they should make more detectorists?
I
Or
would,
leave it
I
as
would
it is?
welcome more detectorists, obviously, but it's not a requirement. And I think if they decide to leave it where they left it off, I'm still fine with that. That was
May I ask what detectorists
you
are?
haven't seen it? It's a very nice British show about people who are detectorists.
Okay. That doesn't really answer my question.
A detectorist is someone who uses a metal detector to try and detect metal in the ground.
Ah, okay, so it's crazy people.
They're not crazy.
It's like doomsday preppers?
Also, I think there's Toby Jones in it, and we just discussed Toby Jones.
Yeah, I said didn't do anything for me.
He's a
I
very
think those were my words.
He's a very good actor. Anyway, yeah, I will definitely watch it if they make more. But
Is it fictional or is it documentary about people using metal detectors?
fictional.
Okay,
It is. It is very very good.
not interested. Detectorists is greatest thing ever, I'm being told.
It is one of the greatest things that happened in I think 2015 is when they started. It was certainly one of the highlights of my
Year?
TV watching year. Yeah,
Okay.
I really really rate it.
So it has nothing to do with detectives.
No. And this is well, I think Wesley is now definitely the side pushing, and
Wesley gonna win another game?
well, it depends on whether he can take on a2 next move, regardless of what white takes on d3 with. I mean, if he has to continue trading, it's just a dead draw. But if he can actually take on a2 here, which I can't refute so far, yeah, queen b2. It feels a bit loose, but on the other hand, if there's no direct refutation and black just ends up with some endgame with an extra pawn, black is extremely happy here.
Very happy.
Yeah, and Adiban is not blitzing.
happy.
Yeah, and Adiban is not blitzing queen takes d3, so he's also, I think, trying to calculate just how risky this is, and maybe has to take with the rook, where the same issues remain. You still need to find some tactical justification for being down a pawn. You have rook f3 here with the idea of queen e6 check, but it will not get blundered.
Ooh.
When I play h6, yeah.
Okay, this is sort of not the best sample line, but
Yeah,
this
no, it is a very beautiful geometric idea, but it's not going to get blundered by Wesley. And you can just play h6, I guess, after rook df3. So yeah, from being quite clearly better, Adiban is now in a situation where he needs to pay great attention to not drift into a very poor position here. Yeah, queen b2, rook d7. But it also doesn't create any threats. That's my issue with all those.
How did he not even manage to exchange everything with a draw from this position? Like if you're
I really
d4
thought rook
c5.
f1. No, I thought that wasn't just a mistake. I thought rook
You may have
f1.
missed c5.
No, you don't miss c5.
Well,
Adiban doesn't miss c5. He is a very good tactician. And again, he has taken on d3 with the queen, and now we will see if Wesley agrees with our assessment.
Maybe missed bishop e4.
That is possible. Although I'm not sure how much of a difference that makes. And no, but it does. Yeah, queen takes b7. There.
Big difference.
It does make a large
Check.
Or that. Yeah, or that. That's very true.
Anyway, queen takes on the board. I'll cheat and ask the computer if the computer likes black's chances here.
Oh, okay.
Computer says we have this little shot.
Yeah. Okay.
Very cute.
It is very cute, and it apparently immediately equalizes. And I think he will find it as well. I mean, it's not a particularly difficult tactic here. Queen d5, queen e5, simply. Yeah, you just need to spot that this move exists. And Wesley has taken on a2, and yeah.
For example, this. Start feeling this will. And
Yeah, the queen side will probably.
even though
Yeah, you probably have to not blunder a piece at some point, but.
yeah, I struggle with that challenge a lot.
But yeah, probably one difficult decision left in the game for Adiban. But really, he should not be thinking about equalizing. Somewhere around move 15, he must have been very, very seriously better. And I still feel like bishop d2 is. I mean, bishop d2 c3 is what you want to do with that bishop. It's a lot better on c3 than it is on e3.
Yep. No take-backs.
Oh, I understand, but yeah. Queen e2 played by Luki, and yeah, we are currently somewhat plugged in, and the position doesn't seem to be clear at all. Even the machine agrees it's now anybody's game. Well,
For shizzle. I think I'm not saying.
whoa. Okay.
This is where the money's at.
Yeah, why are we not watching exclusively this? b6, a6, hg, knight g4. So he was always planning to go knight g4, I assume. Knight cd5 has been played by Richard instead of knight ed5. Yeah, there was an option of bishop f5 here, which he ignored. Knight cd5 does look very natural, and followed by knight g4, knight f6. It seems like you have things under control here.
This happened.
Yeah, but then this happened, and Richard has already taken on b7, king takes b7, queen a6, king c6, and it, yeah, that would be a mistake. But after king c6, you kind of run out of checks here, don't you? And also, black is threatening some kind of mate on the other flank.
Richard just lost.
Well, the machine seems to suggest that rook f1 is strictly the only move in this position. And he has already taken...
Why would you not think of that?
Yeah, and he has already taken on g4, and there you do suspect that he will be just, yeah, bishop takes g4.
It's not enough checks, yeah?
No, you just get mated on the other side, and after queen a4, king d6, you have zero checks forthcoming. Yeah, that's never gonna work. No, this will be a very weird game to lose. Especially, yeah, especially if you consider that after knight d5, h4, you were not at all obliged to enter any of this.
I think Richard was just so shook that someone would push the g-pawn to g5 against him that he could not recover from that psychological blow. Even though objectively seems like white is doing very well in all these lines.
Yeah, that was
so where did it all go wrong? Knight c7.
Can we have a look at the clocks for a second? I really don't understand the speed with which all this happens. Once again, I mean, this is my constant bugbear.
Your bugbear?
Okay, so basically he has 35 minutes, and none of his last 7 moves has taken him more than a minute.
That's a bit odd, right? Looks like a position where you might want to spend a second.
No, but
Bishop takes b7 or
that's
knight
just
c7.
some kind of life tilt, right?
Something must have upset him.
No, yeah. Your theory of him feeling...
g5 really upset him.
Yeah, your feeling of him being really indignant that somebody would dare do this against him seems to hold true, but I mean, this really shouldn't be a topic of conversation.
I'm so intrigued by the phrasing of this question that I'm gonna answer it against my better judgment. Question for Jan. Why Peter didn't participate Tata Steel? In your video, you didn't say nothing.
Yeah.
I'm confused on many a level, but I can still answer for Peter, who's sitting next to me. Peter was not invited to participate in.
I also
Tata
said
Steel
it about
tournament.
five times during these shows, but we cannot blame people who are watching us for the first time today, although they have chosen the wrong day pretty clearly.
It's invitation only, this Tata Steel Masters.
And people are saying Anish Giri is winning. I mean, Wei is clearly winning. And let's look at Anish's position.
Did he? Oh, this is like a double whammy. Tag team. Because not only did he get in this one.
Yeah, this is very cute.
Punch moves later, he gets in this.
No,
Left and right.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is just resignable now because there's no way to stop d7. You just win a full piece here.
Just resign.
Yeah. Okay, so the curse is finally lifted. We assume, and yeah, I mean we do assume it's lifted. Here.
Now we know that.
Yeah, he's not going to blow this position because it's he's just not.
He shall not.
I honestly think that it might not progress much further. So after rook c4, let's just show what happened. After rook c4, Anish found a very nice solution to his issues with the d6 pawn, move 29. Yeah,
Like
bishop d3.
protecting the d3 part.
Bishop d3, and yeah, we were looking at rook a4, but not in this particular position. But I guess it was a lot stronger than what he has done. And here just king g7. No, of course it's not very nice, but the game sort of continues after king g7. But Jan, I think, thought that he is maybe even completely fine or something, and he went rook c6, rook d1, and this already is...
This is a nice little move, by the way.
Yeah, this already is huge trouble. This is lost. Maybe you can play bishop d7, but you probably also lose in... yeah, king f8, bishop a6.
But he blundered both bishop h6 and bishop h6 in the same game.
Yeah. No, I think he just thought this is equal now, because if white makes some kind of a quiet move like bishop, well, bishop b4 is not a quiet move, but then rook c4 is perfectly sufficient. And bishop a6 seemingly is the only way for white to get any advantage. The problem for black is that that advantage is completely decisive.
But he probably also thought this is equal now after rook c6 and blundered this. And then it's not only symmetry continues. 16 bishop h3 rook c6, 30 bishop d3 rook c6.
Yeah, lots and lots of yeah, parallels today. Yeah.
Signs.
Yeah, FG3 played by Jan. He doesn't want to resign, and you can understand that. But yeah.
Probably HG will be played.
C4 is also not a bad move, actually, somewhat trollishly. But yeah, HG is just perfectly fine. HG, black can win the G3 pawn if he wants, like rook C3, G7. You take on G7, you take on G3. But white has not one but two pawns on the queen side, so that's not going to be a difficult technical task at all.
Yeah, win he shall. What else?
Luki
is there. Luki is still there. Is this a good day for the Dutch?
No.
No?
Well, I mean, it's still a good day because Anish will win, but I think...
Oh, it's gone wrong again?
Yeah, I think Luki is trying very hard to spoil this position. Yeah. And now the king on e8 is just safer than the king on g1. Black is apparently much better if he plays rook g8, but even king d7 followed by either rook g8 or rook ca8. You pick black here because of how poor the king on g1 is and how many threats he will be able to create against all this.
Do you have to go g4?
Yeah, no, that is...
Come on, Luke. We've talked about this. You have to respect your own king.
That is a very, very weird choice.
Holland is a monarchy. Still he doesn't. It is an odd move, right? G4.
It is a very odd move. Yeah, I think it's very difficult to settle on that decision. Yeah, and rook g8 played by Andreikin. Andreikin will feel that his strategy is now finally paying off in full.
He feels vindicated by his kind of psychological approach to this game, which I frankly thought was going to backfire. I thought Luke would crush him. But now he's back in business. Maybe more than that.
Yeah, no, black is just better. He's maybe not winning yet, but black is just definitely better, and Luke will be disgusted with that turn of events.
I'll have a look at the clock situation. Yeah, Luke is also down to 8 minutes. Andreikin still has time. Things are not looking good.
No, not at all.
No,
that will be
looking glass.
Yeah, that will be extremely painful because he really needed to stop the rot, and Andreikin did give him a very, very large chance today.
Pramod is really pushing it today. That it'd be nice to Pramod Day. Was there a saying that once he wins, Anish will retire from the game?
No.
It's be nice to Pramod Day. I can't answer. No, there was no such saying.
Well, there is now. Pramod is saying it, but
Pramod said it. If Pramod said it, is it a saying?
Yeah, that's the question we probably should debate for the next 30 minutes.
Are you being facetious, or do you really want to debate it?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, we won't. Do you want to debate the Elyanov Karyakin game?
I mean, black is comfortable, but I honestly thought that at some point he may have been just crushing. Like why is 94 not a good move here?
It is.
No, yeah, this is what confused me, because this really looked like it might be extremely strong. And it's also not a difficult move to spot in the initial position. So, yeah, let's just stop talking about it.
All right. What else is there? If you scramble the letters in Peter's Fiddler.
Yeah, you get a lot of interesting things, but the one I'm going with generally is Pester Drivel.
Okay.
Although there are other more disturbing things that you can achieve with those letters.
Not going there at all. Even though that is how I feel about many a people. No, a people sounds wrong. Many people. Harry.
I think it's Idle Perverts.
Yeah, I know. That's what someone wrote.
Yeah, but I like Pester Drivel better.
I don't know what that means. Pester drivel?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
it's the two things I'm best at in the world: pestering people and producing a lot of drivel.
Okay. Pestering, I'm familiar with. The drivel part, I'm struggling with.
Drivel is like the entirety of this show is drivel.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
I am extremely specific.
Okay, I'll Google. That's the thing with you smart people nowadays. Just because I don't know anything doesn't mean that I can't find out within 1 second. Because we have Google, the great equalizer. Used to be Colt, now it's Google. So it's banter, yeah? It's slightly worse than banter because banter implies like you make some sense.
Yeah, I think pointless stream of words. I think is that's probably
No
not.
idea what you just said. Peter, winner of the... Come on, Pramod. I can't do it. Peter, winner of the women's tournament, gets paid more in Gibraltar! Exclamation mark. What's your opinion on that?
Fairly certain it's not true.
Of course it's not true. But what's your opinion on that?
My opinion is get your facts straight. And I'm not being mean. I'm just. I know it's a day where I'm not maybe even supposed
This
to.
has
say
been nice to Pramod Day.
I know, but I still feel that questions, along the lines of when have you stopped beating your wife, should not be.
Pramod would never ask such a thing.
Sure.
It's been nice to Pramod Day.
Yes.
Carjacking or marijuana. Yeah, I've done those. So if Hu Yifan places 25 and wins the women's prize, she makes more than the guy that places number 5. I think that's a very different phrasing than what.
Yeah, no, I can believe in, and also, there is a different approach to category prizes, and I think in Jib I still think you only get the highest one. I mean, you don't get everything. I think if you win the women's category, you don't get the prize in the masters. Although on that I would need to check. Maybe you get everything, and then yes, if you play extremely well, then it is possible. Obviously, when you're in contention for more than one prize and you do extremely well in the tournament, you will earn more money. But it's a bit different to saying that. To saying what Pramod was saying.
All right. Another excellent question is why Jan didn't play at Tata Steel Challenger. A simple solution is the same one as for why Peter didn't play at Tata Steel Master. Jan was not invited. And Jan only plays Thailand Open. This is another reason why he doesn't play other chess tournaments. And he likes talking about himself in the third person because he's a bit of a narcissist.
And that's not creepy at all. This is... how did they get here? Knight g4, bishop g4. He played b7 in discovered check, which was probably the only move to even continue playing. Queen a5, king b8, yeah. And now the king will start heading towards the correct squares. Yeah. The problem is that on the other side of the board, black is just giving mate in 3. So there is no way white can make any kind of a quiet move here. He needs to play queen b6 check, and black can even play king g5.
This is
yeah.
very much what Wei Yi likes to do anyway.
Yep.
And here, he's gonna take, just because he can. Hiding behind his power horse of a knight. Rook e3 check, and now you have to be very careful. If you take one step too far, you might regret. But sometimes you must use the option of going back, even though it's painful.
But also, I think after queen b6, it's important to note that I think knight c6 also wins.
Nah, go. You need this horse.
But yeah, I think he has time enough to calculate this, and it does feel that apart from the queen, white really has 0 attackers. So you're not that worried about getting mated, even if you venture with the king towards the center. And Jan is currently googling things he's googling derivatives of the things I don't know existed. So he has progressed a lot further down some rabbit holes than I have.
Not making any progress. I was just thinking of the strongest horse that I know. And then I thought, no one is stronger than 30-30. But I couldn't think of the name 30-30, so I had to look it up. 30-30 is Marshall Bravestar's horse. He's very, very strong. And I thought, this horse is so strong that you don't want to retreat it to c6. Like, I wouldn't want 30-30 going back. I would want Marshall Bravestar to join the battle via d5.
Yeah, I agree with all that, even though I don't know that of which you speak. But
I'm not sure. I think Marshall Bravestar is what we call it in Germany. It might just be Bravestar.
looks a bit like He-Man, but is obviously not He-Man because he's called something different.
No, so he has a really cool horse.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
As long as you use is there, you're fine.
And yeah, Adiban found bishop takes a7, unsurprisingly, so that probably means this game will end in a draw. Luki is going to start dropping his kingside pawns. So.
Yeah, poor Luki. I'm sure Luki wishes he would have kept Jolly Jumper around a little longer.
Yeah.
I'm pleased with myself.
Yeah, this is now very, very grim for white. You have to take on e4, you have to give up the g4 pawn. And then your h5 pawn is weak, your f6 pawn is weak. Once the king lands on e6, you will start dropping more material. And this is just really, really unpleasant.
Really, really bad.
Some people recognize the amazing horse reference. I'm very happy about that.
Did you make an amazing horse reference?
Yeah.
Because I got no feedback on my Luki Jolly Jumper thing, which I was very happy with. So now I understand it was payback that I did not react to your amazing horse reference, which I did not get. Way over my head. What was we gonna say? In the chat.
It feels like Luke is very likely to lose yet another game today. And
Poor
yeah.
Luki, half out of 6?
Yeah, it feels progressively sad to watch this because we're still not withdrawing our opinion that he is a very, very good chess player still. And I mean, one of the all-time great Dutch chess players and all that. But he's having a horrible tournament. There is no other word for it. He's just having a really, really poor tournament.
He's also at the point of his career, arguably he might have a great fight next year, where he doesn't study as much opening theory as he used to. And he can still do very well against slightly weaker opponents on pure class and understanding, which is shown by his rating 2695. But against all these youngsters, these booked up kids out there, it's getting progressively tougher if you're not as booked up anymore. Adiban is probably booked up in his own way. He just books up on different things than the rest of the world. And today the opening went very well for him. Then there were some road bumps. And now he has to make a draw. But it looks like he will.
I think he will.
succeed.
Yeah, from here you feel reasonably confident predicting that he will not lose.
Ambitious pawn says Jan. Luke drops pawns like Jan drops knowledge. Now that's the kind of chat comments I wanna keep reading because I'm a narcissist. Alsatian's horse. That's way too complicated for me, so it doesn't fit in with my worldview. What's Alsatian's horse? You're the smart one.
You think so?
Yeah. Alsatian. I've heard of All Saints.
No, there are.
Alsatian's horse. Alsatian's dog. Is this like Schrödinger's cat? Alsatian's horse. Alsatian horse pedigree. Ooh, this looks dark. Ooh, I'm scared.
Yeah, we somehow ended in a thoroughbred database there, and yeah, we had to leave straight away. Yeah, not a pleasant position.
Is it hopeless? You made it sound so hopeless. How can it be so bad?
No. I mean, rook endgames are never entirely hopeless until they are. But yeah, rook g5, king d7, rook h6. Yeah. No, but maybe you can sort of hold this after rook h4, rook g1. You will lose the f6 pawn, but you will have an outside passer. Yeah, looks green. Just
And
looks.
again, the king will deal with it.
Yeah.
Then, one point or another. These four.
No, you
Horseman of the
continue
code.
fighting, and I mean, black probably can misplay this and not win this, but black is, I think, favored to win it with correct play.
What's Andreikin's score? Is it 50%? 2 out of 5? I don't know stuff.
I think I have a feeling he drew all his games, but maybe he lost.
Yeah, it's true. He drew all his games.
Yeah.
He was tied with Geary on points. Not anymore. Maybe still, because Geary won his game. Congratulations to Anish Geary for breaking the streak, winning his first game, and joining the conversation for the upper places in Vike. He's now
Sure,
plus one.
and Jan is having a bit of a mare.
He's not. Is mare what the cool kids say for nightmare?
Yep.
I see.
-2 after 6 rounds, and really not playing anywhere near his best. Hard to say why, but yeah, not showing what he was consistently showing in 2016.
And as people are pointing out, this is a well-deserved win for Anish in a sense that he had a bunch of good positions in earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Normally,
I mean,
we keep playing well. Eventually, the points will follow.
He'll be happy today, but he will also feel that he should have been perhaps tied with Wesley for first already, considering the positions he had.
Then again, it's also a chess thing. He's incredibly strong in the opening, and he's less strong at converting positions. So it's normal that he will not win some good positions. And he's black tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. That will be a very important game in the context of this tournament, I think, because it's the game that is somewhat seriously hyped up because of their personal score, although perhaps less so now that Magnus has won a game against him.
What's the score? It's 50-50 now?
I think it's 50.
Not literally.
Yeah, 1-1 with a great number of draws, and yeah, will be interesting to see what's happening. And
Okay, I understand. I said we're gonna ignore this game, but
no, but
I'm back.
yeah,
Finally, your move happened.
it did happen. But now white is perfectly fine because he stabilized, and there are
All closed.
there are no pawn breaks.
Also, this bishop locked itself up.
Yeah. No, you play knight f5, black opens the b file up, goes c5, bishop c6, rook b8. Sort of everybody is fine because I don't think white
Let's
will...
go home.
Not exactly. I mean, if white is extremely ambitious, he might want to go for g4, f4 and try to open something up on the king side. It could also lose because you might open the bishops and the bishops will just devour your position.
C5 on the bored.
Yeah.
Don't care. Bishop takes c3, played by Wesley Topalov. Wesley, so sorry. Rook b1, queen d2. This was the line where
Yeah.
we still had to
You need
navigate.
you need not to blunder the piece here, but after queen f3, you will eventually just pick up this pawn on b7. You can also start with just queen d5 check, and I think in this position like a bishop f2 or queen d5 and bishop f2, and the b pawn will eventually fall. Black is not coordinated enough here to prevent the b pawn from getting picked up.
Adiban is a calculator, so he can probably calculate his way towards the b pawn and the half point.
Sure. Yeah. He's been thinking for and king d5 has been played by Wei, unsurprisingly, and yeah, he is now.
Don't remove 30-30.
Yeah, he is now totally winning. And it really isn't a very difficult position to go for with black because, as I mentioned, these pieces on a1, c1, and e1 don't inspire a lot of fear. And yeah, white can give a number of checks, but that's about it. Like,
And as Anders pointed out in the chat earlier, Rapport, not having a good tournament, has to hope he has good rapport with the organizers, so they invite him back.
yeah, I've seen that, and I was about to make a comment about our chat trying very hard, but
We can never be accused of that.
no.
That's actually
But chat
not
chat generally, is try hard Friday is what we're having every day. I think Harry is a great deal better against Radek. That would be my impression here. Maybe it's subjective because I really like these types of structures with the light square bishop unopposed. But yeah, maybe I've overestimated his advantage. Yeah, one thing you probably don't want to do is this, because here you will get mated. After bishop g5, knight g5, the position just collapses. Okay, I blundered queen b7, but for illustration's sake. And Radek played knight e6, and would you ever consider bishop takes b4 here, is what I would like to know.
Sure.
Bishop b4, ab, bishop c4.
No bigger fan of me than me of opposite color bishops when our bishop has this diagonal and the
Because
opponent's bishop doesn't.
it's not the machine's suggestion, but I'd be extremely happy
beautiful.
about this.
It's built here.
Yeah.
Didn't we talked a lot about this in Carlsen Wojtaszek?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. This is Radek will have flashbacks, and they will not be nice flashbacks here. This is just incredibly horrible for black, I think.
Because here we also have the 8 passer to
Yeah. We go rook a1, and we ask you, so are you going to park your queen on a5 and keep it there for the remainder of the game? But then you get mated on the king side. Now this is just, and this is somewhat surprising because he could have gone knight fd5 instead and not allowed this structure on move 31 just now.
Did we miss some good horse jokes in the chat? Sorry. No one enjoys a good horse joke more than me. Unless it's Sarah Jessica Parker based, when I will take great offense.
Yeah, 1990s references.
No.
Rook e3 is what Rook e3 is what Richard finally settled on, and now the easiest solution, and way he just blitzes it out, h2, king h1, and now the simplest is just to play queen c6.
Oh, setting up discover checks.
Yeah, and white actually needs to start. Whoa, queen takes d8, king c4, sort of made. It's said that it's not made, right?
Yeah,
It
you
would be-
want a checkmate. with
Yeah,
it.
it would be so cute if this was actually made, but you still have to take queen takes f3 after f3, which is, yeah.
Or bishop takes, if you're less of a show-off.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this game is
Lived up to expectations, even though, apart from the fireworks, has to be said that Rapport just played terribly, and more surprisingly here, where he's better, he didn't spend more than 40 seconds on a move.
Those numbers I've seen on the screen when I asked you to look up the timings on all these moves was just, yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes. How do you have half an hour here? How do you not check if knight c7 works?
I don't know. Maybe he thought it was check. Yeah, this was not... I think Richard's not happy with the way this tournament is going.
Yeah, quite clearly, but still, in positions like this, you'd expect him to handle it a lot more confidently. And Harry started with h4.
h4, perfectly natural too.
It's going to be very, very similar anyway. And he wanted, I guess, to stop even the idea of knight g5, because he wants, if the knights are to be traded, he wants black to play knight d4, e takes d4. giving white even more open files to operate on later. Because white controls e8 for the time being, and then he will have, complete control over the entire board. No, Radek's position is really, really bad here.
Word. Oh, the chat is talking about Secretariat. Yeah, I'm still heartbroken.
Yeah.
He didn't win an Oscar for that one. It's touching stuff.
No, when people mention
scene in the
Secretariat,
White
I
House.
obviously only think about the Secretariat on Craig's show.
Was he called Secretariat?
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I haven't watched any Craig in a long, long time because, well, frankly, it's off
Well,
air.
it's been cancelled.
It's off air, but I had a huge cache of saved Craig's episodes, and at some point I just took a very deep breath and deleted all of it because there were like 75 of them left, and I thought I can't really spend the next 3 months going through the backlog.
You're of course talking about the Craig Ferguson late show, which I think we both enjoyed, but for different reasons. I like the interviews, you like the other stuff, right?
I like the interviews as well, and his were the only interviews I ever liked in that format.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I loved pretty much everything about those shows. And okay, Rook B1 played by Richard, but pretty much every legal move in this position wins.
Let's try a legal move.
Yeah, okay. Please don't. Yeah, Queen takes B6 played, Rook takes B6, and Bishop anywhere. I guess Bishop D6 wins, Bishop G7 wins. It's very difficult not to. Rook E8.
I would go here.
Rook E8 is maybe the cutest, with the idea of Bishop F3, Rook E1.
Yeah, this is the end.
Yeah, B8, Bishop F3 is mate in 3. Yeah, but also pretty much any bishop move just is totally winning. And Bishop, yeah, here where he doesn't feel the need to go for the the gallery, for the crowd pleasers, because he is two pieces up, and he also will win more material on the king side whenever he pleases.
It's a shame. If you can end a game with H1 bishop checkmate, you should do it.
No, I think if he had seen Rook E8, he maybe would have played it, but it's just so unnecessary because you give yourself a chance to blunder something. Yeah, that game is completely over. Richard will now resign.
You think so?
I was wrong about that, but I really don't understand why he's continuing.
My computer says, no, now it says mate in 12, but it used to say minus 88 after rook d8,
Yeah.
which is a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is a great deal. And yeah, I think continuing here is just completely unnecessary. Bishop f2 played by Ajiban, and yeah, this will now be a draw. This was the final decision that needed to be accurately calculated. No way to stop rook b1, followed by rook takes b7, and yeah, 2 against 2 on one side. You're not running many risks.
Nothing you can do about it. Bishop e5 played by Wesley.
Yeah, just rook b2 and yeah.
No tricks.
No tricks. I mean, you can play queen a2 and rook f8 and pretend, but even
what?
queen b3 check, I guess. Yeah, takes. Maybe you force me to play rook f3 on the next move after rook a2, but I mean, I'm not horribly sad about that.
Slightly.
Well, ever so slightly. Yeah, but white is still not losing this position.
F. Almeida says, I want to battle Fabi. Rapport is a venue of rap battles in Germany. Wow. We are learning many new things today. Queen d7. You're not blundering queen g4?
Well, maybe you are, but there's a 5 at the end of it, and I king.
I'm saying knight h6 is a threat that you might not be able to parry.
Yeah, but after f5, you feel.
The tables have turned.
Well, you have rook a7, rook takes b7, and ef, but you never really go for this because I don't think it's a winning attempt. Although, actually, yeah, the line we are seeing.
This
Yeah,
is a strong horse.
it is. Yeah, and if you get, let's say, the king from g2 to e4, you might consider you could be better here.
Pow, pow, pow.
Yeah. Oh, bc rook b3 would be what I was worried about with black here. I mean with white, sorry. But maybe rook a1, rook a7 is something. H6, something happens here. then it's a very serious option for white. Maybe I think maybe Karekin thought he was tarping.
Yeah, he's provoking this to get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he. I mean, there's no way
You don't blunder queen g4.
Yeah.
We've all seen this construction many a time.
It's quite obviously a tarp of some sort, but might not be a good idea.
Interesting. I want to stay with this game until it's over. I don't have doubts about the result, but it's interesting to see who spends what time on what move, like what kind of artistic value Wei Yi will opt for. Rook d8 played.
In his quiet and unassuming manner, and I'm using those words sarcastically, Wei Yi is now on +2.
He's on +2?
Yeah, half a point.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Okay. Because he did lose to Magnus.
Yes, I've managed to block that knowledge out and was very confident about my...
Your stats?
Yeah, which were completely wrong. Yeah, he is back in plus though, but yeah, +1 is...
Still pretty good.
Yeah, it's better than 50%. Yeah, but I thought he might be sort of joining the fight for first, and he is still going to be a full point behind Wesley. Assuming Wesley doesn't win today, but I think it's a safe assumption.
Wesley won't win today, but he won't win either.
People are saying Lucky is about to save his game, so let's go check that.
Lucky Luke.
He made a lot of progress somehow.
E4.
Black did...
D4. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I think people were just overly optimistic about his chances, frankly. I don't see why this is so great for Black.
You people and your lack of rook endgame culture is upsetting.
Although it probably does end up as some kind of a...
This is on the board.
Yeah.
This will be on the board.
I think it ends up as two versus two with the black having the extra F pawn.
So you trade these dudes for this dude.
Yeah. And then I guess it's closer to a draw actually. H7, King H8, just King G2, King F3, King G2, King G3. I don't know if it matters a great deal. No. You can go Rook D4. You can throw in Rook B4, B5 if you want. Yeah.
This should be a theoretical draw, no? With my king active enough.
You would assume so, but it's still possible to lose these positions. They are, I think, not automatically drawn. At least not from here. You need to start creating some counterplay on the other side.
Ho Ho DFX says, I love tower endgames. Which might be clever trolling because of all the horse talk. Not sure. Rook of 8 played by Wesley.
Yeah.
And Queen B3 is what I would do.
Yeah, Queen B3 is one way, but then you can actually ignore the so-called threat of Bishop takes H2. Rook D7 is fine. Even a somewhat ugly move G2, G3 is, I guess, completely fine. Yeah.
So-called threat? Well, was there a pun intended?
I wish it was. And I think Pavel may be actually about to fall into the tarp, yeah?
Sometimes the tarper becomes a tarpy.
Exactly. Is this one of those times?
I don't know. I'm not sure what is better, but this is the
No,
line.
it's the only way to inject some life into this position, and I think Pavel recognizes that if he doesn't go for this line, he will probably be ever so slightly worse for the rest of the game. So that's his one chance to destabilize the position.
What happens if we grab this?
King of 3, King e4 is what I was. That's exactly what I was arguing for. And after Rook f7, maybe I go h6. And yeah, I'm not sure how good this is, but yeah, like Rook a1.
Doesn't look like white could ever be worse with this
exactly.
king
I mean,
and the horse and
no, I'd be very prepared to believe that white is the side pushing here. I think it's very, very possible that white is a bit better.
Breaker 90 saying Wei Yi has gained 9.8 points so far, and he has yet to play Adiban and Van Vele. I'm not sure Adiban is a bargain when it comes to gaining rating points necessarily.
Yeah. No, Adiban has been playing very interesting and decent chess. I mean, apart from a completely unnecessary game he lost to Ilyanov, where my honest belief is that he just did not believe yeah. Once again.
Queen's Indian.
Yeah, but I think he just felt he can make more or less any move, and he will never ever lose. And Pavel disabused him of that notion at some point, but yeah, he should not have lost that game. But apart from that, he's been playing very interesting chess, and yeah, I don't think it's such an obvious that you can pencil in a point there. As for instance, Karekin found out yesterday.
No, it was mainly since he mentioned in the same sentence about the rating gain that
Yeah.
who you have left does not really affect how much rating you're expected to gain. But I hear your point. Wei Yi has won his game now officially as well. Probably therefore the 9.8 rating game. Who else is still?
Pavel decided not
Playing.
to take on h6, so we were wrong about all of our clever wordplay on the.
Did we say clever stuff?
About the tarping.
Come on, Pavel.
Tarpers and tarpees is no longer relevant. But he's also he's assuming control over the A file, but they will only secure him against becoming worse. And whereas with in the line with knight takes h6, I think the game could have become very, very sharp and very, very double-edged.
Yeah, but it looked like White was getting to have more fun at very limited risks there after knight h6.
Yeah.
Well, now, who knows? Bye-bye the commutator. He probably has to commute home from work.
Yeah, that would be the obvious assumption there.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm upset that Wojtaszek landed in this position for purely selfish reasons. I have a feeling he will get tortured for 3-4 more hours. And it won't be much fun for anybody involved. That includes us.
Yeah, although...
Even though you can lose this quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, that this position, to my eyes, is just so horrible that you cannot really rule out this concluding very fast. Like, the position currently is after rook e1, he played queen d8. You can even take, but I'm not sure if I want to. I would like to play bishop d4 instead.
Force him to do this.
Knight d4, we take. I'm a bit surprised that he gave black the choice of taking with the c pawn. I actually would want to force black to take with the e pawn, which is why I was always playing bishop c4 with the rook steal on c1. But even here, but here maybe black can stabilize, because with the pawn steal on e5, it doesn't feel like he's getting mated. At least not immediately.
Still horrible, but
it is. Yeah, it is.
To do more work.
It is very, very disgusting for black.
And if takes, we don't want.
Yeah, I don't. No. Knight d4 simply, and you threaten the fork, so you actually get to exchange the bishop. Yeah, I don't think you probably end up with an extra pawn on the queen side there, but I think it's a poor trade-off for white.
Gotcha. Bishop c6, rook a1. Played in this game. The Wesley so Adiban game is still continuing, but it's kind of unlikely.
Yeah, I mean Wesley is within his rights to continue here, but yeah, king h1, you activate your rook, you play h4.
I think he's considering bishop f2 though, because if you're sure this pawn ending is a draw, which it is, why even go king h1?
Well, because Wesley will not take, and you still cannot force him to admit this is a dead draw. So. But he did play king h1, and it really doesn't spoil anything. Black played rook d2, you play rook b1, b5. I mean, the way you lose is that you allow the h7 pawn reach h3, and then you might actually start having issues. Although even that perhaps is a draw. But as long as you start attacking the black pieces from the side, you play rook b1, b5, you play h4, and you just say, okay, show me a plan of any kind.
Show me an angel.
else are we missing in the round? So there's a victory so far for Wei Yi with black against Richard Rapport and for Anish Giri against Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's been a draw in the Aronian Carlsen game. It looks like all the rest of them are still in progress, although the Adiban Saw game is probably not the most exciting position you'll see ever.
Arguably.
Arguably, yeah.
I'll go for a quick bladder relief mission, and I think I'll leave you all alone, but I'll give you the mouse so you can have something to play with.
Yes. So perhaps we can briefly look at at what's going on in the challengers, because seemingly there aren't any breaking news in any of the Masters games for now. There have also been hang on a second, something is not quite right there. I will endeavor to correct my mistakes. There were some results in the challengers as well. Arjan Tari, who started this tournament very, I guess, disappointingly for himself. He was on 1 out of 4 after 2 painful losses in rounds 3 and 4. Has beaten Sopiko Goramishvili yesterday, and today he's beaten one of the leaders, Ilyas Mirin with black, in some very, very sharp Karakan, which looked quite nice for white for a while. But then I guess the pieces started going in wrong directions. Here f4 knight f5, already the bishop on g5 feels slightly stranded, and g4 h6, bishop b5, knight d7. All of this felt completely unnecessary, and in particular bishop b5 check, because now after knight d7, the bishop actually needs to get traded on d7, I guess, because of the threat of queen b6 check. And the game very quickly devolved into a huge advantage for black. It's quite obvious here that black is way ahead, and yeah, finished in a very efficient and quick victory for the Norwegian youngster, who is back to 50%. Ilyas Mirin, I think, was on 4 out of 5, and he is now on 4 out of 6. Still a perfectly respectable result, of course. But in terms of fighting for, perhaps I should centralize myself a little bit. In terms of fighting for the first place, this is a painful loss for the Israeli Grandmaster. The leader of the tournament is not having it his way today either. He is struggling in his game against Gawain Jones. White could play c6 here, which apparently was very strong. But instead Gawain played g4, a move I don't frankly immediately understand. And now Marcus can play rook a1, which is the most obvious move in the world, activating his rook. And with his rook, once again, having access to 2 checks from behind, black probably will escape with the draw here.
Or then he goes c6, isn't that checkmate?
It's not checkmate exactly, but in this position, I think rook c6, king e5, bishop b5, and king d5 was incredibly strong, because you actually win the c7.
Bishop d6, you
just knight c4. Just knight c4 apparently is totally winning, and yeah, that's a very strange mistake to make, because I'm sure Gawain understands that this is a very unique situation with this rook on a4 completely out of play, and you need to play as fast as possible because it will return. And yeah, g4 is an extremely strange move to make in this position. I'm not quite sure what it means. Maybe Gawain is in serious time trouble. That would be my guess. The weird pawn structure is gone in the game between Dabrov and Lamy is just fine. I guess sort of what we described happened here. Yeah, black just stabilizes, but the bishop on f8 is still kind of dead, and eventually black returns some pawns to stabilize. And yeah, I guess right now the most likely result is a draw. Benjamin Bok, who yeah, you said you liked that position a lot better for black, and actually what he described happened. Sopiko continues having a very difficult event. This is a very strong field, and
how did it get this bad that quickly?
Yeah. We left it here, and you mentioned that black has a built-in kingside attack, but yeah, you don't expect the built-in kingside attack to happen happens so fast. Yeah, already c4 is a move I don't think you want to
Giving
make.
away way
Yeah.
too many squares.
Yeah, I think you need to play something like queen c2, knight e4, or knight c4,
Knight
e3.
c4, knight
Yeah.
e5.
Yeah, you need to start maybe trading some of your pieces to become to get some squares. And c4, knight f6, b3, e5, queen c2, and here Benji played knight g4. I guess after h3 he already has some tactics connected with knight takes f2. So Sopiko was forced to go g3, but then f5, knight f6, and yeah, this is already absolutely horrible. Equal material, move 17, and our somewhat weak machine is suggesting black is totally winning. Which is
surprising.
Yeah, which is
E4,
not
bishop
surprising
c5,
because
f4, everything's
yeah,
coming back.
White's pieces just don't make any sense, and the game very quickly concluded because yeah, this is just utterly horrible.
Oof, oof.
Liu Shanglei has beaten Jordan van Foreest.
He's also. I don't know. He was having an okay event. No,
I think Jordan
he
was maybe on
so-
-1, but Liu Shanglei is having a good event. Liu Shanglei
Yeah.
after this victory, I think, is on +3, and in very very serious running for the top prizes. Although if Marcus Rager saves his game today, as now appears likely, he will still be trailing Marcus. And that game was, well, that's a G3 Sicilian, I assume, which at some point looked. Yeah, I was wondering where this came from because this structure you don't see very often, and I assumed it was a Tarash because I could only see very few pieces, and I thought it was a Tarash because this type of structure, if you don't see that there's a pawn on c2, sometimes occurs in the Tarash. But it was some weird G3 Sicilian, which ended in Liu Shanglei storming the barricades on the king side, I assume. Oh yeah. I guess a very serious tactical miscalculation. This looks dangerous for black, but actually very playable, maybe even quite decent for black. With care, but missing bishop takes g7 is not recipe for success, and from here Liu Shanglei was very very convincing, and Niels Grandelius is much better in an endgame against Li Tingzhe, some kind of classical Karo, but here White was not obliged apparently to trade queens on d5, and this is still a very very normal endgame, which I think is supposed to be quite fine for black, but maybe in this particular...
Depends a bit on timing.
Yeah, here I think white has a number of extra tempi compared to how it normally looks, and yeah, currently Niels is quite clearly seriously better because his structure is better, the king is not very safe. And in the last game of the day, Jeffrey Chong is struggling against Eric Hansen. Because once again, if you put the black pawn from h6 to h7 so that his kingside structure is safer, I think black is probably completely fine. But with the pawns as they are, white can ruin the structure on the kingside completely, and then you do feel that I think eventually white should be able to exploit all these weaknesses, and that was some kind of an Alekhine, a quiet version of the Alekhine.
Who plays the Alekhine these days?
Jeffrey Chong.
Fair enough.
That's the answer I can give. I mean, I haven't got much else. And yeah, I'm not sure about the wisdom of. I think people who know this structure and who play this structure on a regular basis, I think the name Gatakamsky comes to mind in particular. I think he gets the structures a lot from a number of openings. You generally go for rook b8, b5, much rather than the c5 break, because then you do end up with this structure where both of white bishops are potentially quite strong. Although of course it's not horrible just yet, but it is kind of horrible in the position they have on the board currently. This is not an enjoyable situation to find himself in. All right, so with that roundup, let's have a look at positions in the Masters. Wesley decided not to torture Ardiban any further once the second rank has been reclaimed, so this game has been agreed drawn. Luki is 2 pawns down. Oh dear.
That's too many.
Yeah, two is way too many here. No, hang on a second. B7 is getting lost. Yeah, somehow I thought the rook on h7 is actually protecting the b7 pawn. Rook is 1 pawn down. He probably should save this. Rook b7, rook b5, rook b6 I think is important. Yeah, and here,
You're supposed to make a draw.
yeah, I think rook b5, rook b6 is an important note. But yeah, I think you are supposed to make a draw here. And there are breaking news in Gawain Jones's game against Marcus Ragger. So just
No.
yeah, okay. But it's something very weird happened there because
Oh, it's a checkmate.
yeah. Why would you not play? First and foremost, why would you not play rook a1 after g4? This is the thing I don't understand. It's on a4. It has no moves.
It's all very confusing. h6, was g5 some weird threat?
No, I don't think. Maybe he was worried about king d5, king c6, but I guess.
So the rook was
Yeah.
standing there to stop king d5.
But anyway, he played h6, knight b3, and in this position, instead of waiting for a move and playing something like rook a3, he played king d7.
And I blundered this trick.
Yeah, and now after c6, he pretty much has to resign. Because king c6, you can even play knight c5 as a
That's what I
quiet move.
showed, but this also works.
Yeah, this also works, picking up the rook with checks, and if the king goes back, knight c5, knight b7 just wins. Yeah, this wins a rook.
Yeah, that's a big blunder, and looks like the first loss for Ragger, who's been crushing this tournament so far, is imminent.
And that means that if the results actually fall the way they seem to be falling, I think Liu Shanglei will join him in the lead. Yeah, this is heating up. This will become a very, very interesting tournament to watch towards the latter stages of it. Or later stages. It's probably later stages. I don't know why. Yeah, and I think we are. I mean, Radek will not appreciate us saying that, but I think we are being saved by Radek here from an unnecessarily long working day because his position is collapsing.
I'm worried about Luke now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is a very definite issue. Yeah, because Radek, I think, is just totally lost now. He somehow, I think he realized just how horrible the positions, if he trades the knights, will be, and he tried to keep the knights on the board, and that resulted in him just losing the central pawn here. And yeah, this will not be. He played g6, and you get the feeling that even if you play knight takes g6, white probably is a lot better. Yeah, like here you play queen d5, but apparently after knight g6 there is a move which allows black to continue fighting. King h7 you need to see.
Oh.
And black actually wins some material. But very simply, you can play knight g4 in the position they have on the board right now, followed by queen d5. Or queen h6, and yeah. The assessment of the positional components of this remains the same, but now white also has an extra pawn to enjoy. No, this is completely over.
And Harry's strategy of playing very slowly in the opening, can we move over a little?
Sure, sorry.
Is being vindicated. He didn't get an advantage, but he got a game.
Yeah, no, I think the game was more or less decided by black blundering.
This is a huge blunder.
Yeah, blundering knight c7 here. Just play a move of some description in this position, and you're sort of fine. You play.
A lot of inauguration talk. When is that?
And
We'll get to watch it.
Ilyanov Karekin ended in a draw, so we can also just briefly touch on that. And
That's a bit of a surprise, but yeah, the structure was fixed enough. Then again,
no, but I think
Where is the target?
yeah, it's a bit interesting that Sergei decided not to continue from here, but objectively, I think it will be very, very difficult with white controlling the a file. You're probably not making a lot of progress here, and the bishop on f8 really is a very, very dead piece.
then again, controls everything. Defense this.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, drawn between Elyanov and Kayakin. Was Kayakin +1? 50%?
Karekin is on full 50%, I think. Yeah, he won one and lost one, and Yeah, so the games still going on in the Masters are, I think, maybe Van Velde, Andrekin, and that's it. Am I? No.
Well, this game is technically still going on. Knight
Yeah.
takes g6, played by Harry.
Yeah.
King h7.
This is move
apparently,
40.
so
This is move 40, and Radek needs to find King h7 to even continue. But that position is also, I think, objectively probably lost.
yeah, it does not look good. Then again, he probably will spot this. What else he gonna do? King h7, knight e5. What's the big trick?
Knight g7, I guess.
Knight g7. Some lovely geometry.
Yes.
Even this might be good for white, but this will not happen.
No, there are better options for white after King h7, of course. Yeah,
Did we make time control?
almost. Let's wait for Radek to. Yeah, they made no. In both games, Black is thinking about their 40th, but the price of a move I think is a lot higher in Radek's game. He needs to make what is maybe not the most difficult decision, but still the strictly the only decision he can make here to continue. And in Andrekin's game, you feel that Black can make almost any move, and it will still lead to the same 2-against-1 endgame.
There's no losing moves here.
No.
Though, nah, still perfectly fine. Yeah, I know.
Wasn't going to. No.
No, I didn't mean you.
Yeah, so let's wait until those 40th moves are made, and we can maybe go on a slight break. How much time Radek has here for that decision?
According to my math, he cannot have more than 6 minutes.
That is true, but he can have less.
That is theoretically possible. He could have 41 seconds, 39 seconds.
And
He
King
could have played
h7, yeah, King h7 has been played, but once again, there was really nothing else he could have done because he needs the g7 square for the knight to have something to play after knight e5.
So how does the line go? Knight f4, bishop f4, bishop e6.
No, but that actually bishop f4. Yeah, Mushin says queen f3. This is
Whoa, not easy, is it?
no. I think maybe Harry Harry landed himself in a situation where it's possible to go wrong, and I really don't understand when you have the option of playing knight g4 on move 40. Why would he even get involved with this? Maybe he missed king h7. So knight g4 is just a very simple technical task here. Like you can play queen d5 and queen g4, queen d6 is quite obvious. And
Yeah, he thought he was just finishing the game.
yeah, maybe he thought, okay, I will make
F3,
one more beautiful move, and my opponent will resign. But now he will actually have to start thinking after king h7. Yeah, his other option, apart from knight f4, bishop f4, queen f3, which I really feel is completely inhuman, is to play queen d5, knight c7, queen f7, black takes on e1 and goes king g7. And you once again lose a piece, but you collect a ton of pawns for it. You can play knight e5 here. Takes, king f6, knight c. But you are not at all convinced you're winning here, I guess.
No, especially from afar. Like, you might
Yeah.
even lose if things go wrong.
Yeah, if things go really badly wrong, it's not impossible to lose this position, but it's unlikely. But not winning this is very, very much, very, very possible. So, yeah, that was careless, I think, from Harry. He really did not need to subject himself to any of this.
Yeah. Luke probably, did the damage earlier, but he can be kind of happy with what.
Yeah, that was maybe the ideal outcome he could aim for. Even though even those 2-against-1s sometimes get lost.
I've lost all of these, but the fewer pawns the better.
Yeah.
This should be quite drawn, actually.
Yeah, I think with correct play this is not even particularly difficult, but
And Luke is good. He's a student of endgames.
yeah.
Not of openings, but of endgames. Anyway, we will be back with with no action, just more tired nonsense talk after the break. So you have that to look forward to. I'm good at the cliffhangers. That's how I do it. See you guys in a couple minutes. Bye.
In the early odds, when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
And we're back to the graveyard shift, late night stint of today's round number 6 of the Tata Steel Masters. This is a premium only show, so it's important to keep your posture and keep things professional. Therefore, Super Grandmaster Peter Fiddler will explain to all of us right here, right now, how white makes a draw here.
Yeah, maybe excuse teacher. By not allowing black to queen any of his pawns, I would assume would be a good starting point.
Very witty, but now for real, after rook c3, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm wondering why this is such an easy draw, frankly. I'd be worried. But I tend to be very worried in these types of positions because I always feel like I'm one step away from committing some stupid mistake and losing. When in fact I think maybe the margin here is pretty large.
Bring the king.
Yeah, bring the king e4.
Can't bring the king anymore.
Yeah.
Attack the pawn.
But yeah, what happens if I play f5 here? b5, c5. The king d4. That was my mistake. Okay. So rook a5. I need to, let's say I start with a check on c2.
Right.
But yeah, I managed to place my pieces in such a way that I seemingly cannot really defend against b5, and here rook f5 probably makes a draw. So that will be the obvious starting point. I'm not sure just just how simple this is, and let's say rook c4. Yeah, what I would like to do is to somehow force you to play b5, play c5, and try and then play rook b4, hide my king behind my own c pawn, and start pushing.
I would like many things too.
I know.
It's a draw.
It is most likely a draw, but I always have a feeling there's still scope for misplays here.
I'd lose this 8 out of 10.
I don't think that is correct, but
Trust me. What has Harry decided to do? Queen d5 is on the board. That
Yeah, I
means
think
we will get that piece down. Endgame?
let's check if there's anything better along the way after knight c7. But yeah, it does feel likely that we are headed towards that long forcing line, where white will have 4 pawns for the piece. Yeah, does seem absolutely forced.
I don't think Harry is very happy with this
No.
turn of events. You could go for this. Well, you only have 3 pawns, but arguably the opposite colored bishops favor white here.
Well, you kind of depend on tactics here, because the pawn on a6, it will be... You don't really want to support it from a1, I think, and therefore you will be always reliant on how poorly the black minor pieces are placed right now.
It's not that big a gamble though. You put the pawn here, and whenever this happens, this happens.
Sure, but the bishop might not always be on d6, and then eventually black might force you to play rook a1, and like rook a8, a6, bishop f8, and I'm not threatening to take at the moment, but yeah, let's say I go king g7. And you have to play rook a1 now, and I try to play bishop e7, f6, I don't know. And, it's still not a lot of fun, and maybe white is even winning here, but yeah, this option exists.
The other option is, of course,
The one we discussed.
one
You
we
win. You win one additional pawn, but you do trade your pride and joy, your light squared bishop for the black for the black dark squared one, and yeah. Here I think a lot might actually depend on whether rook b5 is winning in this position. And, yeah, and you start running. Let's say g4.
running, I'm running. This too?
Yeah, this probably does win, but Black could have picked up some pawns along the way. Here you feel like, yeah, I'm not sure about this move, but even this move might win. Yeah.
Who knows? But she is not playing. Hi guys, is what Easy Rider 27 says. I'm back from Vike, where I played the 3 days tournament. How did it go, Easy Rider 27? Then watched the big guys for some minutes. That's the right balance. Then hurried back to the hotel to watch you commentating. I like the way you're arranging your time. You do seem like a man who has his priorities in order, and we're happy to have you back. Just for your information, Easy Rider 27, in case you're confused since you just arrived, today is Be Nice to Promote NVS Day. So I will not give my honest, condescending opinion on most of his questions, but I will answer them politely to the best of my knowledge. Promote NVS
You are not doing it right.
Okay.
I seriously, I'm very upset now. Poor
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll take a drink of water. And
You think what I was just said was breaking the rules of Being Nice to Promote Day already?
yeah,
Then I apologize.
I think in describing the rules, you were doing exactly the things you were describing as not being allowed.
I'm sorry. Anyway, Pramod NVS is asking, is today the rebirth of King's Gambit? That is an excellent question, Pramod, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, because Adiban got one good position in today's game. It does mean that the King's Gambit is an excellent opening, and I expect to see it all the time now in top-level chess, because it's a very logical move to play 2f4, giving up that pawn. Thanks for the question, Pramod NVS. Pramod NVS is saying, Hare Krishna is 30 years old, right? Question mark. Let me Google that for you.
That does sound likely.
Hare Krishna chess age. He was born in 1986, so the odds are, since we're still early in 2017, that he is 30 years old. Indeed. Thanks for the question, Pramod. So it's a two-part question. He's also saying, so is he among the senior statesmen in the tournament? Excellent point, Pramod. Let's go through the list and find out. He is older than Magnus Carlsen, younger than Levon Aronian, so that's kind of even there. He is older than both Giri and Nepomniachtchi, so far senior statesman. He is younger than Luke van Wely, but older than Dmitry Andreikin, so still senior statesman. He is older than Wesley So and Adiban, so very senior statesman. He is younger than Pavel Elyanov, but older than Sergei Kayakin. So still quite seniorish. He is older than Radek Wojtaszek, and he is the same age as himself. He is older than both Rapport and Wei Yi. So, yes, thank you, Pramod. You worked it all out. He is among the senior statesmen, or elder statesmen, or older participants in the tournament.
I cannot possibly. I can't even.
What can't you?
Even. I just
Can't
said,
even?
I can't even. Yeah, it's very, very disturbing to me what you're doing right now.
Why? Answering questions without being mean as I would normally be? All right, then tell us about the rook ending. Those are your choices. Could you maybe outline some other winning attempts for black, Peter?
Are those really my only two choices?
Pretty much.
I can try answering questions without sounding snarky and sarcastic, if there are some questions to be answered.
All right, let's find you a good question. Nah, no one has any questions for you, sorry.
People are saying the sarcasm is something.
Getting harsher? I don't know. Isn't sarcasm always harsh? Maybe not.
I think there are degrees, yeah.
I object to that notion. I specifically said what my intention was. And I hope I did reach the goal.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that you succeeded in your stated objective there. Roderick is still thinking about knight c7. I'm not sure why, because everything else seems to be kind of horrible.
What else could you consider here? Tricks?
No, there are
no tricks.
there are no tricks here.
Because
No, I
we
think
can go here and
Yeah.
there's no horse jumps.
I think maybe he's considering knight g7 instead of knight c7, because after queen f6, black will now have queen takes g6. Sorry, after queen f7.
Alistair Conde is saying sarcasm, the lowest form wit. He feels so strongly about it, he doesn't even feel the need to add an off to it to get his point across. Chess Tactics is asking, what is your favorite sport, Peter? Is cricket a sport?
I think it is normally accepted as a sport, yes.
Wow. So would you say that's your favorite sport?
Yes, I would. I'm also missing what looks like a very interesting snooker tournament because I can't find it on TV. Life is full of bitter disappointments.
And see, Pramod is not offended at all. He's saying, Pramod NVS is saying, it's okay, Jan, I don't mind sarcasm. Chess with fun is a great combination. There you go.
Yeah, I do.
That's
I do.
what we
I
call
do.
Stockholm syndrome in the business.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I also want to say that I do have this tendency of getting a lot more upset for sort of by proxy in sports where people who I feel very offended aren't themselves offended.
Do you want to restart that sentence, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think people still understood what they mean, but what that means, yeah, okay. You've made me.
This is the part of the show I enjoy most, ladies and gentlemen. Darko Arsenievich is pointing out curling. When I was a very young man, I was a part of the army. That's sort of a sports department. And the good news is most of those guys were superior to me physically. But they also had a curling division. They had curling and chess. And curlers, they're also not physical specimens, sorry. No. Knight c7 played by
Yeah, so we
Wojciech.
will see in a moment which one of the two endgames Harry will choose there. I think he probably will go for 4 pawns instead of 3 because you kind of feel it's important to pick up all the material that you can.
Yep.
So rook e1, king g7. There's really no choice, and now I still think knight e5 is probably better, and it does feel like it's very likely white does get that endgame with pawns against knight with the rooks off, and they generally do end up being winning for the side with a ton of pawns. You can try and avoid it by playing rook b7 here. That I think is the only move which completely stops it from happening, but it's also a very passive move which allows king f3, king e4, and you don't want to be burning a full tempo on it. But after knight e6 you do have to calculate rook b5, and it seems very strong.
But yeah, it looks like too many enemy.
Andrejkin is still thinking, and he'll be thinking for a while here, because it does feel like if he is to find any way at all to pressure Luki here, he needs to be extremely precise from the beginning, because if the king gets from g2 towards some decent squares like e3, g3 in particular, I mean, it's very hard to imagine how you lose from here.
Dr. Lay must be doing some strange reverse, not even trolling, but triggering. He's saying, do you guys like Norm MacDonald and his purpose joke? We're Twitter friends with Norm MacDonald. Yes. Are you checking every 5 minutes if he unfollowed you by now?
Not every 5 minutes, but I do check every now and again, yes.
I haven't checked for a while. If you're watching this, Norm, don't unfollow us, because we do like you a lot. Whenever I'm depressed, which is most of the time, I go on YouTube and I watch some old Norm MacDonald talk show appearance on Conan from the 90s, and it invariably cheers me up until I remember all my problems again.
Yeah. Jan also, I believe, bought the book.
I did buy the book and I finished the book. I enjoyed it. And you know that I don't really read, so for me to finish a book is like a huge
I should probably borrow the book and
no,
read it.
I want you to buy it, because we all know, Norm, the book talks a lot about gambling. We all know he has some interest there. So he will need our book money to gamble it away.
That is very fair, but I mean, if we can get it in a day and a half, I still have in Hamburg. I will be very, very prepared to order a second.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, so that's the plan for the evening settled. Order the book, get the book, read the book.
We're also having dinner with Lawrence Trent.
Yes, that is something to look forward to with anticipation.
No, you're starting with the sarcasm.
I'm not disallowed.
Lawrence, if you're watching, I'm very sorry, because I am genuinely looking forward to the dinner. I'm not like Peter that hates everybody and everything.
I will give you that. You will see no argument there. So that obviously will be the high point of the day. Lawrence will come and will dissect our performance today, and I'm sure he will have a lot of harsh things to say.
I consider Lawrence a mentor.
Do you?
Yeah.
In which field exactly?
In the field of... That's a tougher question. No, I can't narrow it down. It's the overall package.
Yeah, that's what I thought you will eventually go with. Yeah, because Lawrence, yeah,
He's so well-rounded, he doesn't really excel at one particular thing where he could be mentoring me, but just general advice on what to do next.
yeah. He also generally has very good awareness of where the good games are. He's given me a lot of advice on that over the years. He somehow, whenever he lands in a new city, within the first couple of days, he will know where all the action is, and he will direct you towards that action if you are so inclined.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't buy Norm's book. Gobbedy is saying these guys are way too tired. Nah, it's not a stamina thing. It's more a lack of interest thing after a while. And when you have these end games, I think I can mainly speak for you because I'm quite good at it. But let's say we, because I'm a nice guy. We are not very good at rook end games, and therefore we switch to other topics to mask our ignorance.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very happy that you've included myself in that generalization.
You're welcome.
Because I feel I firmly belong in that club.
No, you mean that I included myself, because you feel that only you belong in that club, really.
Yeah, probably. It's very difficult to keep track of all these intricacies of double speak. Double speak is hard.
Sorry. Okay, so here we are currently operating under the assumption that knight e5 is winning. While here we are currently operating under the assumption that it's a draw. Or I am, Peter, as he just mentioned, doesn't really know.
Yeah, and people are asking, because these two games aren't really moving forward fast enough, to maybe we could have a look at the challengers again. There were some games still going on there.
1 second, we have more important things to talk about. Lawrence Trent is asking, are you cooking, Jan? I would normally, Lawrence, but I'm still sitting here, so I won't have the time. Therefore, it will be someone else's cooking. What else is happening? Pramod is asking, does Jan cook? I have a limited repertoire, but I can survive. I'm not sure if cook is the right term. I could survive even if all the delivery services in the world and restaurants closed all of a sudden. I would make my life a great deal more complicated. But I think I would manage to survive. If there were no ways to get hot food, to purchase cooked food.
Yeah, that would be a huge disadvantage. And Pramod continues his unrelenting barrage of questions by asking, Peter, are you familiar with the concept of arranged marriage? Not personally, but I am aware of its existence in some other cultures, and don't know where to go from there.
Dutch defender is saying Elementarteilchen Schriftsteller Michel Houellebecq is the answer to your very weirdly worded question. Where is Ding Liren? Is what Breaker 90 wonders. Why haven't I seen him playing? That's a two-part question. He's not in Wijk aan Zee, at least not as a player. I believe it's kind of unlikely he's there at all. So that's why you haven't seen him play in Wijk aan Zee. If you haven't seen him play generally,
then the question doesn't really make much sense, because if you haven't seen him playing, why are you wondering where he is? What have you seen him doing then, if you haven't seen him playing?
Maybe the question is meant that Ding Liren has not participated in a tournament for a while, and if we have any inside information on maybe Ding Liren attending university studies and therefore taking a small break from chess.
I have no inside information on that. He did play in the European clubs, but since then maybe he is on a bit of a hiatus.
That's all right. Shiryu is saying, hello Jan, I saw your Vienna series. And I have a question. What happens if white plays d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5? That's what it means at least. cd, ed, knight c3. Is this a common queen's gambit or is it a good version for black? Thanks. Why? Thanks for your commentary on videos. I'm not sure we have the time. I will cover it in my new video series on all the crappy sidelines, but I will just very briefly address it. Here after c6, bishop g5, bishop e7, or h6 and bishop e7. White is not in time to stop black from going bishop f5, which solves all its problems. e3, bishop f5, or queen c2, g6, followed by bishop f5. Therefore, this is not the same as knight c3, d5, which, of course, is
this is the main
a whole different cup of tea. Therefore, after knight f3, d5, cd is not considered to be dangerous, but more details to come in part 4.
Yeah, rook c3 play, but more interestingly, the Hare Krishna game is now at the stage where Hari has the decision of either entering or not entering that endgame with pawns against knights. So maybe we could actually look at it a bit more closely.
Probably MVS is asking, Jan, are you having decent sleep at home? What's your baby's name? I'm having decent sleep. I'm not going to tell you my baby's name because I will return to being mean to you tomorrow. And then I don't want you to have names of my family. What were you talking about?
I don't know why I'm laughing. The position in Hare Krishna Wojciech has crystallized to what we were discussing, and we can maybe look at that. Take a closer look at this endgame, because rook b5 either wins or it doesn't, and if it wins, it kind of finishes.
Wisdom.
It kind of finishes the game there and then, because if you play something like I don't know, rook f4, rook c5, or rook d5, game continues. And you will still face some technical challenges. But if you play rook b5 and black cannot take, I think it's a huge improvement.
Sure.
I mean, you can play rook d8, rook b4, rook d3, but you obviously like this as white, because now you have to connect.
This is just a win.
Yeah, you have to connect. Yeah. a5, rook b7, b4, and with two pawns split by 2 and 2, you just win very, very easily here. So let's look at rook b5, ab for a second.
Facepalm Chess is asking, what's your shoe size? European and UK, please.
I struggle with UK shoe sizes. European, depending on the make, either 43 or 44.
It's European 45, US 11, UK 10.
Okay.
What were you saying? Rook b7?
No. Go back. Rook b5, AB. Discuss.
We discussed already. Push.
Well, we discussed some of it,
Push.
but not in great detail. Like king e7, g4. There is knight f4, knight takes d3, which is what I wanted to put on the board and have a talk about. King e7.
All right.
I'm not sure which way is more correct. Maybe you start with f4. Yeah, the machine suggests starting with f4.
I like machines. Even watching Westworld, I'm always rooting for the hosts. In Ex Machina, same thing. Rooted for the Alicia Vikander character. Terminator.
That's disturbing.
T-1000. Team T-1000 all the way. Is this the line? Sorry, King D7 looks a bit weird.
Yeah.
King D6, I guess. But why am I not winning? I'll push all my pawns.
You probably are winning, but we're also sort of reading lines off the screen, which is I wanted to maybe try and not do that, but in this position, it is very tempting to start reading lines off the screen because the machine just knows in positions like this.
Oof, I'm being shoe size shamed. That's very hurtful, Fabi.
No, I don't.
We can't decide how big our feet are. There's nothing we can do about it. I've been sensitive about my 45 shoe size for a long time, so that now that you're bringing it up, I don't know what hands are for Donald Trump, shoes are for me.
Okay. That was a heartfelt plea to not mention you.
Don't bully me about my tiny feet.
Yeah. After having announced the shoe size of 45, you can.
Yeah, I didn't think that was small.
No, it quite clearly isn't. But maybe people think you're like 7'5" or something, which you are.
Its intelligence is not directly related to height.
And Harry decided not to go there.
Practical decision, but maybe bad decision too.
Yeah, might not be the best decision in the game, and it does feel like he's letting it slip a little bit because there really shouldn't have been all these problems that he is now currently having to solve. King e7, king d6, knight c5.
Bring the king. Yeah, why not go rook b5 and push? I understand the machine makes life look a little easier there, but it did have some sense.
Yeah, it did look very, very attractive because you do have 4, not 3, and even if you lose the b pawn, which you probably do, you get so far ahead on the king side that you should generally be just winning in these types of positions. Yeah, this is very confusing because, oh my god, take the thing away from me.
Sorry, I'm just answering questions here. This is very confusing because.
Well, it's confusing why he would go for this. I think he may actually be a little bit upset at having gotten to this stage where
The game wasn't over here after knight g6. It's, I believe, a bit of a shock for him.
yeah, I think he just expected knight g6 resigns, go take a shower.
Mohamed Al-Lawati is asking, Jan, what is your least favorite opening? It's a tie between the King's Gambit and the Dutch defense.
What, the French doesn't get an honorary mention?
No, I just avoid the French.
Did Peter help hack the US election? No.
Excellent question.
It is an excellent question, and I don't know why you would think we'd ban you for that. No, not tech savvy enough.
That sounds credible to me. What do we say? Draw?
I think draw is becoming the favorite here, yeah. I think once this king becomes active, black does get all kinds of counterplay against the white pawns.
Can black win? And the white pawns are kind of a serious distraction.
You always simplify enough. I mean, once the b4 pawn is gone, you never win, and I think you will have to give it up for something. Yeah, white can always, if he feels the least bit threatened, he can just run the a pawn down the board, trade it off for the b4 pawn, and he's completely safe. Might even still be practically slightly better, but yeah. No, draw is now a very, very possible result.
Facepalm Chess is saying the goofiness of this show, along with super high quality, is what makes it so enjoyable. Thank you so much, Facepalm Chess. It's much appreciated.
Even though you get the feeling maybe he was slightly snarky there.
I don't think so.
He should have been.
That I agree.
He really, really should have been if he wasn't.
F5 played, and this is your dream, right?
Yeah, but maybe even this is a draw. Rook b8.
Take one of these guys. Either this or this. We only need one of them.
Yeah.
We don't need both.
But then you sometimes lose when you have to play the endgame with the other one remaining, like rook b3, b6, king. If I run towards you probably win the c pawn though if you want. That would be disappointing.
Hang on, I've read many things in the chat over the years, but this is the first time I'm reading this. Someone's saying, Kifter is saying, that's right, Pramod. Maybe he's just following the rules of today. Bramont says, it's a draw. You'll have to commentate for 2 more hours. As long as you're here to keep us company, we'll gladly do so. Which one is a draw? Both?
Very possibly.
Objectively, probably.
Very possibly. Although this one is a bit tricky. Let's continue. Yeah, b5, c5, rook b8. I go rook b3, b6. I go king g6. And if you play b7, because this I'm not. You can even go rook f6 check here, which might be an improvement. You probably want to do that.
Oh yeah, I can throw you back a bit.
Yeah, but yeah, king c6. Yeah,
Still,
judging by the evaluation, you've lost here. So.
Not unbelievable, because the king is here and we get cut off.
Yeah, no, this is the point. You do get to trade, and then you get to lose a very simple technical position. So go back a bit. Why? That was a useful bit of analysis there. You could base
analysis. You call this analysis?
Yes.
All right.
Rook b3, b6, right. King d6. I wanted to play b7 here, but then black has rook b5. And once again, I'm not sure we will draw this with white. Like king f3, king c6, rook f8. But yeah, rook b7, rook e7 is just dead. Yeah, it's just completely dead. No, I mean, this is how you eventually lose these types of positions, where you push b5 and then you don't get to win the c pawn where your king is blocking the f pawn. You get to win the f pawn, and your king is still too far away from action. So maybe you wait for the time being. Maybe you centralize. But with the rook on b6, why did he place his rook on b6?
I do not know.
Maybe we start with king f2.
Why not move the king to a more central location?
That's what I was going to suggest. Let's say we go f4. Yeah, now probably we switch to the plan of just rook b8 and starting the checks.
Oh.
Yeah. Once again, somewhat unnerving for me, because I think what worries me the most when I'm the side defending in positions like this is the fear of ridicule.
Rightly so.
Yeah.
Public shaming is much more painful than losing. I'm not sure that's true. Losing is actually quite painful too. Gobedi is asking Peter Jan, do you share a language other than English? Nah.
No.
Yanni Gabayou Baruski.
That was pretty decent, even if you seem to dislike the. Yeah, I don't know the words for this in English.
Je ne sais quoi.
No, but you're using B where it's P, but. Yeah, who cares? You would get perfectly understood, but so that's the thing that matters in this case.
I think by mispronouncing, I'm making my point even more strongly, right?
Yeah, to a degree, sure.
Oh, another great question by Pramod NVS. What's the hottest temperature you've ever been in? I saw 50 degrees Celsius in India. That's hot for sure. I agree, Pramod, that is indeed hot for sure. I went to the sauna yesterday. It was 97 degrees. I believe that's the hottest I've ever been in. Because normally I avoid that 110 sauna. I mean, I'm not that tough. But yeah, 50 is very hot.
Yeah, I mean, if you use your method of counting locations, then I've had over 100, but temperatures that is. But in terms of locations, probably 40 plus, but not 50. 40 plus, I'm sure I've encountered at some point. That's not that difficult. I mean,
I've encountered 40 minus in Khanty-Mansiysk.
Really?
Yeah.
No, the coldest I've seen in Khanty was minus 35. I've never gotten.
First time I arrived there on the airport, it says minus 42. Like they have this thing. It's like a welcome card.
But maybe it's just stuck on minus 42.
Maybe it is just to scare off visitors.
Yeah, to scare off the naive Westerners.
A player called Kramnik Student is lobbying for Kramnik to join Chess24. We'll put in a good word next time we see him.
And
Niklas is asking, Jan, what was the coldest temperature you've ever been in? Excellent question, especially after I just mentioned the minus 42. And in the vein of Pramod, yeah, the minus 42 I believe is a record, but also back to the army tales in the winter of 1998.
Okay.
I was in the army. It was December. It was the coldest December in 50 years. And in the army, they make you stay outside for 3 days and do nonsense like dig holes and so on. It was minus 18. And that was the coldest I ever felt. I've been in colder situations, but not for 3 days, so that was painful.
Pramod is saying, I spoke in Celsius and you're speaking in Fahrenheit.
No, I spoke in Celsius.
I have
Pramod.
no idea why Pramod thinks that. And
That's why I said Celsius.
yes.
Smuts is saying, Jan, what's the unsoundest opening you have played in a serious game the last 5 years? I played the Dragon in
No,
more
come
than
on.
one tournament game.
Come on, that's not anywhere close.
Well, that's not close to the unsoundest opening I've played in the last 5 years. Then you answer the question. I answer to the best of my
So
knowledge.
that actually is the unsoundest opening.
The unsoundest opening I've played in the last 5 years? Like, I've bungled e4, e5 mainline positions and so on. That's different. But the unsoundest opening where I know it's kind of unsound. Well, I played sometimes against weaker players. I don't know. I've played e4, c6, knight c3, d5, knight f3, a6, stuff like that. But it doesn't get too crazy with me, really.
Yeah, I was about to say that you must be living a very virtuous life if the Dragon is the unsoundest you ever get.
Well, I also play like 12 games per year. And I'm a very solid, boring, classical player.
Ultra.
In the first round of Thailand Open, sometimes I go a little nuts. I played the Richter Rouser.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, actually.
It's not bad at all, but yeah, I think if those are the parameters, that must be the closest you get.
Piney12345 is saying Jan's head is probably the hottest place on earth right now. I'm a bit of a hothead. Anyway, chess analysis here. This endgame, probably we would find a way to lose this.
No,
Objectively, it must still be.
I
drawn.
think this probably is a draw. Yeah, because you force Black to try and attack the b4 pawn with both of his pieces, and that actually you cannot actually even win the b4 pawn without losing the c6 pawn, because if you get your pieces to, let's say, c4 and b3 in whatever configuration, the rook on b6 will actually force you to trade the wrong pawn for the b4 pawn.
Well-known thingy.
Yes, indeed it is.
Here, Radek still lost in thought.
Although I would think that king e7, king d6 is by far the most natural thing in this position, because without the king, if you allow white to get the king to e4 and d4, d5, your position suddenly looks completely lost.
Okay.
Once again.
That does not really contradict this arrow to e7. That I did.
Sure, it just I wonder what's taking him so long is.
Maybe he's taking a bathroom break.
It is possible, but I feel like it is fast becoming. He's played b3, which is also an understandable move. But I really dislike allowing white to centralize his king as fast as this will happen now. Yeah.
Do you feel he has a problem with timing his b-pawn pushes? Because he mistimed it yesterday against Rapport. Today, another unfortunate b3. Yesterday was b4.
Oh, I think yesterday was a bigger problem than this move today. But yeah, in as much as you can make such generalizations in chess, maybe. But I was going to say that I feel that I'm fast becoming the resident timing expert on this show. It seems like it's occupying half of my analysis time, just picking on people for spending either too little time or too much time on a move.
You are a mean bully indeed.
Yes.
b3 played. Pramod NVS is asking. I'm not sure how much longer I can do this. What's the temperature in Game of Thrones winter? That looked freezing. You're gonna have to be more specific, because as far as I understood from various Kasparov book titles, winter is coming, but I would assume that the winter, let's say, beyond the wall is much colder than the winter in wherever Danny and her people are hanging out.
Yeah. That's probably not winter. That's probably, it's summer right now in Australia.
So you're thinking it's so far away that it's summer there and it's really cold in winter? It looked like it was just a milder climate in
Yeah,
general.
but still, it is. I think the Australians are enjoying the height of summer right now.
I'm aware of that phenomenon, that it's not winter everywhere now.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer Pramod questions, I would think it's like minus 32 degrees Celsius beyond the wall there.
Yeah, could be even colder. Who knows?
Yeah, that's my honest opinion.
There was a very clever thing there in chat which you decided to gloss over.
You're allowed to read out clever chat.
But you scroll too fast and it disappears. But there was your favorite pun or play on words there. Someone asked if you were implying that Radek's position in his game against Rapport was better before the move. Before.
Ah, I didn't get it. That's why I scrolled over it. Yeah, I was implying that for yesterday's game. Today I was implying that before his... I can't make a word. With the pawn on b4, his position was fine. After b3, it went rogue. And yeah, no, rogue doesn't make sense. Best player 1441 is saying also Game of Thrones is clearly a triple star system. I see.
How good are our astronomical... Are you a big expert on Game of Thrones astronomy?
I would not say so. I have no idea what a triple star system is, for example. I share a common dislike for our solar system with Sherlock Holmes. I feel like it's useless balance to know anything about this. The only information I get on such things is from Rick and Morty, where I learned that Pluto is no longer a planet. That's pretty much literally the only thing I know about planets and stuff.
Dear Jan and Peter, what is your power spirit animal? And if you could mix two to make a hybrid, what would they be? My spirit animal is Huffer.
What is a Huffer?
Yeah, you don't need to ask for clarification. It's a kind of a boar.
I'm aware it's kind of a boar, but what kind of animal is it?
Wild pig.
Okay. My spirit animal is the honey badger. And if I could mix two animals, I would mix the honey badger with... I don't know, the honey badger is perfect. So maybe with another honey badger, but I'm thinking what other animals I like. I like ice bears. I really enjoy the work ice bears are doing. Do you call them ice bears in English?
Polar bears, I
Polar
think.
bears,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, in German it's ice bear. I don't know what a honey badger polar bear mutation would look like though. Can they even mate?
Yeah, that would be the issue there.
Probably won't work. I also
I fear for the health of the honey badger who would attempt that hybrid in real life.
I'm bad with animal names in English. What's the biggest predator in Antarctica? Is it sea leopard?
Is it really?
I don't know the name. Predator leopard seal. Oh, leopard seal is what you call them. Okay. I enjoyed these dudes.
Yeah, they look.
Leopard seals. They're tougher than Navy seals. Like they're really serious dudes. I enjoyed their work greatly as well. So if I could merge maybe a polar bear to have polar bear combined with a leopard seal, then I could rule both Arctica and Antarctica. That'd be pretty cool.
Trying to imagine what that would look like, apart from the striped coat.
Polar bears are very good swimmers too, so it's
Yes.
not that much of a stretch.
Yeah, that's an interesting combination. Yeah, and
But you're much more of an animal lover than me, really. Do you have pets?
I would have had tons of pets if not for the fact that I'm allergic to every single breed of them.
Snakes?
Yeah, maybe not snakes, but snakes as pets is asking for trouble.
I agree with that sentiment. Do you know GM Alex Yermolinsky? He's a great and funny guy. I don't know him personally. I did read his book, The Road to Chess Improvement, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I used to know him reasonably well in the mid-90s when we were playing in the same tournaments, and he is from my home city originally, but I haven't seen him in ages and ages, and he is on a journey of personal discovery, some of which I probably would disagree with, but each to his own.
Pramod NVS is asking, does C have a leopard? No, I misspoke earlier and I want to apologize. I meant a leopard seal. In German, the word is Seeleopard, I believe. Therefore, sometimes I get my animals mixed up. Leopard seal. So no, C does not have a leopard. But they have leopard seals that live in the sea. Any chess action that we're potentially missing? King e7 is on the board.
But one move too late, and I think another reason why it was so important to play King e7, King d6 there. If you
Can I do this and this and this?
Yeah, that's the point. But also, just to briefly go back, like move 48, there, it would seem that like there is no difference. King e7, King f3, King d6, King e3, but King e7, yeah, King f3. But here, after both King e4 and even King e3, Knight c5 becomes a very serious source of counterplay. And this is the tempo you will be missing. First of all, the knight will not even get to c5, but also with the pawn on b3, the pawn on a4 will not be hanging. So by playing b3, you've kind of cut off your own counterplay in the future, which is why this move may not be the most precise in the position.
Goodbye, Dutch defender.
Yeah, and I'm very much a bishop's aficionado. I really like positions with bishops against knights. And yeah, there was a question in chat whether I would prefer bishops or horses, and I mean horses are more pleasing aesthetically, but bishops are in most cases are a stronger piece.
Imagine this position. This was a bishop. Boom! Just
Indeed.
saying. Let's do a brief roundup. Levon Aronia Magnus Carlsen was another theoretical discussion in this bishop f5 a6 Slav line that Magnus played against Wesley So already. Levon chose a different line. Looked from where I'm sitting that he put a bit of pressure, but Magnus defended precisely. Out as we were gone for a moment there.
Yeah, people breathed a sigh of relief, but then we were back.
And get back to where we once belonged. Anish Giri wins his first game of the year 2017 against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's not having a great tournament so far. Nepomniachtchi managed to blunder not only bishop takes h6 today with losing a pawn, but later he would also blunder. Bishop takes a6, so symmetrical tricks. I'm not sure blunder. Blunder might be a harsh word. Miss, forget. And therefore Anish won this game against Ian Nepomniachtchi. Anish moves to +1. Nepomniachtchi at -2, won't be happy. Adiban, Wesley So featured a King's Gambit. Excellent opening, which, as Pramod predicted, will probably make a comeback at the highest level because it's so logical. And Adiban, to us it looked like that he got an excellent position out of the opening. Here he's a pawn up with 2 central pawns. Later on, Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler was very critical of the c3 move, I believe, bishop d2, or the computer even likes king f2 here, with a white advantage. But after c3, Wesley got enough counterplay, and it ended peacefully.
Was even pressing for a while at one point, but yeah, Adiban defended quite correctly, and the game ended in a draw.
Elyanov Kayakin was a weird game we don't want to talk about.
But yeah, it was an anti-Berlin, this structure which has been debated very heavily in the past couple of years at least, and Pavel found a new move order, and we thought what he was doing was quite interesting, but then he started making decisions we really couldn't figure out at all, at least I couldn't. And he went unpunished for it. At one point it did seem like Sergei had the option of getting a very, very nice position with great winning chances, and he continued playing very, very slowly instead, and ended up with a position which was good, but no longer really all that great because it was completely closed down. If you look at the final position, the pawn chains are very solid, and arguably black is still somewhat better. But I guess Sergei did not really fancy his chances of making any kind of a breakthrough.
Oh, and Lucas played b5. That is breakthrough news, so we will go right there, right now. Right here, right now. Is this a mistake? Earlier we thought this was often a mistake, because if white manages...
You need to start calculating rook c2, rook b2, I think. c5, I guess you give white just enough tempi to trade this properly. I think rook c2, rook b2 is a lot.
You're not in time to defend.
Yeah, no, after you have to go rook c, maybe even rook b3 first, but I think rook c2 creates more issues for white. Because it's not that clear which of the two squares you prefer better. I guess you go down.
I want to go here, so
yeah,
you
rook
check
b2.
after king g3.
Yeah, rook b2, b6, king f3, b7, f4.
I'll have to deal with this.
And but this is probably a draw, I guess, right? b7, f4, rook c6.
Should be.
Yeah, these positions are.
Even though we have to know this short side defense or whatever it's called, which I don't know, but it's supposed to be a draw as far as I know.
Yeah.
Like whatever they try this.
Rook f6 is a draw.
Somewhere.
Also, I guess rook c3 and king f2, rook c2, rook e2, rook c1 is also a draw. You generally don't lose this position, but I mean, people have lost it in the past, and I'm sure more people will lose it in the future. But it is drawn if you don't make horrible mistakes. And I believe actually Magnus lost this against Levon at the the start of his career in one of the Tal Memorials ages ago. He managed to make a mistake in the third time trouble of the game. But yeah, you generally don't lose these positions without going completely mental.
Fair enough. So Luke, who I'm pretty sure knows this stuff, has some decisions still to make, but should survive. In the meantime, this is... this question's too long. Pramod NVS is asking, is Anish funnier than Kramnik? I'm sure he's not funnier than Levon.
I think it's all a matter of taste, and Levon is a very funny guy in real life if you get to know him, and also if you get although this become a lot milder in recent years. He started off by being very harsh, and the one mitigating circumstance there that he was very capable of taking abuse with the same smiling face. He would dish it out, but these days he is a lot milder and a lot kinder to strangers. But he has an excellent...
What old age does to you.
Yeah, but he has a wonderful sense of humor, and Anish is also a very funny guy. But it's personal preference.
That's
Whereas,
just a lie.
as to whether either of them is funnier than Kramnik, I don't know why. I mean, Vladimir is generally not your top pick when you're discussing that subject. He is
He doesn't have the best jokes.
well, he is a very serious, studious character, and no, you wouldn't think so.
I don't know Kramnik all that well, to be honest. I've had some perfectly pleasant chats with him, but I know Anish and Levon better, and I think they also try harder to be funny than
Yeah.
Kramnik. I'm not sure that's high on his.
I think
List of things to do.
Yeah, Vladimir's highest comedic moments were, frankly, unintentional comedy. I still remember the press conference he gave with Veselin Topalov in last year's Stavanger, and that was one of the funniest things ever. But I'm pretty sure he wasn't aiming for that.
Yeah, some of his press conferences are very entertaining. He's entertaining. It's just the
Yeah.
definition of whatever. I think they're all funny, even though, of course, what you're saying is just a plain lie. There is very objective criteria for
Question:
funniness.
are there any top GMs except Levon that play Backhouse at the highest level? I've experienced that after the Singfield Cup 2016 was finished, and I can tell you I'm absolutely horrible at the game, but pretty much everybody else was pretty decent. MVL is very good, Hikaru is very good. The people who were involved in commentary, like Alejandro Ramirez, is I think a reasonable specialist at this, and most of the Americans actually take their Backhouse very, very seriously and are excellent at it. But have you ever played a lot of Backhouse, like in your childhood? Was Backhouse a part of your chess upbringing?
It was around, but I'm German. German coaches normally tell all the very talented kids like me, stay away from these Backhouse people because it will mess with your pattern recognition. Okay. Don't have any fun. So that's, I believe, the prevailing opinion here. So I was never big on it.
Because for me, I'm very, very handicapped by my upbringing, because in St. Petersburg, even as you went from district to district, I mean, it's a large city, and and I keep on mentioning pioneer houses, but from pioneer house to pioneer house, the rules of Backhouse would change, and the way I was taught to play Backhouse, not only mate,
Pawns don't queen,
not
and you're
only,
not allowed to put in a queen with mate.
not only mate is not allowed, check was not allowed, and
Check is allowed.
and putting pawns on the seventh was not allowed.
That's
so
also allowed.
So we were playing a very positional style of Backhouse, and then you would go to a different, just to play, let's say, in a city championship, and there people would allow everything, like mate, check, whatever. And it's very, very difficult to transition from one to the other. And I think in the West, mainly, there are no restrictions at all. You can do whatever you please. Mate is very much allowed everywhere. And yeah, I just lose out of the gate. I have no idea what the openings are. I just get completely crushed.
Let me answer a question for you.
Sure.
Zimmel is saying, Peter, if I would ask you to sign my chessboard during the chess challenge in Zurich, would that be okay?
Absolutely.
The answer is no. How dare you even ask such a thing? You think Peter has nothing better to do than signing your chessboard during the Zurich chess challenge, where he's focused on playing the best players in the world? What a ludicrous demand.
Yeah, absolutely. Not during the game. At any other time, sure.
Ah, okay.
Although people, in the recent years, the incidence of people actually asking for autographs when you are walking between moves and trying to think about the position have increased, and that is kind of stunning. And I do sound like a grumpy old man there, but really, that didn't used to happen at all.
Probably NBS is saying, have you ever watched Yasser's videos? The man does magic and coaching. He makes chess seem like pleasant music.
That's just his mellifluous tones, I think.
He is a silver-tongued devil, and he will admit that much. I have not watched his educational material, but I greatly enjoy his commentary. So I absolutely believe you. Svidler on increments is asking, have you ever won against Peter, Jan? No, I've never won against Peter, and I don't think I ever will.
You also, I think, have never lost against Peter. I think we maybe... How many games did we play?
Tournament games, I think we only had one kind of uneventful draw in the Bundesliga around 10 years ago. But I'm very forgetful.
And we may have played during one or two bunders, but yeah, those don't really count.
I lost. I lost one winning endgame. It was very painful. Schachpirat CH says, Backhouse is tandem, isn't it? Yes, even though Backhaus is not typically spelled like that.
Yeah.
And Sheen97 is saying, if I buy you guys pizza, would you send me a signed Chess24 mug? Where do you live, Sheen97? Because I think we have to do the math here, like how big the shipping costs are.
And also, if it arrives completely cold, then the answer is no.
Also, we have big dinner plans with Lawrence, so maybe we have to cash in on the pizza some other day. But I like this sentiment. If you live... how much are limited? If you live in the European Union, I'll make sure that you get a signed Chess24 mug. Just contact support@chess24 and say Jan said that. And before you other guys start asking, no, that's a complete exception for Sheen79, because I can easily be bribed with pizza offers. Donor is asking, Jan, Harden or Westbrook for MVP? Harden. Westbrook is putting up a lot of empty stats. The team is on pace to win, 48 games? While Harden has become a leader, and Houston is outperforming expectations with a bunch of has-beens like Ryan Anderson and Eric Gordon on the team. Harden for sure.
Somewhat breaking news. We've left the machine running for a while after rook c2 check, and the position is completely lost for white apparently. So
what changed? King g1, rook b2. What is it? b6, king f3. We win on time. b7.
rook b2, rook king f2 apparently is kind of strong.
King f2, and if rook f8, this is probably still
not
on time.
That's the c pawn. Yeah, this is winning, and you cannot pick up the c pawn because you get mated along the h file.
Whoa!
So as mentioned, these endgames do give you scope for misplay, and we just showed you how to at least misevaluate them. Maybe if not misplay them actually.
Pramod NVS is saying, in engineering, we had lots of problems or questions to solve. That list never ended. Thanks for sharing, Pramod.
That was that was in reply to a question. That's unfair. Somebody asked him if how many questions he had in his database, and Pramod is replying to that question politely. So
I'm not sure that is the question that was intended to.
Let's scroll up and see if Andreikin actually made all of those moves.
All right.
So
this is still on the board.
Yeah, Luki is still thinking, and he is now realizing that his problems are a lot larger than he originally anticipated. Yeah, if he loses this, he will.
Yeah, but you lose these things in practice often. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, no, as mentioned, it probably is a draw to begin with, but it's not easy, and
that's why it's completely pointless to ever study rook endings, because you lose anyway, and then you really dislike yourself. All this time lost on studying rook endings, because Luke has studied a lot of rook endings. Gambit player 90 is asking, does Harry have any winning chances, or is it just a draw?
I think after rook h5, 96 now. No, I thought 96 was strictly the only move. Yeah, because rook a4, no, hang on. Rook a4, 96, sorry, rook h6, 96, I thought I saw a move there.
Ah, sometimes we see moves that aren't really there.
Yeah.
Ghost moves.
Yeah, I think maybe I thought king
Did
f5
you see
was
king
winning.
e3?
No, I thought maybe king f5 was winning, but after rook a5 check, you just go back. Doesn't achieve anything.
Interesting. But we're still winning if we maybe move it 2 squares even. Push all these guys. Whatever, let's go here.
Rook d5, g4.
Okay, run.
But probably not, because king goes, and if you allow knight c5, rook d3 check, you will have serious issues with your b2 pawn. And if you do lose the b2 pawn, 1 runs faster than 3.
There is an excellent question by Svidler on increments. Can you maybe explain the Black-Demer gambit like you explained the Budapest gambit yesterday? Sure. Take it, pawn up. They normally do weird stuff like this. This you also take. Now you play c6. The only thing you have to know is that after bishop c4, you should avoid this blunder. Here bishop f7 or knight e5 are both good. Instead you should play bishop f5. And no matter what white throws at you, normally they are very excited about knight e5, threatening rook f5, so you have to play bishop g6. The next move you play knight bd7. You're pawn up, white doesn't have enough compensation. So Black-Demer gambit is sort of nonsense, even though I'm sure many people will argue knight e5 here is very clever, or bishop d3. It's all nonsense.
No, these positions definitely. I think I've seen in chat somewhere that they have now started taking with the queen on f3, but that just
More power
sounds
to them.
yeah sounds completely weird. I don't know. c6, bishop g4, e6, knight bd7. Yeah, I never could really understand why this is any good for white. It looks like a tremendously nice Caracan where black, in addition to in addition to having a very solid structure, it also has an extra pawn on the file where you would like to have an extra pawn.
No, we're done explaining gambits for today. Can you do the same with the Elben, please? Nope. Not gonna be able to do it.
I'm leaning back. So Ricky played king g1, and yeah, we have to assume this is now just lost.
This is strictly the only plan, though, right? This
Yeah,
F3
these
thing.
these are the only moves. And here after b7, you have to give a check. No, f4 probably is a draw now. You have to give a check, and you have to play king f2. I think this is
not exactly obvious.
This is really easy to miss. And after king h3, I guess no, rook h1 mate is not a bad move here. So you just here you just lose because you suddenly realize you have no options left.
Pramon NVS is asking, what's the best gambit to play? Maybe technically sound.
The Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit accepted. The Marshall Gambit. The Staunton Gambit, as we learned today.
Yeah, that was unexpected because when we were studying the Dutch for the Hunter candidates, we
weren't worried about the Staunton.
Yeah, we weren't worried, but we also like white. Yeah, that's probably what I want to say. It's been a long day. I was surprised at how good a position white got today in the Staunton Gambit game.
I agree. Banco Gambit, the jury is kind of still out. I'm not so sure it works move by move, but yeah, it's better than the trashy gambits.
And we are headed towards something like what we described, 96, and yeah.
Yeah, this will happen.
Yeah, rook d5 is the only move here, but yeah, like g4 king, let's say e7, and now the thing is, if you allow knight c5, rook d3 check, black does get a decent amount of very serious counterplay. This is still not easy to play for black because yeah, if somehow white gets these pawns rolling, it will be obviously very, very difficult to stop them. But
who was the most recent player to have an opening named after him, her? Then we have the Gajewski Gambit like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was recent. That was very recent. We also
it's refuted by now, but it still counts.
Yeah, there's the Kislik variation, of course. So named by Eric Kislik himself. That's also very recent. I'm trying to think of others.
Yeah, that's all there is. Next question. Jan, do you think the Mora Gambit is, what was it? Trashy? If yes, no, then why? People that know more about this than me keep telling me that white actually has enough here and that it's not so easy. I'd still be shocked if black had objective problems if you do more work on these positions, which I've never done. But I'm constantly being told that this is actually not so easy, and I see there's correspondence games, so probably it's true. But yeah, no, I don't think it's great.
Yeah, of the really, really strange ones you never would suspect of being correct, this is probably the most correct one, and yeah.
That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't look correct at all, but apparently there is more to it than meets the eye.
On the other hand, you sort of understand why this is maybe half playable, because even let's say if you don't achieve any immediate breakthroughs, you do have the G and C files for the rooks, and you will have pressure against the black center, even if black manages to actually get all the pieces out. Here you play knight f3, bishop c4, bishop f4, queen e2, rook ac1, rook fg1, and the fact that the c pawn is gone actually does give you something in return. So yeah, not losing, but you don't really need to do that either.
We are also being asked, have you guys discussed the young pope? Not really. We half watched the first episode the other day.
No, that's an overstatement.
But yeah, I wasn't really paying any attention.
Yeah, you paid no attention to the entire episode. I paid very little attention to the last 15 minutes. I liked what I saw in the last 15 minutes, and I mean, it's obviously a very beautifully filmed series with good actors. So in general, what's not to like? But it may be a bit too slow paced for some people. And
I enjoyed like the first 5 minutes, but then it turned out it was a dream sequence, and I lost interest again.
Yeah. If Andrejkin wins this, he will be in the +1 group, right?
Miktal is saying, yeah guys, let's stop playing chess and make our own site. Checkers24.com and play the whole day. Check us there. By all means.
You are welcome to that startup, Miktal.
Svidler on Increments is asking, have you ever played the Grope, Peter?
I think in Blitz games I have played the Grobe, yeah. Not in Banters and obviously not in serious competitions. Although
I know all about the Grope.
I have a friend who plays it seriously and.
A friend who plays the Grope seriously?
Yeah. He played in the This is ill-advised, but he played in the World Seniors this year for the first time, and he played the Grobe in the first round and beat somebody. And then he stopped playing the Grobe because he was taking the tournament a lot more seriously after that. But
Okay. Andrejkin taking his and frankly our time here, but
yeah, the variation.
Good reason.
Yeah, the variation is just completely straightforward. A king of 3, you have to play b7 because if you play rook f8, f4, you have to go back to b8, and that really doesn't look like an improvement. Yeah, so you play.
You can keep doing this.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't become weaker. No, here it kind of does become weaker because, yeah, maybe not. No, king h3 was what I was wondering about instead of rook f8. Maybe it gets out, but not really. Yeah, b7, c5, and then you start losing. Yeah, the c pawn just runs, or rook b4. Yeah, rook b4 is a pretty decent move here. No, you have to, after king of 3, you have to play b7. And then if you spot with black the idea of rook b1, king of 2, you just blitz it out and the game ends.
What distracted you, Jan? Chess? Distracted from what? From my task to become a decent human being, a productive member of society? Yeah, chess is sort of at fault there. Other things are as well. Pramod NVS says, I watched a game against Anish with 1 g4 in a classical game. Beautifully phrased sentence already. Stop the sarcasm. I don't remember who his opponent was. Thanks for sharing, Pramod. And apparently David Anton has refuted 1 g4 in a Chess24 video. I'm not that surprised by that fact.
Also, why would he be such a buzzkill?
Buzz Killington.
Yeah.
I don't know, what is there to refute? Like, you play any non-g5, f5 related move and you're better, yeah?
I'm not sure it's that strict. I think, if black doesn't aim for like something very, very immediate, it might be half playable. I mean,
b6 may win up better because that's a weird move to play. b5.
Okay, g5, bishop g2, e5, I assume. Yeah, we play.
Well, takes is pretty strong.
Really? c4?
c6.
Takes.
No, I know all these things. Like, I don't have a life. Queen b3, knight f6, and we're kind of winning.
Okay.
Queen b7, knight b7. No, g4, d5, you have to go h3. Or maybe Rapper will play e3 intending c4.
Yeah.
Oh, Lawrence is back. Lawrence, aren't you supposed to be here? We're waiting for you. How can he be in the chat when he said he was going to be here at 7?
Yeah, that's very upsetting because I could
Extremely upsetting.
maybe bully him into replacing me for the latter part of this broadcast.
You're not enjoying this?
I am enjoying this greatly, but I would also enjoy watching Lawrence squirm in my seat.
Mehmet 94. I'd watch Jan being inaugurated. Yeah, but as what?
Exactly.
I kept wondering if I really try becoming Pope from now on. Do I have a chance?
In the incarnation after next, maybe. And that also might be a problem because that would mean that your belief system is conflicted.
Ah, I see what. Yeah, that's a problem. Huh. All right. Heisenberg 17 probably means he's a 17-year-old Breaking Bad fan, which is strange because when the show started, you were like 12 Heisenberg 17, right? And or 11. You really shouldn't have watched that. He's probably traumatized. He's asking, do you think you'd be able to mate with bishop and knight with only 1 minute left on the clock? Yes, I trained that.
Probably
in the
yes.
old days.
I never attempted that, but I'd say yes. You can watch some videos of people who actually know what they're doing there. Like there's a video on the internet, I think, of Ralph Mamedov doing it in a World Rapid and Blitz in Berlin. He started with like 10 seconds on the clock, and when
He was good at it.
when he gave mate, he had maybe 7. It's obviously a 3+1 game, but King G3, is he still winning?
First, I have to decipher what Lawrence is saying. He's saying Jan bigger Trump, Peter bigger Jan, Melania bigger Peter.
Okay,
Let's do the math.
Yeah, please don't go anywhere near me ever again.
That's fair. Kind of contradicts what he said a minute ago when he said he wished he was here, so you could bully him into replacing him. But King
That was
G3 is a mistake.
that was before he upset me grievously.
General Grievous.
Yes. No, but that actually is a mistake. King f3 was winning, and King g3, King f1. The difference is, now if you go King f3, the king will of course go in the opposite direction. There will be no mating threats.
And the c pawn will never ever win.
That's a really, really weird mistake to make, because really there was you needed to calculate 1-3 move variation.
Best player 40-41. The refutation of the Benoni. You're saying I do not believe you are right on that one.
Yeah, that no longer is correct to Benoni, because instead of knight takes e4, they play rook e8 now. I was even fast enough to read.
Boom. So Andreikin has made a mistake here. Mistakes are hard to avoid, even for the best of them. Once again, verifying my theory that there's absolutely no point in studying rook end games, because everybody makes mistakes anyway. Of course, that's not true at all. Study them. They're great fun.
What's happening in the other one? Oh
The
yeah.
position we expected to appear appeared.
Yeah, we thought this would happen, and it did happen. Magic.
You made me believe in magic. Oh man.
So let's try pushing the pawns forward, like h5. You either go knight c5 or you go rook d1, I assume, because you need to start some kind of counterplay against the b2 pawn.
All right. Sorry for all the skin I'm showing.
The first line hypnotizes me. Can you please switch it off? I mean, it's
Gone.
But now I know what it says, and it's unfair. No, in a practical game, I think I'd be very, very confused here with white.
I don't doubt it.
Because if you allow rook d3, rook h3, something like you play something like g5, and or like rook b6, rook d3, king e2, rook h3, knight a4. Although here, I mean, you give a check, you give g5 check, maybe you're still winning or something. King f6, g5, king g6, rook at g7, king f5.
Oh, we have to calculate.
I think I can take here.
Me no likey calculatey.
No, but this is just fine for black knight c4 and b2, but black might be winning here. Well, maybe not winning because you have rook b7 and rook takes b3, which still makes a draw, but
Probably not winning this.
no.
Uh-huh. Pramop NVS is asking, do people's names mean something in Germany? Yes. My name, for example, Gustafsson, very German name, means son of Gustav. Even though my dad is not called Gustav. Now that is confusing.
Yeah. You must be some kind of a spy.
That is possible. But I would say it depends. Some people's name means something, like typically ancient professions. Like Müller means they used to do something. I have no idea what.
I think there were Millers.
Yeah, probably Müllers or Schmied means they were Schmieds.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Meyer means they were doing butter-related businesses.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
So what would be the analog in English for Myers?
I don't know.
Because
Butters?
that's not a very common name, and Meyer is.
Very true. I think the equivalent for Schmied is Smith.
Yeah, this part I figured out. Or Kuznetsov, obviously, which
Or Kuznetsov.
you may not have known, but you do now.
Okay.
And your life is much the richer for it.
Maybe it's Myers.
Yeah, possibly,
Or
but
Meyer.
no, that's just cheating.
Meyer Lansky. Seth Myers.
Yeah, I listened to to a podcast with Seth Meyers, and
Was it boring?
no, and on the origins of his name, in particular, the name Seth, and
He's not Jewish. People
yeah,
think
that
he's
was
Jewish, but he's
exactly. Yeah, that was the first topic they discussed on the podcast because.
He's also in a feud with Norm MacDonald, so Seth Myers is our enemy because we back Norm on anything.
Why are they feuding? Wasn't aware.
Seth Myers criticized Norm for talking about stuff behind the scenes at the Saturday Night Live reunion or 40-year anniversary, whatever it was, and Norm answered in a radio interview, and he said something. I don't want to do it injustice by misquoting or paraphrasing, but he had some remarks that were probably facetious, something like, had he known this, he would never have done it, because what really matters to him is what Seth Meyers thinks is funny. Seth Meyers is the big authority on what's funny and what's not.
I think Harry
Something along those lines.
Harry may have misplayed this. Because I think allowing rook e5 check followed by a knight jump may have been very inaccurate here. Like you probably go king d3, knight f4, king c4. But then somehow I think rook e4 check followed by some clever knight move might pick up like all of your king side. Knight g2 for instance.
Very clever.
Oh, I think this might just be a draw now. g5, knight h4, f6, king f7. f6, king e6. Yeah,
Yeah, looks drawn.
you never win these positions, yeah. So yeah, Harry, I think he more or less made one decision in the game just thinking that the game was over, and it might end up costing him half a point.
Poor Harry. Konar is wondering, what is the etymology of Svidler?
It's not entirely obvious. I didn't do like.
Are you playing Monkey Island on your phone?
No, I'm not. I'm not playing
great
Monkey
show?
Island on the. Oh, no.
What is it?
No, it's a.
Looks like Monkey Island.
It's not a quest. It's a collect shinies type of game. I'm in a guild for the first time in my life at the age of.
Why did I ask? Ooh.
I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Not entirely sure about the origins of my name. It's not a particularly common name in Russia.
Origins are the new black.
Nicely done. Nicely done, sir.
Jan, what about the name of the composer Waldteufel? First of all, never heard of him. Secondly, it means forest devil. Apparently, I was wrong about the Maya, or at least the Dax, who sounds smarter than me, saying in the chat that Maya is from Latin mayor, some kind of steward in villages, or the English mayor, I would guess. Okay, that would refute my theory. I thought it was from Mayerai, which is something that makes stuff out of butter.
And Drogangster Anish is saying he's looking for a new screen name. Any suggestions? Do
What
we allow
about-
multi-accounting?
No, but he can change his nickname, I would guess. Or I think since this is all about selling premium memberships, people are probably happy if you buy a new premium account with a different screen name. But you probably need different email address. I don't know how stuff works. Anyway, Draw Gangster Anish. What about Svidler on increments? Oh, it's taken already.
Jan and Peter, can you tell me why in Vike there are no players above 2200 ELO? That's he then rephrases it. 22 to 24 are missing completely from the round robins.
No, I believe he means the open tournaments going on. That they have a bunch of amateur groups, and it's possible that there is a rating filter in there. I do not know.
Yeah, you'd have to ask the organizers. We don't really have a clue. And looks like the Harry game is headed towards the position we were discussing. I still think Rookie 4 followed by Knight G2 is very likely an immediate draw here.
You have not changed your opinion?
Nope. Couldn't find anything for white there. I kind of looked for a bit, but don't think there is anything there. And yeah, Lucky unsurprisingly decided that given the opportunity, he would much rather not have his king in the mating net. Yeah, we endorse that message.
Yep, Lucky's position should now be objectively driven. But of course, there's always room for error.
People are asking more name-related questions, but as for your question, Bus Player 1441, it's not pronounced the way his name is pronounced, although your knowledge of Russian does you credit. What's the time situation here? How much time does Radek have?
I don't know any of these things, but
24, pretty much 20 for each of them, and it's actually move 60, so it's irrelevant.
lots of time. Jim Knopf is back. Or maybe he's never been gone. I don't know. Coming back to you sitting there for hours. I wasn't aware how desperate a day can become. How can a day become desperate? When the guys in Vike just don't shake hands. Should we discuss Trump? No, I think we're trying very hard and successfully not to. And I'm not sure a day can become desperate. They can become long, but let's be honest, we are doing the show for this part where we don't have to, or I'm doing it. I'm never really talking chess, that's Peter. But I enjoy this tired, rambling part of the show greatly.
No, I think
we have dinner plans, so
I think the
would
show
like
improved
draws.
greatly in the past hour or so. It became more mellow and more content-oriented.
I thought today was a great show throughout.
Okay.
I was very pleased with it.
Okay.
But I enjoy awkwardness greatly. Waldteufel was born in Strasbourg, 1837, but his name is German. Correct. It means forest devil. Lucas Sa says, how much did it take you to reach 2200? Like years or monies or?
I expect he means years, and it's difficult to calculate because when I started playing, ratings were not a very. We didn't really have much access to ratings when I began playing, but if you accept, as it was sort of universally accepted, that an average candidate master in Soviet Union is around 2200 rating, I became a candidate master at the age of not quite 11, so that should be some kind of a benchmark for my career, not for everybody's.
Jim Knopf says, so I missed the best part. Yeah, I think it's gonna go downhill from here.
Yeah, rook e4 knight g2 is on the board. I'm now kind of mildly wondering about h5, rook g4, rook g6, but it should be a draw. Very hard to imagine the knight not being fast enough
Sorry,
to stop.
knight g2, rook
h5?
g6?
No, h5 first. You should make some move for black. Yeah, h5, rook g4, rook g6. But yeah, h6, rook h4. Yeah, just no winning chances whatsoever. Yeah, it does feel that now with the knight on g4, on g2 already, this game probably will end in a draw. Yeah, this is a major opportunity missed by Pental Hare Krishna.
Dickararan is saying, yeah, the German names can be quite funny. I admit it. Ambitious Porn is saying, I think we should help Raw Master Gangster Anish change his name? Draw Master Anish, he means. Any suggestion? Yeah, I couldn't think of anything good. Super Tech is asking, is there any book you recommend for endgame study? Is there anything better than Fine's book? I heard that's a fine book, but it must be a bit dated. I don't know, there's plenty good books. I personally enjoyed Shereshevsky's Endgame Strategy greatly, even though that doesn't deal so much with technical endgames. Technical endgames, I believe.
I think Dvoretsky's books are supposed to be very good for endgame studying, as far as I know from what I heard.
I've actually read Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual, and I can confirm it's very good. Even though I can't remember a single thing, if you ask me now. Yeah, why did you blunder that?
Yeah, exactly. But I guess you can just take instead of knight e3. Take, white takes with the f pawn, and I guess just like, yeah, king f6 follow. I was worried that the king c4 and we just run with the b pawn, and black does need to spend a couple of tempi to pick up the h5 pawn. Like king c4, let's count the tempi here. King c4, knight f4, b4, knight h5, b5. Are we in time?
Sorry, king c4 or knight h4? Knight f4?
Yeah, b4, knight h5, b5. Are we actually in time here? Probably are. King g6 actually, b6, knight f6.
Can I like bring my knight somewhere? On time?
Here you might not be on time actually, king c5.
Yeah, that's a pity.
No, but what I suggested there actually is not that horrible. Take b6, knight f6. That is the correct square. b7, knight d7 and a draw. And breaking news in chat, Pramod just asked you a question if dating is compulsory in Germany, and then admitted he's running out of topics.
Whoa!
I don't know if I ever expected to hear those words in that order.
What does compulsory mean in that context? Obligatory?
Let's scroll up, maybe I misquoted him. No, I have never played or met Putin, and
Is dating compulsory? Is my English letting me down? Like compulsory? Is that what I think it means?
I think, yeah, it's a bit of a weird question because I don't really understand.
Let's answer it with no.
Yeah.
It's not compulsory. Not only German names, also some actor. For example, Johnny Depp. He knows the meaning of it. Yeah, Depp means idiot in German. I have not read the Korchnoi book, Persona non grata.
I think I may have read that, or and I do have some opinions on Dr. Zuhar and the paranormal crap. I think that was a very clever idea by the Karpov camp, because I think they realized that Viktor Lvovich, wonderful person that he was also very susceptible to. He was very likely to become extremely paranoid about this guy hanging around the playing hall, sitting there in dark glasses day after day after day, just seemingly doing nothing. And I don't think he had any paranormal abilities, but I think he was doing his job of, creating an additional distraction for Korchnoi extremely well.
Good.
And yeah, I think that was the entirety of his role there. But it was an important role, because if you can introduce an additional factor into an already tense match, which will make one of the players play worse because he will be worried that he's getting some kind of outside influence, negative outside influence. It will be an obvious boon to you.
Um, the Dark Horse. Horde. Not Dark Horse, but the Dark Horde. Maybe he's in a clan too. He's saying, running out of topics so soon. I'll help you out. Discuss hair gel for starters.
Yeah, today I decided not to make the same mistake I've made a couple of days in a row, and I have not worn a hat on the way to the office, which meant that I did not have to
I see.
resort to desperate measures in attempts to make my hair resemble a human's hair.
I prefer wax to gel, but people have said that it makes my hair even greasier. Like people have even said that I have a bigger grease problem than Angela Merkel, so it's a slippery slope.
Harsh.
What? No, that was a joke. Grease.
Ah, okay. I thought it was an implication. I thought the implication there was that she was somehow corrupt and people were greasing palms left and right in her government.
No. Maybe I should have said then the European Union, but
No, I did
I
not
would
watch.
just went for the joke.
I did
I
not
meant no
watch
offense.
any of the first two.
meant it.
Any of the first two One Dares people. I'm very sad about that. In particular, the second one. I think nobody expected it to get as exciting as it got, and I'm very, very sad I missed it, despite the fact that the result did not go the way I would like it to go.
Der Dax is asking, has Jan ever addressed you as Peter Benjaminovich?
On occasion, but not a lot, and neither should he. It doesn't really sound particularly natural coming from non-Soviet people.
Draw Gangster Anish hasn't changed his name yet. Hope you do well in Gibraltar, Peter. Pretty tough after all the hard work you put in here commentating. Not exactly the best prep. Yeah, keep jinxing him. Why are you doing this? This is the best prep in the world.
No, I don't think. I think this is a counter jinx. I kind of welcome those comments. Yeah, keep them coming, people. Keep telling me that by doing this, I'm very, very consistently getting myself out of shape. Then maybe I'll play well. Who knows?
Chess Analyst is asking, open and clearing soon? Question mark. Nope. Ambitious Pawn is saying, Jan, this reminds me of 72 Hours Pentaton. Jan, can you put on some music and the blonde wig? Ratatatata. I'm not sure where is the blonde wig. Is it somewhere here?
Can't see it, but maybe it is. There's a sombrero there in the corner, but.
Yeah, I would, but it looks like I would have to move.
And today is Taco Friday, right?
Today is taco night at the Gustafsson household.
So.
But we might be late for dinner.
And people were asking if the Jan Nepomniachtchi is made up, right? There's no way that name is real. It only looks unreal when you spell it the way it is spelled for chess purposes.
In Russian, it's like 3 letters, right?
It's a lot fewer letters, and also it's a perfectly understandable. That is a very meaningful name. It means someone who doesn't remember. I think it was originally assigned to people who were said not to know who their parents were.
I see. 'Cause whenever I read Nepomniachtchi, it makes me think of Oren Ishii from the movie Kill Bill. An enjoyable character. There is this song by
Why is
RZA
Lucky not playing b7?
dedicated to Oren Ishii, half Chinese, half Japanese. So I always think Nepomniachtchi is half Chinese, half Japanese.
Seriously though, why is Lucky not playing
serious
b7?
too.
Can we go back 1 second?
Maybe it's a transmission error.
No, I don't think it is.
Okay.
But can we try it? Why is he not playing b7?
I don't know.
f4 king d1. What am I missing?
Maybe you're not missing a thing.
Ah, rook d2, rook d7 maybe is what.
Ah, yeah, this is what Paco once missed against Vichy.
How bad is it? Pretty bad, yeah.
Against Vichy, it cost Paco the game.
But here, king c2. Can we just for a second continue there? Rook c7, king d1.
I don't know, it looks drawn to me. Yeah, it should be a draw.
No, these things are reasonably well known to be draws. I think you just take and you keep the king back, and black never actually gets his king out from.
The problem is there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Rook g7.
What you want?
Hmm?
Am I losing?
Possibly. Hang on a second.
All right.
So Lucky is trying to avoid this Zugzwang then. So in the current position, if black plays f4, he wants to play rook b8. We go king f2. And he wants to play what exactly? Rook f8, f3, rook f6? But with the rook not on, with the pawn not on b7, I'm not sure how safe this is. King g2. Yeah, this generally is probably
winning to me.
Yeah, this looks winning. So b7, f4, rook d1, king d2, rook c1, king d7. And then you just go rook f7. Huh. It's very difficult when you're not supporting me in my last-ditch efforts to inject some chess content into this.
I'm sorry, rook b8?
No, I was still trying to make a draw in that other line, and I don't really understand why Andreikin played king g3 here. But I guess he wants to get the same position anyway. b7, king f3 is the same position Luki seemingly has been trying to avoid. And now you have to play king d1, there's no other move. Rook d2, rook d7. King here, king c2, rook c7, king d1, rook f7. King c2, king f2, king c3, f3. Are we in time to run up? Probably not, yeah. King c4 or somewhere, yeah, king f1. King c5, f2, king c6. We are in time to run up.
Oh yeah, it's just a draw. Yeah.
But then Andreikin maybe should have now tried to avoid all these things himself. He just had the option of playing king f2 instead of king g3. And I apologize for dragging you back to this, but it's kind of important. Yeah, and Luki is very insistent on not going there.
Rook g8, king f2. What does he want? Rook b8?
Yeah, he wants to have black to move in this position. Here you play b7, I think. No? Yeah, here you play b7, and you make an immediate draw.
Because there's no move. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, this much I understand. So
Now hang on. So black actually has to return this tempo now, because he had to go rook b7, rook b8, king f2. Come on. Let me try and make sense of this. So we have this position, which we assume is, or at least Luki seems to think that this is a position of mutual Zugzwang. And it is true that if black is to move, it's an immediate draw, because if you go king f1 here, rook f8 just picks up everything. And if you move the rook away from the second, you allow king c2, but also very importantly, you have no way of getting the rook to the seventh. You kind of do. You can play rook b5, rook c5 check, and rook c7, but white is just so fast with the king to support the b7 pawn. That's an immediate draw. But the bigger question is if this position is lost with white to move. And this is what we were trying to discuss. Like in this position, Luki could have played b7, f4, and king d1. The only way to even try here is rook d2 check, because king f2, rook f8 once again is an immediate draw. So rook d2 check, king c1, rook d7, you go king c2, rook c7. Now king c1, c2 resigns. Therefore you have to put the king either on b1 or on d1. d1 looks a bit more natural. Once again, king f2, rook f8 is an immediate draw. So the only way to continue here is rook f7, king c2, king f2, king takes c3, f3. And if we stand passively, it seems like the plan of playing king f1, f2, and then rook g7 and king g2 will win for black. So white has to run up towards the b7 pawn. But once again, it appears as if he is just in time here. Because now black, in order to queen his f-pawn, needs to move the rook away, and then we play rook f8. And Luki finally played b7 here. How did they get here? No, but he actually managed to triangulate here. Andreikin seemingly made a mistake of some sort, because he needed to return that tempo in some kind of a different way. And now it's a draw, right?
Looks like a total draw now. King f2,
Yeah.
rook f8.
Yeah, now it is a draw, because
king
yeah.
c2 and so on.
For black it was very, very important to get this position with white to move, to have this rook d2, d7 chance. But now he either goes king f2, rook f8 and offers a draw, or he goes rook here and once again...
He's played king f2.
Yeah, okay, so this game is finished. Yeah, rook f8.
Good job by Luke, holding this not easy.
Yeah, but he was totally lost around here. King f3 would have just won on the spot with the idea of meeting b7 with a check. And after king f2, white suddenly finds himself completely lost, because he cannot pick up the c pawn since he's getting mated.
Beautiful. Pramod NVS is saying, wow, Peter, so much interest in this ending. Jan barely looked at the screen. But that's only because I'm reading your comments and chat, Pramod. It's hard to look in two places at once.
And yeah, we assume this is a draw. I think one's black. First of all, there's only 3 pawns left for Hari here instead of the 4 he had previously. And secondly, black is about to collect all of them, and I think they're about to repeat moves. Rook h7, rook h8 has already been repeated twice. And yeah, since black is not making the only legal move in the position, I assume that the arbiters are in the process of placing the kings in the center. Yeah, that game is drawn. And
let's wait for the formalities.
This also is.
Yeah, it is over. So the round is over, which means that today, in the top game of the day, Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, the players played a correct draw, I'm assuming. Anish Giri won his first game, getting in the double whammy jammy with bishop h6 on move 17 and bishop a6. That just came to you?
No, but...
No, that's what they say, isn't there? So,
yeah, I'll take...
Mama Jama just came to me.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I can't even complete the quote. So sad.
It's alright. Bishop a6, boom, Anish winning his first game. And some people have speculated ever, but that nothing could be further from the truth in 2017 and in this tournament. Congratulations to Anish Giri, Luke van Wely, heroic defense. So it was a good day for the Dutchies after all.
People are correcting me on that endgame once again, and
tactical player.
That probably is correct, but do you want us to revisit that or not? Probably not. Let's be fair. How much of that endgame can you take?
I can take many a great torture. King f2 instead of rook f7, rook g7 adds an analysis, not even in the main game.
Yeah,
then I don't care. But thanks, tactical player, who I believe is a very strong Hungarian grandmaster, for pointing it out.
So the situation in the A group, Wesley So is still on +3 and leading the tournament. On +2 are Magnus Carlsen and what?
I'm praising 2f4.
Okay, yeah.
Magnus Carlsen and Pavel Iloyanov.
Yeah, that is correct. Wei is on +1. Hari is still on +1. I think. Sergei Karyakin is on 50, but yeah, it's better just to do it this way. Yeah, Wei, Lev, and Anish are on +1, and then people are further behind on 50%, including Pentala Hare Krishna. Yeah, that would be the correct standings. That would be the correct standings, and so those are the people in plus, and then you have 4 people on 50%. Adiban on -1, Nepomniachtchi on -2, Rapport on -3, and Van Veli on -4, which could have been -5 with a little bit more precision today from Dmitry Andreikin.
Sure. Tomorrow we do have the big one. And by the big one, I mean, let's get this out of the way. Anish Giri facing Magnus Carlsen. That's always a classico. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces.
Yeah, and I think it's important that Magnus is white. People also mentioned that he had 4 blacks out of the first 6 games, so he will have an easier run of it from this moment onwards. And it starts with a very important, I think, game for him, because he would like to start, setting the record straight, so to speak, in his head-to-hand battles against Anish.
Not easy though. Anish, people are ridiculing him sometimes for not winning many games. He also does not lose many games. That includes against Magnus Carlsen.
That's not the entire pairings. There's also a game between Karyakin and Aronian, which, there it is. So Ilyanov is the battle at the top of the cross table. Radek is white against Adiban. Andreikin and Hare Krishna could be interesting too. 2 interesting players. Wei is white against Van Veli. He'll be, I think, very excited about that opportunity. And it will be interesting if Luke decides not to dodge his Najdorf. Could be fireworks. And Nepomniachtchi is white against Rapport. Two people who are very, very strong players and who are also having horrible tournaments so far.
2 wounded honey badgers. Those are the most enjoyable battles. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. I'm very apologetic for all the trolling I've done today. I promise to not do that again in the future. I promise to never again be as nice as I was today to Pramod MVS. So Pramos, I hope you enjoyed this day greatly. I'm very sorry to Peter for constantly interrupting his attempts to add chess culture to the show. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow's round with more exciting chess to come. It starts at 1:30.
Where is Lawrence?
I don't know. I hope he's waiting outside with gifts.
Yeah, in particular, I would like one specific gift, and that is the gift of the Game of the Day highlight video in English.
Now, we'll do that tomorrow because we gotta run. So, apologies for that too.